Chapter 339. 130 Prestigious Families. A fortunate encounter under 3. Just as he brushed past her on the road, he noticed Bai Lian's extremely attractive face and took a second glance. Others often looked bulky in down jackets, but Bai Lian appeared unusually slender in her white cotton coat embroidered with delicate vines and cats. Her tall figure, pale skin, and her face was beautiful without being coquettish, her gaze lazy. "Who is that?" Gao Juchen turned his head to take another look. The staff by his side looked back, probably a student participating in the training camp. Gao Juchen nodded. Bai Lian arrived at the publicity office, just as a group of people also reached the school gate. Almost at the same time as her. The publicity office. The person in charge and academician Ma were both there. The room was heated, and Bai Lian went to close the door without thinking. Academician Ma put down his teacup and raised his hand. "No need to close the door, come in and sit." Bai Lian didn't close the door. Seeing that the person academician Ma was waiting for was Bai Lian, the person in charge of the publicity office wasn't surprised either. Having seen more surprising things before, "Student Bai, have some tea." He poured a hot cup of tea for Bai Lian. "Thank you." Bai Lian expressed her gratitude to him. The person in charge waved his hands in a hurry. "Don't mention it." He sat back down and observed Bai Lian discreetly, wondering what was so special about this student that he wasn't aware of, as both young Master Zhang and academician Ma seemed to treat her quite uniquely. "Why don't you study dark matter?" Academician Ma was forthright with Bai Lian, as they had been communicating on WeChat for several months. Both were academic elitists. The person in charge complained internally. Academician Ma was as direct as ever, and dark matter wasn't something just anyone could study. There were only 2 dark matter research institutes in the country, and it wasn't easy to get in. Even Dr. Gao couldn't. Bai Lian finished her tea. "I'm not interested." The person in charge. "What? Not interested?" The person in charge, who was blowing on his tea, almost burned himself. "That's right, quantum mechanics is more interesting." Academician Ma nodded, obviously very pleased, took a sip of his tea, looked up, saw the person in charge, and directly pointed out the issue with a smooth face. "You have some tea leaves there." He pointed at the corner of the person in charge's mouth. The person in charge hurriedly wiped his mouth, embarrassed in front of academician Ma. "I have a seminar on quantum chips in a couple of days," academician Ma invited Bai Lian. "Do you have time to come? You'll find quantum mechanics even more interesting." "Which day?" Bai Lian was considering the time of Su-En's wedding. Academician Ma was frank. "It was just decided. I need to discuss the timing with my team." "I'm occupied on the 19th of January, Bai Lian replied. "Then I'll schedule around that," academician Ma quickly decided. Academician Ma was always busy, and it wasn't easy for him to spend the morning here. After finishing his conversation with Bai Lian, he picked up his coat, and they went out together. Bai Lian escorted academician Ma to the main entrance. The publicity office was close to the main gate. The entrance to Boyuan Base. Lady Song, wrapped in her fur coat, smiled at Bai Xueqi beside her. "Amin is too busy right now. When he's free, he'll show us around. I'll take you to try on the evening gown you'll be wearing." Bai Xueqi took a photo of the Boyuan Base on her phone. She had spent the whole previous day at the Zhongjing Music Academy and had finally found a chance today to come out with Lady Song to find Bai Xueqi and Song Min Boyuan Base. A sacred place in the hearts of students across the country would make it a little easier for her to commit to a volunteer position or find a lab in the future. But Bai Xueqi had no connections to get a recommendation, and Bai Xueqi was still a freshman. Just catching a glimpse of Boyuan Base was quite an achievement for Bai Xueqi. She looked down, opened her moments, and selected 4 photos. One of the gate of the music academy, one of herself practicing piano, one of the gate of Boyuan Base, and one of Song Min's silhouette, with the caption, "Keep it up." Right after posting, a bunch of comments popped up. "Zhongjing Music Academy. Boyuan Base. It's really just you guys. We mortals can only look up." The white figure in the bottom left corner of the 3rd photo seems a bit familiar. "Damn, haha, of course you guys would find it familiar. Doesn't it resemble the one who was driven out of your class? Class rep of 2nd year. Now that you mention it, it does look like her. Damn, it's so unlucky. Ever since she left, our class atmosphere has gotten much better." Comments like these were endless, and Bai Xueqi saw them too. She had the original picture, which was clearer than the one in the moments. She enlarged the original, and the figure in the picture wasn't very clear, Only the side face was captured, but the person's temperament and appearance stood out so much that she was noticeable in a crowd. However, the difference from the dissolute Bai Lian in Bai Shaoqi's memory was too great. She wasn't sure. Bai Shaoqi turned back and looked in that direction, where she could still see that white figure that hadn't gone far. By her side, seeing her suddenly stop, Lady Song was somewhat surprised and turned to look as well. Is that? Lady Song was stunned. Bai Lian? Chapter 340. 131 Lanji's exclusive spot. Second update. Under Sir One Lady Song had met Bai Lian once before in Xueqi. That time, Bai Lian had almost overturned the image Lady Song had in her mind, and now with just one glance she was sure this was the real Bai Lian. Her demeanor was almost no different from the last time she had seen her. Is it really her? Bai Shaoqi squinted at the figure of Bai Lian. What is she doing here? Song Min was always silent and hadn't told them about Bai Lian being here. Lady Song wouldn't think that Bai Lian, previously rejected by the science class, would be at Boyuan base for special training. She considered for a moment. Don't worry about her. Though that's what she said, Lady Song shook her head internally. With her mind full of thoughts, she couldn't help but speculate that Bai Lian was here to find someone. Who could she know at Boyuan base? It could only be Song Min. What Lady Song could think of, Bai Shaoqi could naturally guess. She withdrew her gaze from Bai Lian. She wasn't surprised by Bai Lian's actions. After all, in the past, Bai Lian indeed used to chase after Song Min. Bai Shaoqi bowed her head and unlocked her phone, replying to one person. Looks like it's her. WTF? What's she doing there? What else could she be doing? Haha, she's there for Song Min, of course. Cafeteria. Boyuan base wasn't large, and with the winter and summer camps along with the training sessions underway, the students from college, high school, and middle school, as well as the staff, added up to several hundred people. The dining hall offered a variety of dishes, all for free, with long dining tables. Bai Lian picked up her tray and grabbed some food at random before looking for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, who had saved a spot for her in the middle. Song Min was sitting opposite Tang Ming when he received a text message and glanced up at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was eating while listening to the division of labor being explained by Wang Su. The phone by her plate lit up. Dog friend. Image dog friend. Is that you? Bai Lian opened it and replied with one hand. One, dog friend. WTF? What are you doing looking for Song Min? Bai Lian. Question mark. Bai Lian. I'm here to participate in a special training camp. Dog friend was a bit incredulous. Did you secretly evolve without telling me? Bai Lian. She put down her phone, not dwelling on this matter, as Ning Xiao, Pei Qin, and Song Min were discussing particle model problems, a topic few others could keep up with. She listened quietly the whole time. After listening for a while, Bai Lian opened her vocabulary app and put on a single Bluetooth earbud. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were already immune to her multitasking habit. The others, seeing her listening to English, said nothing. After all, there were others at the table who also didn't understand, so Wang Su discussed with Tang Ming. Like I said, leaving these things to those three is totally fine. Tang Ming glanced at Bai Lian and nodded in agreement. Right? You say it's right, but why look at Bai Lian? Wang Su was somewhat speechless. She looked so beautiful. There was nothing scary about her at all. Their group could tell, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming not only knew each other but were also very tight-knit. Although Ning Xiao was known to excel in physics, his math skills were not inferior to Song Min's, not to mention his physics. He was an absolute core member of their team. But, in this core trio, Bai Lian was the central figure. Have you finished the C paper? Pei Qin, after finishing the academic discussion, asked about the C paper from the night before. Song Min shook his head. None of the others had finished either. They had realized the night before why they were given the C paper, to learn that even this level of difficulty was out of their reach. I have no idea what level of difficulty Liang Wuyu had with the A paper. The students at the table, who were top scholars in their own schools, fell silent again. Too big a gap. They couldn't do the C paper, and yet someone could do the A paper. At that moment, Wang Su noticed Ning Xiao and Tang Ming glancing at Bai Lian again. Bai Lian lazily tapped the table with her hand. Wang Su. Before he could express his thoughts, Tang Ming spoke. We have finished it. What? Wang Su exclaimed, standing up sharply. The others looked up, Song Min's gaze intently focusing on Tang Ming across the table. Take a look. The homework was mentored by Jiang Fulai, so Tang Ming naturally would have consulted Bai Lian's opinion. He retrieved the previous night's answers from his backpack hanging on the back of his chair. Processes were filled on A4 papers. The others didn't speak, simply taking out their phones to take pictures of the answers, intending to head to a study room right after the meal to thoroughly go through them. Song Min naturally took a photo as well. With Tang Ming's answers on their minds, their eating pace quickened, hastily finishing their meals to head to the classroom to analyze the answers. It's actually correct. An hour later, Pei Qin looked at Song Min in astonishment. How did he do it? Chapter 341. 131 Lanji's exclusive spot. Second update. _2 Song Min also wasn't clear. After trying on the gowns, Bai Shaoqi and another person returned to the Yin family home. Bai Qiming was chatting with President Yin, and the two had discussed a partnership. It wasn't so easy for the Bai family to establish a presence in Jiangjing. Have you two returned? Ever since Bai Shaoqi had entered Jiangjing Music Academy, President Yin had become much warmer towards her. Did you visit Amin and student Xueqi? Brother is still in the lab, he can't come out, Bai Shaoqi said as she sat on the sofa. Neither humble nor arrogant. President Yin felt a little regretful. Once he has vacation, I'll definitely have him come over. Lady Song found an opportunity to speak with Bai Qiming. I saw Bai Lian today at the Boyuan base. Her. Bai Qiming frowned. Upon mention of Bai Lian, naturally, one would think of her disobedient actions. If it hadn't been for the later opportunity to meet with Dean Jian, Bai Shaoqi would surely have been delayed. I heard that the Su family seems to value her quite a bit, Lady Song mused. In the outer circles of Jiangjing, the networks were only so big. Lady Song, curious to know more, had heard that Suan had set aside his own work to receive the Ji family. Bai Qiming was very resistant to news about Bai Lian. The Su family has accepted her? They're letting her into the ancestral hall? That's not yet the case. Lady Song shook her head. Bai Qiming was not surprised in the slightest. I expected as much. They stopped mentioning Bai Lian there. If it weren't for the Su family's involvement, they wouldn't bring her up at all. Upstairs. Bai Shaoqi had her own room and even a Guzheng to go with it. She took out her phone to send a message to Song Min. When will you have some free time? Song Min. I'll have sorted out the data in a couple of days. Bai Shaoqi. Good, I'll look for you then. Because of the matter with Tang Ming providing the answers, the group of 8 had grown even more respectful towards Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. The core position that was once held by Ning Xiao, Pei Qin, and Song Min standing in a three-way balance had gradually shifted to center around Ning Xiao alone. 3 days later, everyone had almost finished collecting their data. Song Min was becoming increasingly aware that it wasn't just the people from the affiliated high school. In just 3 days, the gap between him and Ning Xiao had widened. Thinking this way, he became more certain of a possibility he had previously guessed. Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150 in mathematics. Most of the work was finished. The others weren't as busy as they had been at the start. The academic presentation was approaching, and the others began to Wang Su caution Bai Lian. Go to the study later and integrate their materials to write the report, don't forget. Bai Lian nodded her head. She had tried writing a report before with Yiwan, but she didn't have a computer right now. She turned a corner to the publicity office. The publicity office. The room wasn't large, featuring an office desk, with 4 small sofas to the left of the desk and a coffee table in between. The door was half open. Regardless of the air conditioning coming in, the middle-aged man sitting on the farthest sofa seemed on edge, with a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Across from him, Jiang Fulai had a black laptop on the armrest to his left, his pale fingers resting on it, his back casually leaning against the sofa, his gaze indifferently sweeping over the man before him. Have you or the Chen family gone mad? The middle-aged man stammered. I. He couldn't dare to speak, just stretching his hand to wipe off the cold sweat, barely perching on the edge of the sofa. The old master had given him this suicidal task. You! The door was lazily knocked twice. The middle-aged man's heart jumped. He wondered who had a death wish, daring to come in at such a time. Then he saw the half-open door pushed open. The middle-aged man didn't dare to raise his head fully, but in his peripheral vision, he saw a white figure enter. Although the door opened wider, bringing in a colder draft than before, the man felt that the chill emanating from the person across from him had lessened significantly. This early? He even heard Zhang Fulai's lazy voice. A hallucination? The middle-aged man looked up in disbelief. Zhang Fulai was just picking up the computer beside him to give to Bai Lian, speaking at a steady pace. The software is all there, the startup password is the same as on the phone. Bai Lian took it. She realized Zhang Fulai was preoccupied, so she didn't linger. I'll head back to the study room first. Zhang Fulai cast a nonchalant glance at the person opposite. Go ahead, I need to wait a bit. Stern and detached. The middle-aged man who had just felt his pressure greatly lessen. He felt like he was beginning to understand. The study rooms at Boyuan Base were plentiful. Wang Su and his group had found a small study room just for their team. Song Min stood waiting for Bai Xueqi at the base of the building. Bai Xueqi was dressed in a beige coat, with a red scarf around her neck. Seeing Song Min, she looked up and smiled. I told you I'd message you when I arrived. Song Min was in a matching black coat, looking quite aloof as he watched her, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. What is it? Bai Xueqi walked with him into the building, removing her scarf in the process. She could tell Song Min had something to say. Song Min shook his head. Let's talk inside. He wasn't as busy as before and took Bai Xueqi to the study room upstairs. The study room was equipped with experimental gear, with 2 square tables combined in the middle. Everyone else sat around the table, which was covered with materials and had 2 computers on it. All 6 of them were there, discussing issues in hushed voices. Ning Xiao was explaining something to Pei Qin opposite him. Song Min had previously told Wang Su that a friend would be coming over, and as the group's external liaison, Wang Su stood up to greet Bai Xueqi. You're Bai Xueqi, right? You have the same surname as Bai. Oh, and I'm Wang Su. Song Min has told us about you. A top-notch student with excellent grades who also plays the guzheng. Wang Su gave her a thumbs up. The others also looked up and greeted Bai Xueqi in 2s and 3s. Tang Ming greeted her when he heard she shared the last name Bai, but Ning Xiao's normally pallid face looked a bit gloomy. He was even colder than Song Min and didn't even lift his head. Although the others were polite, their greetings were perfunctory. Bai Xueqi was not used to being ignored like this. But she was aware that everyone here was on par with Song Min, the pride of the heavens. She didn't mind and even took out her phone to add them as friends proactively. This part you used is incorrect. Ning Xiao finally looked up, returning Song Min's paper to him. I marked it for you, take another look. Tang Ming's explanation of logic wasn't as clear as Ning Xiao's. It was usually Ning Xiao who learned to explain things to Wang Su and the others. This was an advice from Bai Lian for Ning Xiao. To explain clearly meant to truly master the knowledge, which was how she started as well. Thank you. Song Min took the C paper he had only received yesterday. The once proud and arrogant Song Min of Beiqing High School now found himself in need of others to explain problems to him here. Bai Xueqi looked at Ning Xiao in amazement. Who was this person? As the group resumed their low-voiced discussions, Bai Xueqi noticed there was an empty seat next to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. She turned to the chatty and sunny Tang Ming. Could you move to that spot? She pointed at the seat next to Ning Xiao. If Tang Ming moved, then she could sit with Song Min. She thought it would be a simple request. But the usually amiable Tang Ming looked down, holding his pen and smiling at her apologetically. Sorry, but that spot is reserved for our sister Lian. Across from them, Wang Su and the others who knew Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead. And Bai Lian always had a designated spot right between them, so he looked up. Right, that's her exclusive spot. Let me see if there are any other chairs. He got up. Bai Xueqi was a bit stunned. What sister? There were other members in this group? Bai Xueqi didn't understand, but beside her, Song Min pursed his lips, similar to before, as if he had something to say. It was then that the door to the small study room was pushed open once more. Bai Xueqi looked back instinctively. A figure in white pushed one door open, slipped in sideways, her left hand holding a black laptop and her right lazily holding a phone, casually swiping through words. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she stepped in and nonchalantly kicked the door shut with her foot. Tang Ming leaned back with one arm on the table, tilting his head towards Bai Xueqi and lifting his chin. Look, our sister has arrived. Chapter 342. 132 Bai Xueqi's astonishment. Director Chen wants an invitation under one. Bai Lian felt eyes locked onto her as soon as she walked in. She glanced up and saw Bai Xueqi standing next to Song Min. With just a fleeting look, she averted her gaze. Did you get your computer? Tang Ming saw Bai Lian come in, stood up to pull out a chair for her. "I'll send you the materials." "The data is done." Ning Xiao also looked up. Bai Lian sat down, placing her computer casually to one side. She took off her coat, opened the computer, and clicked on a document and some software. She typed very slowly, using only 2 fingers. The first time he saw her type, Tang Ming fell silent for a moment. He almost said, "Let me do it for you." Thinking about Bai Lian's perfect 150 score in Chinese, Tang Ming knew he was not worthy, but he really wanted to become a typing machine. Wang Su also happened to bring a chair over, placing it next to Song Min. "Heiress, a chair for you, Song Min." After saying that, he sat back down in his own chair and leaned over to discuss with Bai Lian where to start writing the academic research presentation. Next to Song Min, Bai Xueqi's face was taut. Her eyes fixed on Bai Lian's back for a long time before she was certain this was real, looking at Song Min with an almost absurd expression. People on the app had discussed Boyuan Base, a gathering place for geniuses among geniuses, with every entrant being a prospective seedling for Jiangjing University. Even students from Jiangjing's affiliated high school were dying to get in. The summer camp offered daily lectures from Jiangjing University professors and their meticulously crafted exercises. As long as one performed exceptionally, they could be noticed by a professor before entering university, and start helping in a lab as a freshman. With some luck, one might even join a top-tier lab, or catch the attention of an academician. Becoming a direct disciple was not out of the question either. Bai Xueqi hadn't been able to get into Boyuan Base, yet Bai Lian was there. What did she rely on? The Boyuan Base tended toward mathematics and science. Did Bai Lian understand the problems here? Bai Xueqi looked at Song Min, her face a mix of astonishment and questioning. Song Min nodded slightly at her. He placed the chair Wang Su brought off to the side, signaling Bai Xueqi to sit down first and not say much. Bai Xueqi calmed down and sat beside Song Min, surreptitiously observing Bai Lian. She had looked down on Bai Lian before, seeing her as foolish, easily angered, and transparent with her thoughts. But now, she couldn't fathom what Bai Lian was thinking. Or was it? Had Bai Lian been pretending all along? Bai Xueqi wasn't very talkative, but she occasionally offered a few suggestions when Wang Su and the others spoke. Everyone's impression of her improved greatly, and it was clear she really had talent and knowledge. "You're very impressive," Wang Su said with genuine admiration. Bai Xueqi smiled. She was just one referral away from Boyuan. 20 minutes later, Bai Xueqi came back upstairs with several large bags of milk tea and cake, handing them out to everyone. I didn't know what everyone liked. Bai Xueqi placed a cup of mango-flavored fruit tea next to Bai Lian, very gently. "I remember you like this flavor. So you two know each other." Wang Su and the others suddenly felt much closer to Bai Xueqi. "All right, you both are from Beijing, but it's impressive that 4 of you from Beijing came this year." Tang Ming looked up, giving Bai Xueqi an extra glance. They all knew that Bai Lian liked cherry-flavored drinks. But this time Tang Ming didn't say anything, simply lifting his milk tea to smile as a way of saying thanks to Bai Xueqi. He wasn't stupid. He knew the surname Bai did indeed hold a favorable position in Xiongqing. But Tang Ming could deduce something from Bai Lian's attitude, and he didn't engage Bai Xueqi in further conversation. Ning Xiao remained silent the whole time. He didn't talk much even in class 15, let alone here. If it wasn't for having to teach them problem-solving methods, he could go a whole day without speaking. These people were very smart but also hard to approach. Bai Xueqi's gaze fell on Ning Xiao casually, especially on Ning Xiao. She faintly felt that even Song Min showed Ning Xiao some respect, but Ning Xiao was cold to everyone, except Tang Ming and Bai Lian. 2 hours into the discussion, the wrap-up process was on the right track. Wang Su made a phone call. "Guys, I'm going to find Ling Xiao. He said he could take a look at our modeling if he finds the time. I want to observe how they do it firsthand." He grabbed his phone and hurried out. Ling Xiao was one of the few in the class who was kinder to students from other places. He had said from the start that they could ask him anything if they had issues. As the point of contact for external relations, Wang Su naturally sought him out. Chapter 343, 132 Bai Xueqi's astonishment. Director Chen wants an invitation to everyone at the affiliated middle school had engaged in academic exchanges more than once. Wang Su had treated them to many meals, seeking their experience and help. Bai Lian glanced at the time, also closed her laptop, and took her backpack to leave. As soon as she moved, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao immediately stood up and left. Tang Ming greeted Pei Qin and the others. Call us if you need anything. Teacher Zhang's small class began. With the 4 people leaving, the classroom was half empty. Bai Xueqi watched Bai Lian and the other 2 leave, and couldn't help but wonder, where are they going? After studying and researching for so long, Pei Qin and the others also massaged their shoulders, preparing to relax. They seem to go for tutoring every day. They have teachers outside the school. Tang Ming had mentioned this point before. Bai Xueqi didn't live at Boyuan Base, and it was time for her to head back too. Song Min escorted her out of the school gate. You're saying she's responsible for writing? Bai Xueqi heard Song Min's response and narrowed her eyes slightly. Then shaking her head, she almost guessed that writing was the simplest task, not to mention Wang Su was also writing. She stayed there for 2 hours. Bai Lian didn't utter a single important word, and she typed very slowly during the composition. Wang Su could type 50 or 60 words a minute, Bai Lian only about 10. Academic speeches are very important to you. You must carefully review whatever she writes. I saw she hadn't written much in 2 hours. Bai Xueqi reminded Song Min. Song Min hadn't observed Bai Lian typing, but upon hearing Bai Xueqi he frowned. In another classroom, Zhang Fulai stood beside the chair, looking down at Bai Lian typing. Bai Lian was just getting familiar with the keyboard, typing a bit faster than initially, but still slower than the normal speed. Zhang Fulai's computer was self-assembled. To avoid the issue of his code writing speed surpassing the processing speed, his computer operated very quickly. At this moment, he watched Bai Lian typing letter by letter. The black ultra-thin computer seemed a bit wronged. Bai Lian lazily jabbed at the keyboard with 2 fingers. Seeing Zhang Fulai's gaze, she looked up with an expressionless face. Do you need something? No, your typing is very accurate, he paused, then spoke. Sincerely. Bai Lian. Zhang Fulai glanced over and saw where she had written up to. Their academic report contained many formulas, and Bai Lian, new to computers, was not familiar with the editor. She was studying the formulas. The formula is here, Zhang Fulai couldn't help but point out. He bent over slightly, his cold white fingers tapped on the triangle tag. You can set up a formula yourself, MC is the shortcut. His voice was calm and steady, gentle in tone. Once Bai Lian got the hang of the basic functions, her speed of writing formulas also picked up. Tang Ming opposite her felt a bit touched. If only he had a tenth of this patience when teaching them, that would be great. It was only after Bai Lian got used to the software that Zhang Fulai turned to check on the problems faced by the 2 on the opposite side. Bai Lian's phone on the side lit up. It was from Dean Ma. Dean Ma. The time is set, January 17th in the afternoon. He was talking about the time for the speech, the 17th, which didn't coincide with Su En's wedding nor Boiwan's academic presentation. It was just right for Bai Lian, not too rushed. Bai Jian. 1. There was also an unread message from Chief Chen. Miss Bai, is Mr. Zu's wedding on the 19th? Bai Lian. Yes, Chief Chen. I can get back before the 19th, just in time when I'm free. May I attend? Chief Chen always had proper discretion. Su En actually wanted to bring it up to Chief Chen, but Chief Chen knew his attendance at the wedding was for someone else's sake. Thus the invitation should naturally come from Bai Lian and Ji Heng's side, not from the groom's side. Bai Lian. You can. Bai Lian had no objections. Ji Heng got along well with Chief Chen. The next day, at the Su family's home, Grandma Su didn't meddle in Su En's wedding arrangements, only instructing the butler to report to her if necessary. He booked 100 tables at Yunshao. It was the first time Grandma Su heard about Su En's wedding plans and found it utterly ridiculous. He fully booked 3 floors of the banquet hall? Just hearing about the extravagance, considering Su En's arrangements, nearly 10 million yuan was spent. Were the people of the Ji family worth it? The butler kept his head down, not daring to speak. He must be out of his mind. Grandma Su pressed her brow. Have the invitations been sent to the Yu family? The butler quickly responded. They have been sent long ago, and I see the young master has also sent several invitations to the Qi family. The Qi family? Grandma Su scoffed, letting the Qi family people and Shu Yun attend their wedding. Ji Mulan really thinks she's that important. Chapter 344, 132 By Xueqi's astonishment. Director Chen wants an invitation _3 Meanwhile, on Su En's side. Office. These days, he and Ji Mulan were busy with the wedding preparations while entertaining the Ji family members, and he also had to plan company affairs. President Su, at the conference table, Director Wang smiled and extended his hand. I wish you a happy marriage in advance. I'll be going abroad on the 19th to visit my aunt, so I won't be able to attend. Xuan had announced half a year in advance that he would marry at the end of the year. The invitations had also been sent out 2 months early. If one really wanted to, they could manage to squeeze in a day. But Director Wang and the others had received their invitations early and had seen Ji Mulan in the company. She didn't have much of a background. Most of the people Xuan invited were also from the grassroots level of the company. Director Wang and his peers knew that Madame Su didn't quite agree, and fewer clan members from the Su family were attending, so naturally, they were not willing to set aside an entire day specifically to attend the wedding banquet. For them, it was enough as long as the gift money was sent. Your matters are more important, Xuan raised his hand, not surprised by this. President Su, after the others had left, Assistant Su spoke softly in his ear. Your uncle and Chief Qi and the others have prior engagements on the 19th, so only a few of the younger generation will come. The absence of those from the Su family was expected by Xuan. It's fine. Xuan, holding a file, walked toward the lounge. Ji Hang and the others were waiting for him in the lounge. Brother, Su Shujie, with a file in hand and dressed in a business suit, hurriedly approached Xuan for a signature. Where are you off to? Xuan took the file. Seeing the pen passed over by Assistant Su, he signed the document while walking towards the lounge. Going to see Uncle Ji. Su Shujie knew that Uncle Ji referred to Ji Hung. She raised an eyebrow. He's at the company? Yes, Xuan finished signing, closed the document and handed it back to Su Shujie, then remembered something. You'll be free on the 19th, right? Of course. Su Shujie took the file away. Although she wasn't interested in the Ji family, she would definitely attend Xuan's wedding. As she spoke, she entered the lounge with Xuan. Su Shujie never wasted time on other matters and didn't think much of the Ji family. In her view, it remained to be seen whether Xuan and Ji Mulan's marriage would last. However, since Ji Hung came to the company, Su Shujie decided to meet him as well. Inside the lounge, Ji Hung wore a black Chinese-style long jacket, holding a smoking pipe with bright and dim sparks of Mars inside. Shen Qing was carefully eating cake, while Ji Xiaojun was on the phone. Su Shujie swept a glance across the room and then withdrew her gaze. Xuan first introduced Su Shujie to them, and both parties greeted each other politely but distantly. Uncle, Xuan treated Ji Hang with great respect. Assistant Su mentioned you didn't want to visit the old street? Xuan had specially arranged a sightseeing itinerary for Ji Hang and his party, even assigning Assistant Su for this task. Hearing that Xuan had instructed Assistant Su to take them shopping, Su Shujie couldn't help but take another look at Ji Hang and his party. Ji Hang slowly exhaled a ring of smoke and stood up. His eyes were deep and his tone was mild. You and Assistant Su are busy, no need to bother with us. Today we're going fishing with Xiaojiang. Just letting you know. Xiaojiang. Xuan was taken aback, unclear about which Xiaojiang it was. How could Ji Hang find fishing buddies everywhere? Shen Qing faced Xuan with more composure. Her hair hadn't grown much, and she was still wearing a velvet hat. You and Mulan are busy, don't worry about us. These few days, we've been hanging out with Xiaojiang. When you're free, let's go fishing with them. Ji Xiaojun didn't speak, merely nodding towards Xuan. After the wedding, I'll join you for fishing. If you need anything, be sure to call me right away. Xuan hadn't fished much before, but after a few attempts with Director Chen and others, had gotten the hang of it. But now he was too busy. With Madame Su not helping, he had to take care of many things personally and simply had no time. He personally escorted Ji Hang and the others down to the lobby. Su Shujie accompanied him. Once they had left, she then looked at Xuan. Does the Ji family have acquaintances in Jiangjing? She was a bit surprised. Xuan was even more surprised. Director Chen was still in Xiangqing, and he didn't know who Ji Hang and his party were fishing with. Not sure. Su Shujie shrugged and pressed the elevator button. She didn't ask any further. She had merely asked casually and naturally didn't think the Ji family would know anyone significant from Jiangjing. The two headed to the conference room together to catch another meeting. Xuan's mobile phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out to look, and quickly stopped to answer. Su Shujie was startled by Xuan's demeanor. She had never seen him treat any client this way. Who was on the other end? Alien. Xuan softened his voice, his face carrying a smile. Alien? Xueqi didn't have much impression of the Ji family members. It took her a moment to recall that this must be the Bai Lian, mentioned by Su Wanyao. Uncle Su, Bai Lian was very polite. Do you still have an invitation? I need one. Oh, not one too, I need two. Chapter 345. 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch. Second update. Under her one invitations? Suan was taken aback, unsure why Bai Lian needed more invitations when he had sent out those for the Ji family members. Of course, I'll bring them to you right now. No need. Just give them to my grandfather when you have time. All right, Suan felt a bit regretful. I'll bring them to your grandfather tonight. The two finished talking and hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone, at the entrance to the Boyuan base, Zhang Fulai was wearing a cashmere coat, leaning slightly against a roadside withered tree, his figure tall and slim, his pale face showing faint expression. He exuded a strong presence, with even his tousled hair catching the cold frost of the wind. But those light eyes were staring at Bai Lian with a brooding look. Bai Lian. I said two. But you mentioned only one before, Zhang Fulai calmly pointed out her error. Wasn't it because only Director Chen had spoken to her about it? Zhang Fulai saw what she wanted to say. Oh, I knew it. Russell, the black business car stopped beside them, the rear door automatically opened, revealing Shen Qing's face, who was excited. Alien Xiaojiang. Zhang Fulai turned aloof in a second. He stood tall, wrapped in the chilly breeze, greeting the people inside the car politely, his eyes and brows revealing a sense of pride. Bai Lian. 6. Only after Zhang Fulai got into the passenger seat did Shen Qing turn to Bai Lian. Alien, aren't you coming ice fishing with us? Bai Lian lazily waved her hand. Next time, you guys go ahead, I haven't finished my report yet. The passenger seat's Zhang Fulai opened the car door, shaking his phone at Bai Lian, meaning, he recorded it. Bai Lian reached to close the car door. Zhang Fulai didn't have her strength and was forced to settle down. Only then did Bai Lian smile at the driver. Have a safe trip. Without looking at Zhang Fulai. The driver was startled by her action, too frightened to say much, only daring to steal glances at Bai Lian with his peripheral vision, and caught sight of Zhang Fulai's cold face, shivering again. Scary, so scary. The black car drove onto the main road. Shen Qing noticed the roads growing wider, the cars fewer, the buildings taller, and realized they were not heading to the outskirts. The center of Zhongjing City had restrictions, so there were far fewer private cars than other areas. Where are we going? Shen Qing asked with some confusion. She whispered her question to Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun didn't know either. Only Ji Hang sitting by the window knew, as he observed the route and after seeing a particular building, he couldn't help but look up and study Zhang Fulai, who was in the passenger seat. 20 minutes later, the car gradually entered a cobblestone road section and finally stopped at an arched stone gate. It was obviously a back entrance. Shen Qing looked up and saw 3 bold and vigorous characters next to it. Jiayu Lake. Walking through the archway, a black-clad manager came to show them the way, leading them along the spacious concrete road flanked by pine trees and plum blossoms, with a faint scent trailing. Occasionally, sparrows flew by, and a few passers-by strolled along the road. Soon, they caught sight of the frozen lake, a spectacular scene Shen Qing had never witnessed before. Zhang Fulai let the manager take her around, while he went fishing with the other 2. Ji Heng and the others fished all day. They didn't return until after dinner. Zhang Fulai dropped them off at the Yunshao Hotel entrance. This is a card for Jiayu Lake. If you want to go ice fishing later on, just head straight there. Zhang Fulai courteously handed a black card to Ji Heng. Ji Heng, holding his pipe, glanced at Zhang Fulai. Dad, why don't you take it? Shen Qing took it for Ji Heng and then handed it to him. Today's fishing spot was great. Ji Heng. Ice fishing had been a rare experience. Even Shen Qing, who disliked fishing, had patiently stayed the entire day. She carried a black bag. The fish inside were still jumping. She smiled broadly as she said goodbye to Zhang Fulai. They were staying on the 56th floor. While waiting for the elevator, they happened to meet Su-en and others coming out from it. Su-en had been upstairs checking the wedding venue setup and tasting the menu. Ji Mulan's face beamed with a smile. Beside her, members of the Su clan were speaking with Su-en. I've arranged that spot for you to look at with Zu's assistant. Remember to give me a list when the time comes. He had gone up with Su-en to see the table arrangements. With so many people, the seating would need to be carefully planned. Xueqi nodded his head. Looking up and seeing Ji Hang, his eyes lit up. Uncle Ji, how was today's catch? Ji Hang showed him the bag. Next to him, Ji Mulan was surprised. You actually caught fish? Yes. Do you want to take a few home? Ji Hang was not one for many words. Chapter 346. 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch, second update. Underscore 2 however, they caught a lot of fish today, and Suan had booked them a suite with a kitchen included. Shen Qing said he would make fish soup for Bai Lian, so they brought the fish back with them. Sure, Suan replied with a smile. Fish soup for breakfast tomorrow morning. By the side, a member of the clan glanced at the black bags in Ji Hang and his companion's hands and declined politely. Thank you, but I don't like fish. Suan took a bag of fish from Ji Hang, his eyes lighting up. Is it that easy to catch? Next time you have free time, you all should go fishing together. Xiaojiang gave you the card. Shen Qing said with a smile. Most of those were caught by Xiaojiang, who hasn't fished much before. Can you believe it? One after another. Shen Qing was implying something about Ji Xiaojun and Ji Heng. One looked up at the sky while the other lowered his head to look at the rod. Neither saying a word. Right, Suan quickly took out an invitation to help Ji Hang and another out of their awkward situation. This is an invite that Alien asked me to bring you, please keep it safe. Bai Lian had already mentioned this to Ji Heng, who took it from him. I don't fish, said a person from the Su family clan, uninterested in fishing. He preferred to spend the time attending more gatherings to meet new people. Mr. Su, I'll be leaving first then. You can find me if you need anything. With that, he left the hotel. Suan waved him off and continued to discuss ice fishing with Ji Heng. Ji Mulan was also indifferent to their fishing, merely watching on the side. She found it odd how well Suan got along with Ji Hang and the others. Suan escorted Ji Hang and the others to their room before returning with Ji Mulan. Wuyuan base. Wang Su and Bai Lian were writing a report. Beside them, Pei Qin, who was discussing with Ning Xiao, was very impressed. Your ideas are so ahead of their time. Are you really the one who did the C-roll? Everyone in the group knew that the heart of this paper relied on Yaning. His research ideas were very clear. Ning Xiao. He was somewhat eager to see Bai Lian. All of these were ideas he had discussed and refined with her and had been validated by Zhang Fulai. How could they not be clear? All right, Song Min suddenly remembered something important, looking at Wang Su. Has Ling Xiao and his team finished the modeling? They were in a rush because the mathematical model required using MATLAB, so they collaborated with Ling Xiao's group to use the same modeling. Wang Su had given them the data 2 days ago. Not yet. Wang Su lowered his head to check the time on his wristwatch, standing up. I'll go and ask their group. 5 days passed. Each group had a designated classroom, and Wang Su knew where Ling Xiao's group was. Although Bai Lian typed slower than the average person, she managed to write half the report by comparing it with the data. The second half required the use of the model for simulation of results. She methodically clicked save and then took her phone with her to the restroom. Song Min frowned across from her, not at all confident in her report. The restroom was at the end of the corridor. You had to pass by the stairs. As Bai Lian had just walked a few steps, she heard voices coming from the stairs, slowing her pace and turning a corner, heading directly to the stairwell. At the staircase landing, Wang Su looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Didn't you say we were responsible for the data and you for the model? Ling Xiao frowned, righteously retorting to Wang Su. When did I ever say such a thing to you? But you clearly... Wang Su became frustrated. Wang Su was naive, sharing all the research ideas and details with Ling Xiao. Wang classmate, this is Zhang Jing, not your Xiqing. A teammate of Ling Xiao also watched Wang Su coldly. Go ask Dr. Gao if each model isn't supposed to be done by yourselves. How could Ling Xiao have possibly agreed to such an absurd request of yours? The commotion also attracted the attention of those in the neighboring classroom. After listening to the whole story, the adjacent classroom's occupants frowned at Wang Su. Is this your first time at Buyuan? You foreigners, if you want to swindle Ling Xiao's mathematical model, at least find a better excuse. The noise caught the attention of Pei Qin and the others as they emerged from the classroom. What's going on? Pei Qin approached next to Wang Su. They're saying they never agreed to collaborate with us. By now, Wang Su realized he was played by Ling Xiao and his expression soured. As soon as he spoke, Song Min and the others were taken aback. What's all the noise about? Gao Zhechen came out of the temporary office and glanced over those present. Dr. Gao, Wang Su spotted a lifeline and took out his phone, showing the data to him. This is the data I sent to Ling Ziao. He definitely agreed to. Gao Zhechen looked past him, disregarding his words, and proceeded to Ling Ziao and his team. Your turn to explain. Chapter 347, 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch. Second update. _3 Ling Ziao spoke succinctly, and added, Dr. Gao, you know that my grandfather asked you to help me with my thesis topic. How could I possibly collaborate with them? Indeed, with Dr. Gao present, who would want to partner with Wang Zu's group of C-level students? When Ling Ziao said this, Wang Zu's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue something. But someone lifted him by the collar from behind. It was a pair of pitch-black calm eyes, Bai Lian's. You guys go back first, she said without looking at anyone, glancing at Wang Su as if to say he was useless. She went to the bathroom first. But Wang Su didn't want to go back. He felt he had let down every member of his group and wanted to explain himself to Ling Ziao. Tang Ming wrapped his arm around his neck and led him back into the classroom. All right, let's go back first. You can't do anything by staying here. Let's go back and discuss, see if Sister Bian has any other remedial methods. Remedial methods? Ling Ziao, standing at the top of the stairs, heard their conversation and almost sneered. What remedial methods could you possibly have? For this academic report, it was rumored that academician Ma would attend. The Ling family had gone to great lengths, giving Gao Zhechen a bunch of research equipment to make Ling Ziao's group perform better. Ling Ziao knew he couldn't outdo the group consisting of Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue, but he could come in second. He didn't expect Wang Su, a person from the 4 major cities, to deliver such a smooth academic report. With a slight trickery, without the support of a model, Wang Zu's group report would be significantly discounted. Bathroom. Bai Lian was washing her hands. A timid voice came from behind. Our group can share the model. Bai Lian turned off the faucet slowly and deliberately, and with a slight turn of her eyes, she saw the girl standing 2 meters behind her. Wearing black-framed glasses, her bangs slightly too long, speaking to Bai Lian was already the limit of her courage. Thank you, Su. Bai Lian recognized her and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. But it's not necessary. She leisurely dried her fingers and threw the paper towel in the bin before leaving with her phone. In the bathroom, Su Jiyue watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. She took out her phone and began typing frantically. Brother. There's a super pretty girl at Boyuan base. Where is she? Outside. As Bai Lian was walking towards the classroom, she texted Hewan. Hewan responded quickly. Hewan, this model, not just for the academic report, you could use it for papers as well. Although she hadn't been involved in the details of the academic report, she had been writing reports and discussing them with Ning Xiao, so naturally, she knew what kind of model Ling Ziao had asked Wang Su to make. However, compared to the model she and Hewan had, the predictive fluctuation model that Wang Zu's group was going to make was too rudimentary. Bai Lian hadn't initially thought about using the model she developed with Hewan. But now, there wasn't enough time to create a new one. Once she was sure it could be used, Bai Lian felt at ease. At the classroom door, Ning Xiao was evidently informed and was waiting for Bai Lian. They did it on purpose. I know, Bai Lian replied languidly, her presence sharp and oppressive. She leisurely used her phone to push open the classroom door. But it's no big deal. If Zhang Fulai had been there, he would have marveled at how astute Ling Ziao was. To choose anyone else but Bai Lian out of so many people was a mistake. A genius like Hewan, whose papers even academician Zhang Fulai and Ma had reviewed, even if it was just a minor model, was also a product of Bai Lian's and Hewan's time and research. Placing it here was frankly bullying. Chapter 348, 134 A Miraculous Reprieve. Su Wenyao brings food to Alien Under One in the classroom. A few members of the group were speaking in low voices. Wang Su sat at the edge of the table, elbows propped on it, covering his face with his hands, while the computer screen in front of him still displayed his report page. The occasional ding of new messages popping up on WeChat and QQ in the bottom right corner of the screen twisted the entire classroom atmosphere. This was the first lesson society taught Wang Su. Never trust anyone in society. The sound of the door opening startled Wang Su, and he dropped his hands dejectedly. Sorry, it's all my fault. Someone in the group was scowling, their frustration hard to articulate. We worked so hard to collect data, to gather materials, to integrate the model, and we were about to start presenting. Our whole group trusted you so much, and now you're saying there's a mistake in the modeling? Does that do justice to all the effort we've put in these past days? The opportunity at Boyuan base was so precious. Everyone had given their utmost effort. They didn't return to the dorms until after 11 at night, and then they'd be off to the computer lab, the laboratory, or the library by before 6 in the morning. Enough, Tang Ming frowned, standing up to stop the internal quarrel. When Wang Su suggested collaborating with Ling Xiao, none of you objected. It's not fair to push all the blame onto him now. This isn't the time to complain. Let's calm down and think of a way to make amends. Not many in the group had participated in mathematical modeling, and with the data support, choosing problem C in the National Math Modeling Contest would take at least 3 days, so that was why they had thought of collaborating with Ling Xiao. The data they obtained were to establish a model that would explain and predict the actual problems in their academic report. That person snorted coldly, turning their head away, a hint of despair in their voice. What can we do now? Where can we get an analysis model from? A cloud of gloom enveloped the entire classroom. The silence was suffocating. Song Min also clenched his fists, took over Wang Zu's computer, closed the document, and opened MATLAB. Well, rush the modeling now. With only 1 day left, it was impossible to finish the model. Some members numbly watched Song Min work on the model, while others helped him organize data. When Bai Lian sat down at her desk, the classroom was still oppressive and somber. Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao and then Bai Lian, noticing their expressions were the same as always. Their emotional stability was frightening to Tang Ming. Bai Lian sat down and opened her chat with Yi1, scrolling through the conversation they had about preparing the model and making assumptions, interspersed with a lot of papers. Bai Lian read fast, helping him integrate a lot of reference materials, confirming the expressions. It was only after a few exchanges that she saw the compressed file Yi1 had sent, a model. She clicked download, then forwarded it to the group chat. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, a message from Xueqi came. I've given the invitation to your grandfather. Image. Do you like this room design? Bai Lian clicked to look. It was a room design, slightly Chinese style. She didn't understand much about design but felt the space was large and looked comfortable. Bai Lian. It looks nice. Xueqi gritted teeth. That's good. Then came a message from Ji Xiaojun. I will bring you fish soup tomorrow morning. Do either of them dislike fish soup? Ji Xiaojun knew Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were there. She tilted her head, whispered quietly, asking the two. Do you guys drink fish soup? Ning Xiao had already downloaded Bai Lian's compressed file in the group chat and was installing the decompression software. Hearing the question, he nodded. Tang Ming hadn't expected Bai Lian to bring up eating fish at such a serious time, but he also nodded, yeah. Their voices were not loud, but it distracted Song Min, who was trying to calm his mind. Bai Lian had also been there, clearly aware there was a problem with the model, and yet had the mood to discuss food now? He looked up, his irritation hard to articulate. Even if you can't help, can't you at least stay silent? Song Min's gaze swept over the computer page Bai Lian had opened, where she had written less than half as much as Wang Su. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Bai Xueqi. If she were here, she'd surely be working on the model with him, instead of being like most of the others, choosing to give up. Song Min even thought, it would be so much better if the spot belonged to Bai Xueqi, rather than Bai Lian, who seemed oblivious to the situation and probably couldn't even make sense of the papers. Bai Lian put down her phone, her back lazily resting against the back of the chair, casually opening software on the computer screen with her fingertips. She glanced at Song Min. If I'm silent, can you finish it? Chapter 349. 134 Out of Desperation. When Yao Su delivers food to alien Undersir 2, Song Min paused. It seems I can't. Bai Lian withdrew his gaze, slowly typing 2 words with his fingertips on the keyboard. Then I suggest you have fewer problems. Ning Xiao had already opened the zip file. It contained models and analysis. He quickly scanned through, then sent screenshots to the group chat, turning his head to discuss with Bai Lian. It's a bit complicated. Everyone needs to work overtime tonight and can't sleep. They only had 1 day left to bring the model into their analysis, write it out, and get familiar with the presentation. They couldn't finish it without working overtime. I know, Bai Lian's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen as he continued to type. You guys start the analysis, just send the results to me and Wang Su. The two discussed the follow-up arrangements. Wang Su likewise saw the screenshots Ning Xiao sent to the group chat, gradually changing from despair to shock, and finally to delight. Ning Xiao, you guys are incredible. Where did you get the model from? The others also picked up their phones, opened the screenshots sent by Ning Xiao, and downloaded the zip file Bai Lian posted in the group chat. Ning Xiao didn't reply, simply looked towards Bai Lian. Wang Su and the others instantly understood that the model came from Bai Lian. They exchanged glances and finally realized why Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead. Bai Lian, you are my savior. Wang Su slammed his fist down hard on the desk. From now on, your business is my business. Bai Lian. Savior? Who exactly is taking advantage of whom? At this moment, to call it a life-saving situation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone sat down to start downloading the zip file. Wang Su walked over to Song Min, casually rubbing his right fist before reclaiming his computer. After catching Song Min's glance, Wang Su lowered his voice. First take a look at the messages in the group chat. Bai Lian has found us a model. Song Min looked down at his phone. The model Bai Lian and he when created was no small matter. The more one understood about mathematical modeling, the more they could see its value. Song Min could also tell that the model was vastly different from the one they were planning to build. Like everyone else, the more he looked, the more astonished he became. Was this the model Bai Lian brought out? Song Min turned his head to look at Bai Lian's profile. Where did she get the model from, and who exactly did she know? Did the Su family have such wide connections? Forget the fish soup, Pei Qin also looked up at Song Min. If she wants to drink phoenix soup, I'll go back and have my family think of a way. Wang Su nodded in agreement. Exactly, riding to class on my back tomorrow wouldn't be a problem for her. Reminded by Pei Qin's words, Song Min couldn't help but recall their earlier conversation. For the first time, the usually aloof and arrogant Song Min from Beijing felt embarrassed. He had been self-congratulatory about working on the model, even thinking the other party lacked awareness and didn't understand the situation, failing to contribute to the team. Looking back, trying to make an impossible model in one day was the real foolish move, wasn't it? So, where exactly had she gotten this model from? Song Min resettled into his seat, but his heart remained somewhat unsettled. Su En's residence. I have a feeling she would like this style, he handed back the blueprint to Ji Mulan. Aren't you expecting other classmates? Didn't you say you have an old acquaintance in Zhongjing? The clan had reserved a study table for Ji Mulan, but Ji Mulan hadn't invited any classmates, only members of the Song family. Bai Lian, on the other hand, had invited 2 classmates. Ji Mulan took the blueprints back. No. She turned and returned to the study. Behind her, Suen looked at Ji Mulan's retreating figure, quite surprised. Having moved out to live with Ji Mulan in a 3-story house, he had prepared rooms for Su Wenyao, Su Jiue, and Bai Lian. They had made the rooms ready before their return to Xiangqing. Ji Mulan had designed each child's room according to their preferences. The room prepared for Bai Lian was originally cyberpunk style, but after returning from Xiangqing, it was clear Bai Lian had a preference for Chinese-style items. Suen couldn't quite picture Bai Lian, dressed in horseface skirts, standing at a cyberpunk bar. So Ji Mulan changed the design. However, Suen felt the design for Bai Lian's room was really cool. He thought for a moment and then went upstairs to the room prepared for Bai Lian and turned on the light. A huge blue ring light hung from the ceiling, with 7 irregularly shaped concentric rings from inside to outside, taking up a large area. At the intersection of the outermost ring nearest to the door, it bulged outward all the way to the edge of the door. Alongside transparent glass cube segments, lit one after another from top to bottom, they illuminated all the way down to the bar. Chapter 350. Life-saving help from a desperate situation. Wenyao Su brings food to alien under 3. The Rubik's Cube edges hung from a metal rod that extended down to the floor, beside which was an irregularly shaped white single-seater sofa. Beside the sofa stood a white robot. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, Suen was still amazed by the design. The Ji family was born for art. It was strange though how Ji Xiaojun, who drew so well, had no fame, whereas Ji Mulan's planning and design for Xiangqing were mentioned as a part of key projects, yet amongst designers, she hardly made a splash. He opened his phone to take a picture and sent it to Bai Lian. This is what it looks like now, compared to the recent new Chinese style. Which do you prefer? Right after sending it, a call came through, from Su family's residence. Ming will come tomorrow. You and Wen Yao should both come back to the old house for a meal, said Madame Zu's voice, leaving no room for refusal. Su En replied directly, I have a lunch planned with Uncle Ji and the others tomorrow. If Xu Yun wants, she can join us here. Ji Hang had caught a lot of fish, and they planned to prepare a fish head hot pot for tomorrow's lunch. Su En. Madame Su sounded somewhat angry. If you wish, you can come as well. Su En was no longer willing to compromise with her. Madame Su hung up the phone. Su En didn't care. He hung up the phone and Bai Lian replied, keep this one. She wanted Su En to keep the cyberpunk style, which was unexpected yet understandable. The next day, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun crossed 2 districts early in the morning to deliver fish soup to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao Tang Ming, Shen Qing looked at their dark circles, hesitated to speak, then moved beside Bai Lian, lowering her voice to ask, what's with them? Bai Lian sat in her seat, with her cotton-padded jacket set aside. She wore only a white cashmere sweater, the cuffs and collar embroidered with pale yellow, her hair gathered back with a wooden hairpin. Her face was enveloped by the mist from the soup, looking ethereal but sharp. They haven't slept all night, might be a bit of yin deficiency. Despite the lack of rest, she was still lively and spirited. I see. Shen Qing looked at the 2 men's complexions, considering picking up some velvet antler to stew into a soup on her way back. You're really not coming for the fish head hot pot at noon? Shen Qing asked again. After finishing her soup, Bai Lian placed her chopsticks neatly before answering, I have to give an academic report tomorrow, no time. The deadline was too tight, and she and Wang Su had yet to finish the report. Then we'll bring you some medicine at noon. Shen Qing bit her tongue, quickly withdrawing her gaze from Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. We'll bring you fish heads at noon. Fish heads weren't much to give. Shen Qing intended to bring some tonic soup for the 2 men. The 3 of them saw off Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. Tang Ming touched his head as he watched them board the bus. Why do I feel like Auntie's gaze towards me was very weird? Ning Xiao was also in contemplation. Bai Lian spoke calmly. Let's head to the classroom and hustle on the problems. Noon. Yunshao District. Su family. Su Wenyao parked the car and after getting out, gentlemanly opened the door for the woman in a black coat to step down. This was Qi Shuyun. Slim waist, long legs, sunglasses pushed up to just catch the loose bangs. She exuded a strong presence. The 2 were here to find Su En. At the entrance of Su family, Qi Shuyun took a call. Right at the doorstep, they bumped into Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. As the 3 were well acquainted, and upon learning that Su Wenyao was returning to Jiangjing University, Shen Qing suddenly remembered, Jiangjing University is also in Chang'an District, right? Could you bring this to Alien and the others? Shen Qing gestured towards the black bag in her hand. Inside was an insulated food container with fish heads and the soup for those 2 men. Su Wenyao hadn't known where Bai Lian was. He always assumed she was out playing with classmates. Hearing she was also in Chang'an District, he quickly asked, of course, where is she? Chapter 351, 135 Face Slap, second work by Bai Lian, second update. Under her one Shen Qing opened her mouth, but before she had a chance to answer, Qi Shuyun, who had just finished her phone call nearby, came over. Wenyao, my dad said, Ma Institute. She glanced at Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. Shen Qing was wearing a cotton-padded jacket and a somewhat irregular velvet hat. A terrible aesthetic. Qi Shuyun hooked her arm with Su Wenyao's. And these 2 are. Su Wenyao paused slightly but remained as gentle as ever on his face as he introduced Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun to Qi Shuyun. Upon hearing that the 2 were relatives of Ji Mulan, Qi Shuyun dismissively withdrew her gaze. You give me the lunchbox and Alien's address, then I can drop it off at her school on my way back, said Su Wenyao to the 2. Hearing that Su Wenyao would deliver the meal to Ji Mulan's daughter, Qi Shuyun glanced at them slightly, her tone still gentle. But Wenyao, my dad is waiting for us at the university, and you really wanted to attend Academician Moss lecture, didn't you? It won't delay us. Su Wenyao tried to control his tone, reaching out to take the lunchbox from Shen Qing's hand. He was stopped by Ji Xiaojun. It's all right, Wenyao. Ji Xiaojun patted his shoulder, unbothered and smiling. You take care of your business, we were just planning to go shopping anyway. Whenever you're free, take us to Jiangjing University for a visit. Su Wenyao watched Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun leave. How much time do you have? Qi Shuyun turned to Su Wenyao. You live in the library and don't even have time to date with me, but you still deliver food for her. Is she that precious? Can't she pick it up herself? Have you forgotten you also wanted to attend Academician Moss lecture? Su Wanyao pressed his brow, the usually gentle expression on his face now showed signs of fatigue. It's different, she is studying too, and they are guests. If there's a next time, I hope you can respect my wishes. Studying? Can her studies be more important than yours? Qi Shuyun pressed the elevator button. Isn't Uncle Su still planning to buy her a spot at an international school? Coming from an educational background in the Qi family and with Suan having sought their assistance in Xiangqing, Qi Shuyun naturally knew all about it. How audacious! To expect them to deliver meals? Qi Shuyun thought the Ji family was really audacious. Even her dad wouldn't dare to make her run errands for others. On the road, Ji Xiaojun also reminded Shin Qing, you should keep some distance. Does Wan Yao look like someone who should be delivering takeout to us? I didn't say anything, he was just on the way, Shin Qing quietly said. Ji Xiaojun got along well with the Su family, and since Su Wan Yao was respectful and polite, she felt just as comfortable with him as she did with her own family. Not only Su Wan Yao, but she also frequently had Bai Lian run errands for her. Seeing that Su Wan Yao was also going to Chang'an district, she mentioned it casually. If it were Xiaojiang, who knows how happy he would have been. Ji Xiaojun knew that Su En's attitude had clouded Shin Qing's judgment, but Su En did not represent the entire Su family. Treat them like how you used to treat the Ren family, with just a third of that politeness, and don't be so informal. Shen Qing brought plenty of soup. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming didn't finish drinking theirs, so they shared a bowl with each member of the group. Only Bai Lian didn't have any. After drinking the soup, the group members were energized as if injected with new vigor and finished the academic report that afternoon. At 8 in the evening, classroom. Bai Xiaoqi still brought snacks for everyone, glanced casually at the people in the classroom. Bai Lian isn't here? She had something to do and went out, Song Min responded calmly. This reaction made Bai Xiaoqi feel odd. Song Min had surprisingly not commented about Bai Lian, and everyone else seemed to be getting along happily. You really are tolerant, Bai Xiaoqi remarked. She has already played her part, Song Min said indifferently, having no issue with Bai Lian after she brought the model yesterday. Writing the report doesn't require her, so it's okay if she's not there for what comes after. Bai Xiaoqi wanted to say something more. But just then, Wang Su sent the full report to the group. This is the report written by sister and me. Everyone take a look. Bai Xiaoqi inwardly smiled at the words. It was probably time to drop the Bai sister, since she wasn't even there. Beside her, Song Min nonchalantly opened the file and started reading from the title downwards. He hadn't written a thesis before, but he had written lab reports. He had no great expectations for the academic report, thinking that, aside from experimental data, the most interesting part would probably be the mathematical model. Until he read through the introduction. What had been a largely indifferent expression turned serious, and he sat up straighter as he continued to read. The academic report was filled with professional jargon from the introduction onwards, and even Song Min occasionally had to stop to look up the meaning of the terms used. Chapter 352, 135 Face Slap, second work by Bai Lian, second update. Understood too, the other people present weren't much different from him. After reading a section, they had to look up the professional vocabulary. The report was over a dozen pages long with many charts included, and it took these people half an hour and they were still not done. Bai Xiaoqi cast a curious glance. She couldn't understand it. She stood up, told Song Min before leaving Boyuan base, since everyone else was busy poring over the report. Another half an hour later, Pei Qin and Ning Xiao were the first to finish reading the report. Pei Qin looked at Wang Su in shock. How did you manage this? Bai Lian wasn't there that evening, and everyone knew she typed slowly, so they all assumed it was Wang Zu's own work. It's really simple, Wang Su said, looking at Pei Qin and shrugging. You? Tang Ming was also shocked. Versailles. No, Wang Su smiled. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Don't you know how to do that? Ctrl+C? Ctrl+V? Copy and paste? Song Min frowned. This is clearly our data. Where did you copy and paste from? Wasn't I working on a paper with Sister Bai? Wang Su looked at the computer screen. Sister Bai had the content all sorted out, but the formatting was a complete mess. Although the content I worked with was barely presentable, at least my formatting was correct, so I pasted her content into my format. So all of this, Pei Qin and Song Min were even more astonished, was written by her? How could she know so much? On site, probably only Ning Xiao remained composed. If the group knew what Bai Lian had been looking at every day, they wouldn't be so surprised. Having started viewing summaries every day since her senior year of high school, professional terms were second nature to her, and the overarching direction of her research was similar to the summaries she read. How could someone with such a big-picture outlook not write well? The next day. Academic report. Held in the lecture hall. Academic reports by high school students in the past wouldn't attract many professors, but today, a row of them sat in the back along with experts. As the students entered the classroom, they were engulfed by the solemn atmosphere. None dared to look back. Academician Ma, Wang Su, grabbing Tang Ming's arm in excitement, said, "Did you see Academician Ma sitting in the center? He actually came to listen to our presentation." Members of other groups were also abuzz. He must have come for Dr. Gao. At 7:50, Gao Zhechen arrived. He first approached Academician Ma and respectfully greeted him. "Academician Ma, thank you for coming." Academician Ma looked up and nodded slightly. Next to him, other big shots from the physics department also greeted Gao Zhechen. Bright future ahead. 8 o'clock. The first group went up to present, and it was Liang Wei's group, with Liang Wuyu as the presenter. Everyone, including the row of professors at the back, listened attentively. This is Liang Wuyu. Indeed someone who has been in the lab. In a few years, she could compete with He Wen. The professors nodded in agreement, and the professor sitting on the edge, who had lectured by Lian and the others on the first day, scribbled a high score, 90. This was an affirmation of Liang Wuyu. After this group finished, it was Ling Zio's group's turn, and overall, they were much worse than Liang Wei's group, resulting in the people at the back losing interest. Gao Zhechen, as their training teacher, gave a score of 81. Subsequent presentations were worse than the one before. Director Huang, the professor sitting on the edge, whispered to the middle-aged man next to him, "Do you think your teacher really came for Gao Zhechen?" They hadn't found anything particularly noteworthy in this academic report after so long. Only Liang Wei's group had been somewhat impressive. The middle-aged man paused before glancing at the director sitting in the center. Well, maybe the teacher just wanted to see the new generation in action. It's the last group now. Let's listen first. He straightened up. Someone handed out the last group's paper report to each professor. Although Director Huang spoke of listening to the presentation, he hadn't actually flipped through the report, and neither had the other professors. Truthfully, they hadn't bothered to look at the papers after the first group. Accustomed to Jiangjing's group of graduate and doctoral students' papers, and having seen countless SCI papers, the reports by these high school seniors were riddled with too many flaws, with nothing worthwhile to explore. The more they read, the more they felt the need to cleanse their eyes, and it was troubling. Director Huang's colleague casually tossed the report aside, and then looked up to see a girl stepping onto the stage. The classroom was well heated, and the girl wore a somewhat thick white cross-colored shirt with dark bamboo leaves embroidered on it, paired with a black and gold brocade horseface skirt that rippled with gold as she moved. Chapter 353, 135 Face Slap, Second Work by Lian, Second Update. Under's 3A black wooden hairpin was at the back of her head, and her hair was all tied up, revealing a long, slender neck. She went up with a USB drive and bent over to open their group's PowerPoint presentation. The speaker was Bai Lian because only she was familiar with these professional terms. Wang Su had created the PowerPoint, and Bai Lian had already gone over it several times before. In the middle, Ling Ziao glanced at Wang Su, looking at Bai Lian and the others with a sarcastic gaze. Wang Su glared back coldly at Ling Ziao. Song Min was somewhat distrustful, an expression of skepticism that he had harbored towards Bai Lian all his life. Letting her present, "Are you sure there won't be any mistakes?" With that said, those who didn't know Bai Lian, such as Wang Su, also quietly asked Tang Ming. "Right, I just heard Liang Wei's voice shaking. Can she handle it?" This? Pei Qin had felt uncertain the night before, but now he was also worried. If I had known there would be so many people today, I would have let Ning Xiao or Song Min present. They obviously didn't know that the Ma Institute fellows and many professors would be coming. Such pressure was not something ordinarily bearable. While these people were worried, Tang Ming just smiled. If she can't handle it, then no one else here can. His tone was somewhat proud. Song Min looked at Tang Ming in surprise. On the podium, after the PowerPoint appeared, Bai Lian bowed to the professors and students before starting today's presentation. We adjust parameter space using Berry phase and Berry curvature to achieve lossless quantum bit transitions between different energy levels. She hardly glanced at the PowerPoint behind her. Standing slightly to the side at the podium, she held the USB drive in one hand, casually pointing at the PowerPoint behind her. Each time the USB drive landed, it corresponded with the line of text or the chart she was discussing. The winter sun had already risen, and the golden light streamed through the glass, passing through the air filled with drifting dust and shining upon her. Holding the USB drive, the girl spoke with ease, as if what lay beneath her fingertips was not the PowerPoint nor her own paper, but a vast expanse of territory. Clad in white top and black skirt, with a casual look in her eyes and the vigor of youth in her gesture. While everyone was still captivated by her poise, Director Huang finally reacted, hurriedly flipping through the paper in his hands, comparing the textual description on it. Then he looked up in astonishment. Wait, this model? Could it really be the work of high school students? Next to Director Huang, the professor was listening very attentively, but Gao Zhechen, who was sitting on the other side, frowned when Bai Lian got to the model part of her presentation, squinting at Bai Lian. 20 minutes. Bai Lian finished her presentation, her right hand behind her back, and she bent forward slightly. Thank you, teachers and fellow students. Down in the audience, Wang Su gave her a thumbs up. But Ling Ziao was filled with disbelief. Bowing their heads, Liang Wuyue and Su Jiyue also looked up at the PowerPoint, with Su Jiyue not taking her eyes off Bai Lian. Teacher, I think their group did really well, said Director Huang, who hadn't commented before, to the Ma Institute fellow. He seemed to understand why his teacher was there. What do you think? The Ma Institute fellow hummed in response, giving his brief critique. The others were still quietly discussing. Hearing the Ma Institute fellow's hum, it was like setting off an explosion. Bai Lian straightened up, just about to return to her seat. Wait, from the crowd, Gao Zhechen stood up and looked at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. I should have mentioned before that the model requires hands-on involvement. Are you sure you participated in the model you presented? As soon as he said this, the bustling classroom suddenly fell silent. In the back row, Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief and said to the professor beside him, I knew it. Where would students be so skilled? Fortunately, it wasn't these students' work. The professor nodded. Regardless, the use of terms in this paper is impressive indeed. It shows that they've researched the reviews and the papers. In the middle seats, Wang Su looked up dumbfounded, asking Tang Ming, is that a rule? Before this, Gao Zhechen had not mentioned any such regulation, which is why they collaborated with Ling Ziao. Pei Qin saw it very clearly and narrowed his eyes calmly. Whether there is or isn't, now that Dr. Gao has said so, it means there is. What should we do? Wang Zu's excitement fell. Behind them, Ling Ziao spoke up a bit too loudly. To think they got the model from someone else, teacher, that shouldn't count towards the final score, right? Director Huang and the others were also stunned, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. They had originally planned to give Bai Lian a high score. Dr. Gao, as long as someone from our group participated in the model, that would be acceptable, right? Bai Lian leaned on the podium with one hand, her eyes slightly squinted. Gao Zhechen glanced at her and said in a grave voice, Indeed, but you're not going to tell me you were involved, are you? Correct. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. As Director Huang was just about to drink water, he choked on it again. Looking up in shock, he thought, could you really be that exceptional? You think a new paper wouldn't quickly come to someone's attention? That no one would notice. This model, it was included in a paper published by Hewan at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Gao Zhechen had always considered Hewan a rival. He didn't understand why Hewan could go places he couldn't. So he always kept an eye on his every move, studying whatever Hewan studied. Once Hewan published a paper, Gao Zhechen was among the first to know. You're not going to tell me that you wrote that paper, are you? He asked Bai Lian, almost scoffing. Students are so blatant with their dishonesty these days. The entire classroom fell silent. In the back row, all the professors grew serious, their expressions stern. Not having made the model oneself is understandable, but claiming to have done so would mean a problem with one's character. It raises serious concerns about academic integrity. Of course, I didn't write it, Bai Lian shook her head. Just as Ling Ziao was about to laugh, she spoke again, unhurriedly. However, I did indeed participate in the modeling process. If you look at the authors listed after the title, you should see my name. My name is Bai Lian. According to Hewan, She and another student were both listed as second authors. As a second author, her name would naturally appear on the paper. Chapter 354. 136 Top Gaokao Scorers Betting Market Under Sir 1 He Won? For Wang Su, a resident of Xiqing, this name was like something out of a legend. Just think about it, Hewan had been unbeatable at Jiangjing University, and even the affiliated high school of Jiangjing wanted to display his name prominently. What kind of glory must he have had in Xiqing? In the middle row of seats in the classroom, Wang Su, Pei Qin, and Song Min, among others, were all staring blankly at Bai Lian, who was lazily leaning against the lecture podium. Bai Lian knew Hewan? And they had worked on a mathematical modeling project together? In front of Wang Su, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and smiled, his eyes on Bai Lian, who was standing at the podium. Just the other day, we were discussing Senior Hewan, and now you're saying you've worked on a math model with Senior Hewan. Even in Jiangjing, there are only a few who could see Senior Hewan now, and you claim you're the second author. I might as well say I've been doing experiments with Senior Hewan in the lab. The name Hewan was not only well known among students but also among a group of doctoral supervisors. Not only because of his own talent but also because of the experiences he underwent. Being suppressed and enslaved by his mentor, having his papers blocked, and then by some stroke of fate, he leaped into the Zhang family's laboratory. The academic circle was much deeper than the business and political circles. It wasn't so easy for someone with a humble background to rise to prominence. And yet, by some twist of fate, Hewan had caught the eye of the Zhang family. Many doctoral supervisors envied his luck. He owed his fame today to talent, effort, and luck. Not one could be lacking. It was well known that those who entered the Zhang family's lab were almost cut off from the world, appearing in public only for important occasions. Right now, only the people in Director Huang's row had learned from Gao Zhechen that this modeling was part of Hewen's paper. So it's his work. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief, which was understandable. Considering the people under Zhang Fulai's command, it wouldn't be impossible for Director Huang to believe they could achieve controlled nuclear fusion research the next day. However, when Bai Lian said she had also participated in Hewen's model, it was almost akin to a kindergarten student participating in a university competition. If someone else had claimed this, Director Huang would have simply laughed it off, thinking that the person who said it was somewhat hysterical. But the one who said this was Bai Lian, and Director Huang glanced at Academician Ma. Academician Ma merely raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed, without even a flicker in his eyes, and as his most senior disciple, Director Huang quickly stood up. Gao Zhechen, Director Huang approached Gao Zhechen's place. Pull up Hewen's paper. Apart from Liang Wuyu, Gao Zhechen really didn't care about anyone else in the class and naturally he hadn't paid attention to Bai Lian's name. Of course, even if he knew Bai Lian's name, he wouldn't care about who was the second or third author in Hewen's paper. Gao Zhechen rarely looked at papers on his phone, so he was a bit clumsy in doing so and took some time to search. He remembered the title of Hewen's paper and typed in a few keywords. Soon, a newly published paper appeared. Gao Zhechen clicked on it directly. Director Huang, how could you believe what a high school senior? While reading, Gao Zhechen spoke with Director Huang, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes fell on the names under the title. When he Li Hongxing, Lian by the first author was listed up front, followed by the second author. All formal journal submissions used English, and Gao Zhechen's eyes were fixed on the last name. Although he didn't remember Bai Lian's name before, he had remembered the pronunciation of Bai Lian when she introduced herself just now. He rapidly scrolled backward, all the way to Hewen's acknowledgements, which were quite lengthy. In the laboratory, Xing Li Hong taught me how to use the experimental equipment, helped me record data, and luckily there was the model variable thinking provided by Bai Lian, which allowed me to. Gao Zhechen read each word carefully as he moved down the page. Bai Lian's name was not only listed as the second author, but the content in the acknowledgements also matched what Bai Lian had claimed. Director Huang had had some guesses even before seeing this paper, and now with his suspicions confirmed, he let out a long breath. Damn it, this model really did involve a high schooler's work. Dr. Gao, Bai Lian looked at Gao Zhechen's reaction and guessed he had seen the paper. She stood up properly, and politely said, if you think it might be a case of the same name, you can contact Hewen at any time to verify it. Director Huang took out his phone, just in time to receive a WeChat message from President Ma. It's her. Ultimately, the speculation was confirmed, and Director Huang gazed intently at Bai Lian before saying, I have already confirmed with Hewen, and this is not a case of the same name. With that, he nodded to the professors at the back row. Please score accordingly. Chapter 355. 136 College Entrance Exam Top Scorer Betting Pool _2. The model was created by herself. The whole report is professional in terminology, logical, 99 points. Amidst the endless reversals, a somewhat numbed professor awarded a high score. The reason for not giving a full score was because everyone still has room for improvement. Thank you, Professor. Bai Lian bowed in thanks. With that, the last group of students finished their presentation. The professors stood up one by one and started to leave the room. The back door was open, but all the professors exited through the front door, nodding and greeting Bai Lian with kindness as they passed her. This was a student who was able to participate in particle wave modeling as early as high school. She might very well be the next He-Wen. Once outside, the professors began to discuss quietly among themselves. Who is she? Why have we never heard of her before? That shouldn't be the case. When He-Wen was in high school, he was so exceptional that Jiangjing's affiliate high school even poached him. But Bai Lian truly emerged out of nowhere. Academician Ma, Gao Zhechen finally snapped back to reality. He put away his phone and followed Academician Ma out. All the professors had left. The classroom was still very quiet. No one made a sound, including Ling Xiao. Bai Lian hadn't brought anything with her today. She went to her seat, picked up the down jacket on the chair, and slowly put it on. Seeing that Wang Su and the others still did not react, she gave Ning Xiao a look and then left first. Once she had left, Wang Su finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Pei Qin on his left, then at Tang Ming on his right. Pei Qin, Tang Ming, did you hear anything just now? Wang Su was grasping Tang Ming's wrist. Pei Qin, who usually had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but entertain the same incredulous thoughts as Wang Su at this moment. It felt akin to a friend with whom you eat at street stalls suddenly telling you casually one day that she just talked about a partnership with Bill Gates. Bai Lian, she worked with your idol on a mathematical model. The one we're using is the very model they collaborated on. On the main roadway of Boyuan Base, Gao Zhechen followed Academician Ma out. Academician Ma, are you leaving already? Seeing that it was him, the professor next to Academician Ma smiled and made room for Gao Zhechen. Do you have something to discuss? Academician Ma stopped. The majority assumed that Academician Ma had come for Gao Zhechen himself included. He blurted out subconsciously, "Weren't you here specially for the academic presentation today?" "Of course not," Academician Ma slightly furrowed his brows. "I was here to inspect Boyuan Base." Upon these words, the gaze that the PhD students next to him cast on Gao Zhechen turned peculiar. There had been rumors at Zhongjing University before about Academician Ma visiting Boyuan Base twice for Gao Zhechen's sake. Gao Zhechen's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward smile as he stepped aside. "Professor," Director Huang followed behind Academician Ma, "before coming here today, I really thought you had the intention of letting Gao Zhechen enter the lab." Academician Ma commented indifferently, "Too superficial." Director Huang had to suppress a laugh upon hearing this. In the past 2 years, Gao Zhechen had been quite prominent, and after returning from studying abroad this year, he had won 3 awards. His research projects and papers were on 2 different topics. Academician Ma came alone to the PR office, waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't wait long. Bai Lian arrived within 10 minutes. "This is a ticket for tomorrow's lecture," Academician Ma handed a ticket to Bai Lian, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Okay." Bai Lian received it with her hand. The door of the PR office was open. She stood against the sunlight, her attitude calm and casual. The academic circle is not friendly to women. Before Bai Lian could command everyone's respect with her abilities as He-Wen had, Academician Ma would not thrust her into the limelight, nor did he wish all her subsequent research to be questioned as having the Academician Ma label. It's just that there are too many impetuous people in the circle now. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Lian, a high school senior, seemed to carry an air of lofty disdain mixed with calm composure. He had visited Boyuan twice, and the rumors about his coming to see Gao Zhechen were rampant in Zhongjing University, but not a single piece of information had leaked about the person he was truly observing. She could stand strong on her own without leaning on anyone else's momentum. "Have you visited Zhongjing University yet?" Academician Ma, showing a rare warmth, looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, arching an eyebrow. "Not yet. How come you haven't gone?" "There are many places worth seeing inside," Academician Ma was surprised. Can't you get in? I can get you a temporary pass. I don't, Bai Lian raised her hand in refusal. I want to get in on my own by passing the exam. Chapter 356. 136 top Gaokao scorers betting market under the 3 academician Ma was very friendly with Bai Lian online, and after meeting her in person, apart from thinking she was exceptionally attractive, perhaps too much so for someone serious about research, he only had one impression of her. This girl looked very demure. The academician Ma, who just discovered Bai Lian might have a rebellious streak, said, "Fine." He was a bit silent. Now wearing a down jacket, Bai Lian only revealed the snow-white collar of her shirt underneath. Academician Ma looked at her for a while and said, "You remind me of someone, but she's from a completely different era." "Who?" Bai Lian asked, stuffing the event ticket into her large pocket. "The head senior," Academician Ma said nonchalantly. "When you get into Zhongjing University next year, you'll meet her. Each year when exams roll around, a bunch of people go to her for last-minute luck. All right, you should head back now." He waved her off. It would be hard to explain if someone saw her here later. Bai Lian had no idea who the head senior he mentioned was and, after bidding farewell to Academician Ma, left the place. Behind her, Academician Ma watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "There are 167 days left until the college entrance exam, and over 240 days until the start of school. I wonder when Zhongjing University will start this coming year. It will be lively when she comes to Zhongjing." Sometime after she left, Director Huang returned. He had just gone to check Bai Lian's records. Many professors had already looked up Bai Lian's information on the spot. "Her math is truly impressive," Director Huang exclaimed. "No wonder he sought her out for modeling. If only her science comprehensive was a bit stronger, then I'd know about her. But it's okay, we have the Unshaken plan. Liang Wuyu and Hewen excel in all areas. If Bai Lian's science scores were better, she might compare with Liang Wuyu and Su Zhiyue." Academician Ma stood by without saying a word, not revealing to Director Huang that a certain someone insisted on getting in on her own merit. But with this year's bet surrounding the college entrance exam top scorer, many people might be up for a rude awakening. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out his phone and forwarded a video sent to him by the Boyuan base's person in charge to Zhang Fulai. On the other side with his phone, Zhang Fulai received Academician Ma's message, just as his assistant brought over 10 event tickets. Although Academician Ma's lecture was abrupt, it still caused quite a stir, sweeping up grad students, PhDs, and even professors. Some even rushed back from abroad. Event tickets were limited, and Zhang Fulai received 10 tickets sent over by Academician Ma. He looked down at his phone. "Student by, image. Student by, Academician Ma just gave this to me. Him." Going back, he opened the video from Academician Ma. The video was a full-screen recording by Boyuan Base, from the first to the last group, lasting 2 hours. Zhang Fulai cut out all other segments except for the final group's presentation before saving it. Next to him, Zhang He, who observed his actions very clearly, said nothing. Zhang He slowly withdrew his gaze, his fingers leisurely undoing and redoing the button knot in the middle of his clothes. It was a sign of his anxiety. Another half-hour passed before Zhang Fulai finally glanced down at him with an indifferent tone. "She needs to study." Zhang He was sitting cross-legged on the couch, back to him, poking at his watch. Zhang Fulai continued reading his documents. He was also busy at the end of the year, especially since he needed to carve out a day to visit the Su family, making his schedule even tighter. His phone lit up again. "Student by, my grandpa said if you're busy, just bring Zhang He over to his place. Teacher Zhang, and me." "You have withdrawn a message, Teacher Zhang." "Oh, student by, you focus on your work, Teacher Zhang." Was he not quick enough with his fingers? Noon. Su family cafeteria. Taking advantage of the free morning, Suan brought Ji Hang, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing for a tour of the entire Su family building, letting everyone in Su family know that he was Su En's future father-in-law. Ji Mulan's face was filled with evident joy. Suan had planned to take them out for lunch, but Ji Hang didn't let him. He said the company cafeteria was just fine. The group walked toward them, running into Director Wang and his party. Director Wang caught a glimpse of Ji Hang holding a smoking pipe, smiled slightly, and knew who they were. "President Su, congratulations in advance on your wedding. It's a shame I have to fly abroad tomorrow." He sighed. By Su En's side, Ji Mulan understood the subtext of Director Wang's words. If it were someone else, if Su Wanyao were marrying Qi Shuyun, Director Wang would make the effort to clear a day to attend the wedding, even if he were busy. Ji Mulan cared too much about others' opinions and could hardly stand any negative ones. Her expression faded. And when she saw that Shen Qing wasn't wearing the elegant hat she had given her but still that terribly unfashionable velvet cap, Ji Mulan's smile began to freeze. She anticipated that 80% of Su family's upper echelons wouldn't show up for the wedding. Zhang. The uplifting surge of the guzheng sounded. The tense atmosphere was broken. By Su En's side, Ji Heng switched the hand holding his smoking pipe, digging out an elderly cell phone from his pocket. Xiaojiang, are you there? Chapter 357. 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2. Under one Xiaojiang? Su En remembered that this was the same person who went fishing with Ji Heng and the others last time. Uncle, do you have an acquaintance here? Where are they? I'll have my assistant go down to receive them. No need, you're busy, Ji Xiaojun waved his hand. I'm going down to bring Xiaohe up, I know the way. Shen Qing followed him. I'll go with you. The two left the cafeteria. Director Wang looked at Ji Heng with surprise. The Ji family had acquaintances in Jiangjing? However, since today Su En brought Ji Heng and the others to visit the Su family, inviting an acquaintance over at this time was not unexpected. People like Director Wang who navigated the business world often thought more deeply. Then Mr. Su, your family is busy, so I will head back to hand over my work. Director Wang said goodbye politely. As for the Ji family people, acquaintances, Director Wang didn't care. After everyone had left, Su En turned to look at Ji Heng. Uncle Ji, Wan Yao will send you this afternoon. The museum that Wan Yao had booked for Ji Heng and the others was this afternoon. Su En was letting Wan Yao take them. No need, Ji Heng waved his hand. We can go by ourselves. Su En frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the Ji family people were somewhat polite to Su Wan Yao all day today? He let Ji Heng walk ahead while he fell 2 steps behind and took out his phone to send a message to Su Wan Yao. Asking about the matter. Jiangjing University. Su Wan Yao, who had just taken his car keys and stepped out of the dorm building, received the message from Su En, and his expression became serious. I'll come back right away. Please help me explain to Mr. Ji and the others. Having said that, he found his car and drove to the Su family. On the way, he received a call from Qi Shuyun. Wan Yao, Qi Shuyun's voice held a hint of coquettishness. Come to my house to pick me up, okay? My dad asked me to give you the tickets for Academician Moss event. The tickets for Academician Moss lecture were scarce among undergraduates. They were mostly given to postgraduates and above. Su Wan Yao had also participated in the university's sign-up, but he hadn't managed to get one. However, it wasn't surprising for the Qi family to get tickets. Wan Yao just patiently explained to Qi Shuyun, Shuyun, I told you yesterday that I am taking them to the museum today. Are you serious? Qi Shuyun's tone changed instantly as she sat up. Last time you were running errands for them, this time you're playing the tour guide. You have more patience with them than with me. Shuyun, they've come all the way to Jiangjing. It just means you don't care about me enough. Qi Shuyun was the only girl in 3 generations of the Qi family, spoiled and pampered from a young age. Su Wanyao pulled the car over to the side of the road, massaging his forehead. Listen to me, my dad previously in Xiangqing. I don't care, Qi Shuyun cut in. If you don't come pick me up, I'll tear up the tickets. Su Wanyao was silent for a long time. Qi Shuyun, do you really think I'm after your tickets? Perhaps it was because he had never used such a serious tone before. Even when she brought up breaking up, he had managed to speak to her nicely. It was the first time that Wan Yao, who had always indulged her, had such an attitude. You know that's not what I mean, Qi Shuyun frowned. I'm driving, Su Wanyao restarted the car. Let's hang up for now. You do have time, Su Shujie, wearing suit trousers and holding documents, stepped out of the car and gave Su Wanyao a once-over. You're actually accompanying them to the museum. Su Wanyao nodded slightly, his eyes soft but shadowed by faint clouds today. Would you like to join us? No, thank you, Su Shujie refused outright. But Shuyun went to see your grandmother. Be careful. Your grandmother will definitely want to talk to you tonight. I got it. Su Wanyao hadn't expected that Su Shujie would be informed of this so quickly after driving to the Su family. Su Shujie trusted Su Wanyao to handle things responsibly and didn't say more. Yu Guang saw Su En escorting Ji Hang and the others down from the building. Ji Hang, Ji Xiaojun, Shin Qing, and next to them was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He wore a red cotton jacket, the large pockets on both sides embroidered with cabbage designs that didn't match the jacket, long eyelashes, delicate features, but with a somewhat blank expression. Like a child from a New Year painting. "Who is that?" Su Shujie asked in surprise. Su Wenyao thought for a moment. "A friend of aliens." Su Shujie nodded and asked no more. "Uncle, Wenyao just happens to have time," Su En said with a smile to Ji Hang. "Let the kid take you there, he can show you the way." Now that Su Wenyao was there, Ji Hang found it hard to say no this time. "The wedding is in 2 days, and you're still at the company." After the car left, Su Shujie finally turned to look at Su En. "But they have one friend after another, one acquaintance after another. How many relatives are they planning to bring this time?" Chapter 358, 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2. Under 2, just one table. Su En glanced at her. "Just one table? So few people?" Su Shujie was a bit surprised. Ji Hang and the others were visiting the private museum of the Chen family, with a scheduled entry time of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Wenyao parked the car in a nearby parking lot before leading the group to the museum. The museum is located on the very western edge of Xinjiang district, bordering Shermen district. The entire museum is designed in a garden style, with a wide gatehouse at the entrance. They limit the number of daily visitors, and there weren't many people queuing for the reserved slots at that time. The private museum of the Chen family is quite large, and it's widely known that it houses mostly items belonging to the Bai family. It's open to the public for free, yet it only admits just over 1,000 visitors each day. Su Wenyao and the others queued up and entered the spacious museum grounds. Walking along the corridor, they soon saw the first exhibition hall in the center. Right there in the center, within a glass cabinet, lay the preserved armor. You could hear the voice of the museum's tour guide drifting through the microphone. "Everyone look, this is General Bai Li's armor, weighing 112 jin. Imagine carrying such heavy armor while lunging at the enemy with a spear to strike at their heads." Past the iron armor, everyday utensils were displayed in glass cabinets on both sides, with stairs leading to the upper floors. The museum had 2 more floors above. The 3rd floor holds letters from members of the Bai family. Su Wenyao, no stranger to this place, explained to Ji Hang and the others, "Let's visit the 2nd floor first." "Go to the backyard first." Ji Hang shook his head, striding with his pipe straight through the 1st floor and down a concrete path to the backyard. Su Wenyao was taken aback, but he followed Ji Hang. The entire backyard was a 1-hectare garden. The concrete path was narrow, flanked by ancient trees with a long history. There were not many pedestrians and no other attractions on the path. After walking 400 meters, they finally reached a tomb. Incense and candles were placed on both sides of the tomb. Jiang He, very familiar with the routine, picked up a stick of incense from the left side. However, due to his short stature, no one noticed him at that moment, their gazes fixed on the stone tomb in front of them. The tomb had 9 steps leading up to it, atop which sat a nearly dilapidated stele. Even Su Wenyao was aware of this part of history. He looked up at the stele. Even though it wasn't his first visit, Su Wenyao was still subdued by the inscription on the stele, the unrestrained and bloody aura enveloping him. Before the last battle, the tomb's owner had engraved their own epitaph believing they would not return. The epitaph comprised only 10 characters. By Yi Sheng Jian Jin Yen Fan Luo Gue Life in Defiance, in white, facing Yama. This was the epitaph Bai Shengjuan left for herself. It was only after Chen Yi later returned to Zhongjing that it was brought back. Su Wenyao couldn't quite imagine what those people were like back then, to have left behind such words. Just looking at the stele, he could envision the figure in white, standing against the wind with a spear in hand, inscribing the characters with gallant determination. Many offerings had been laid on the stele and the steps. Lollipops, candied haws, pretty butterfly hair clips, one after another of fresh flowers, and stacks upon stacks of photos from around the world. Covered with these tributes, the tomb keepers would clear them away, only for a new batch to accumulate soon after. At such times, Shin Qing didn't speak either. She watched as Jiang He took some incense sticks and followed suit, handing a few to Ji Xiaojun and the others. The group ignited the incense in the nearby flame and then bowed respectfully. This wasn't Su Wenyo's first time engaging in this ritual either. Before his college entrance exams, he had specifically gone to pay respects to the first row of bronze statues at Jiangjing University. After the ritual, Su Wenyao finally understood why Ji Hang had wanted to come here. Ji Hang and his companions were from Xueqi. However, Su Wenyao looked at Ji Hang with surprise. Was this not his first visit? Otherwise, how would he have known that behind the museum was a mausoleum? Most people visiting for the first time wouldn't know that behind it lay the tomb of Bai Xiongjuan. After their worship, Ji Hang and the others finished touring the second and third floors before leaving the museum. The parking lot was a bit far from there. Su Wenyao told Ji Hang and the others to wait there while he went to get the car. On his way, he received a call from Grandma Su. "Wenyao," said Grandma Su sternly, "how have you upset Shuyun again?" Su Wenyao opened the car door very gently. "Grandma, please don't interfere with this if you will. What sort of nonsense have the Ji family fed you?" Grandma Zu's voice grew colder. "Wenyao, do you realize Shuyun has tickets to the Ma Institute's event? Come back immediately and apologize to her. She said she'll let bygones be bygones as long as you apologize." Su Wenyao settled in his seat, always very polite. "Grandma, I don't have time to come back, I still have things to take care of here. If you don't have anything else, I am going to hang up." "Wenyao." Grandma Su sounded anxious. "You don't want the tickets anymore? Grandma, I'll call you back later." Su Wenyao hung up the phone, sat in the driver's seat, elbow resting lightly on the window, gaze fixed on the buildings outside. He pressed his brow for a long while before driving the car to the museum. On the roadside, Jiang He held a sugar-coated haw on a stick, slowly nibbling at it with his head down. Su Wenyao rolled down the window. Then he heard Shen Qing muttering to Ji Xiaojun while opening the door. "I told you, he's had too much sugar today, and you still bought him candied haw? I was just having a chat with my dad. Did you have to buy it and bring it back? Do you think I can't afford to buy it for him?" Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word, another sugar-coated haw in hand, silently leading Jiang He into the car. Su Wenyao felt like laughing. The Su family always had many rules and never such lively scenes. Sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, Ji Hang said to Su Wenyao, "Wenyao, just take us to Alien's place. It's perfect since Xiaojun has brought her candied haw." All right, Su Wenyao was also curious about which library Bai Lian was at. He had heard she was in Chang'an district but had never actually seen her. "Please give me the address." The area around Bai Lian's place was complex, with many roads and several forks. Ji Hang forwarded the address Bai Lian had previously sent him to Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao steered the car onto the main road, casually tapped open the message on the phone mounted on the support, switched to the map following the address Ji Hang had given, and glanced at the address. Boyuan Base. He activated the navigation, and just as the car moved a meter, screech! Suddenly, an abrupt stop, and the car parked at the side of the road. Boyuan Base? Su Wenyao slightly turned his head. She's at Boyuan Base now? Behind him, Xin Qing stabilized Jiang He. With his usual gentle demeanor, Su Wenyao had startled her with his sudden breaking. "Yes, can't she be there?" Chapter 359, 138 found Sister Lan's true score. Director Chen returns under Sir 1 Boyuan Base was established by the renowned mathematician Jiao Boyuan, who has significant international influence in Jiangjing. Programs like Boyuan Base and the Wunchong Plan are only known to a part of the top students. Naturally, Shen Qing and the arts-focused Ji Xiaojun have no idea about them. When Shen Qing asked the question fearfully, Su Wenyao also became somewhat confused. Was Shen Qing so nervous because she believed Boyuan to be an unlawful place? If Boyuan Base found out, they would likely feel quite helpless. "No," Su Wenyao turned around, explaining to Shen Qing as gently as possible. "Boyuan Base is the most famous summer camp in Jiangjing. Generally only top students can get in." Top students? As Su Wenyao mentioned these three words, Shen Qing was also perplexed. She remembered Bai Lian's persona in Beijing, a woman of no academic or artistic merit, similar in character to Ji Mulan. When Bai Lian first came to Xiangqing, Shen Qing disdained her. Only later did she find out that Bai Lian was different from Ji Mulan. But what does top student have to do with Bai Lian? Noticing Shen Qing's confusion, Su Wenyao calmed down, started the car again, and followed the navigation onto the main road. "So, Alien, studies there?" The Ji family always said that Bai Lian was studying hard. Su Wenyao and Su En both thought she was at the library since the Jiangjing library is well stocked. Su Wenyao even considered advising Bai Lian to study there. But was she at Boyuan Base? She studies at Boyuan Base. Ji Hang lowered the car window slightly, letting the cold wind blow in, and also doubted in his mind. Is that really a place only for top students? Their family never brought up grades in front of Bai Lian. Ji Hang and Ji Xiaojun always thought that Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi had impacted Bai Lian too much. She even switched to science for them, so they tried to avoid mentioning such sad topics. And as for Bai Lian, the more she learned about modern knowledge, the more she realized how superficial her own understanding was. They didn't ask, and she never told her scores. Only Zhang Fulai would ask her. Yes, Su Wenyao nodded. He looked at the rearview mirror quietly, feeling for the first time that even his usually steady family could be unreliable. Asking them wouldn't yield any information, but Su Wenyao suddenly remembered the message Su Jiue sent him last time, mentioning a very attractive girl at the special training class. At the time, Su Wenyao didn't care about that message. But now recalling it, the museum was on the edge of Shermen District, some distance from Chang'an District, but luckily there was still time before traffic jams, so it took nearly 40 minutes to reach Boyuan Base. As soon as Su Wenyao parked the car by the roadside, he saw Bai Lian coming out of Boyuan Base. It wasn't just Su Wenyao. Ji Hang and the other three were also quite silent, except for Zhang He who was watching Bai Lian with shining eyes. Ji Xiaojun handed back the candied haw to Zhang He, then silently offered it to Bai Lian. Zhang He had eaten 3 haws off the stick, revealing its pointed end. When they got on the car, Ji Xiaojun had taken away the candied haw. Bai Lian looked down at the candied haw, pausing for a moment, not taking it immediately. Not eating? Ji Xiaojun asked. It was during the memorial service when he saw them laid out, and upon coming out, he saw Zhang He wanting to eat them, so he had bought some for the kids as well. Regaining her senses, Bai Lian took the candied haw, looked up, and gave Ji Xiaojun a rare warm smile. "I'll eat." It had been a long time since an elder bought her one. Ji Xiaojun pondered to himself. Alien, Xinqing could never keep her thoughts to herself. Wenyao said that this place is only for top students, is that right? Yes, Ji Xiaojun added from the side. Wenyao said that to be admitted here, students must be exceptionally talented, with most even having the potential to compete for the national top exam scores. Su Wenyao nodded. No, Bai Lian was well aware of her current abilities. She was still far behind in biology and chemistry. I can't compare to them. She unhurriedly unwrapped the candy haw stick. A very honest answer. Next to her, Zhang He stopped munching on his candied haw and looked up at Bai Lian in disbelief. I knew it, Xinqing nodded, then seemed a bit regretful. You just shifted from arts to science. How could you suddenly become a top student? But that's okay, alien, we take things one step at a time. Their emotions were like riding a roller coaster. The 3 of them didn't understand, but Su Wenyao knew very well about Boyuan's system. Although the hardest part to get into Boyuan is the recommendation, one still needs to reach a certain score to enter, applying 2 months in advance. I hadn't reached the standard. My comprehensive science wasn't passing at that time, Bai Lian said nonchalantly. But I've always had perfect scores in math, so Boyuan made an exception and let me in. Su Wenyao was extremely shocked. Math perfect score? Exceptional admission? Bai Lian looked at Su Wenyao with surprise, not really understanding his expression. Yeah. There were many students at Boyuan Base more rounded than her, and the tests she took were only C-level, not a big deal, right? Su Wenyao. No, to be admitted by Boyuan as an exception, one must have the caliber to at least get into Zhongjing University. Hadn't the Ji family always stated that Bai Lian's grades were poor? Especially Ji Mulan, worried that Bai Lian couldn't get into university, was even planning to send her to an international high school and arrange for her to study abroad. You're suggesting someone who could get a direct admission to Zhongjing University attend a private international high school? Su Wenyao felt that Ji Mulan was being ridiculous. If you can get into Boyuan Base, you should know about the One Chong plan. Were you offered a direct admission to Zhongjing University? Su Wenyao couldn't help asking. This was what shocked him. Mentioning Boyuan Base, the 3 from the Ji family were able to restrain themselves. But as soon as Zhongjing University was brought up, Xinqing couldn't hold back any longer. Zhongjing University? She could get a direct admission to Zhongjing University? This was a school Xinqing didn't even dare to dream of. When Bai Xiaoke was admitted to Zhongjing University, the Bai family had the media release news for 2 months straight. And now, Su Wenyao was saying Bai Lian could get a direct admission to Jiangjing University? Oh that. Bai Lian understood the point of Su Wenyao's shock and calmly explained. I didn't join. I plan to take the college entrance examination. What? Su Wenyao frowned. Didn't your school tell you about the Unshaken plan? They did, Bai Lian bit into her candied haw and explained leisurely. But I don't like the major they offered. Su Wenyao, who heard someone being picky about Jiangjing University for the first time. He involuntarily shifted his gaze to the other 3 members of the Ji family. Alien, are you really going to take the college entrance exam? Ji Heng positioned himself behind Shan and the other one, in a good mood. He lit a cigarette and took a puff with squinted eyes. Bai Lian twirled the candied haw stick in her hand. Yes. When Bai Lian switched her major from arts to sciences, neither Ji Heng nor Ji Xiaojun had ultimately stopped her. Now she chose not to join the Unshaken plan, and the two still did not interfere with Bai Lian's choice. As for Shen Qing, she thought even Bai Lian skating on the street was a good thing, so what could anyone expect from her? Su Wenyao drove back to the Su family in a disheveled state. Ji Heng and the other 2, along with Jiang He and Bai Lian, toured the Boyuan base and then went to the base's cafeteria for dinner before taking the bus back to the hotel. Bai Lian saw the group out the gate before she returned to the classroom. On the way, she connected her Bluetooth headset and launched her vocabulary app to start memorizing technical terms. A message from Chief Chen popped up on the home screen of her phone. Chief Chen. Miss Bai, I have just returned to Jiangjing. He took the time to return 2 days before Su En's wedding. Chief Chen. Tomorrow, I'll go ice fishing with Uncle Ji. Would you like to join us? Tomorrow morning she has classes, and in the afternoon, there is a lecture by an academician from the Ma Institute. Bai Lian listened to vocabulary words while slowly responding. No time. You guys have fun. Chief Chen was a bit disappointed. All right then. Bai Lian's study group. Wang Su finally couldn't help but ask Tang Ming, where did Sister Bai go? After the academic report ended at noon, Bai Lian hadn't returned. Normally, everyone didn't care what Bai Lian did, but today, everyone was too agitated to settle down for studies since Bai Lian and Hewen had worked on a mathematical model together, especially Wang Su. Her. While focusing on a research paper, Tang Ming answered without lifting his head. She was practicing the piano in the dormitory in the afternoon. She should be coming over soon. Whenever Bai Lian had an inspiration, she quickly noted it down. Practicing the piano and reading reviews were her ways to relax between solving problems. Practicing the piano? Wang Su couldn't associate the activity with Bai Lian. Why is she practicing the piano? Not just the others, but even Song Min found it outrageous. Not to mention that students at Boyuan Base wouldn't usually spend time practicing the piano. Song Min also remembered something Bai Qiming once said. The incident of Bai Lian sleeping through her zither lesson and driving her teacher away had become a joke among the Bai family members. As they were talking, the door was gently pushed open. The study group members, gathered around a couple of tables, all snapped their heads up and stared intently at the classroom door. Bai Lian, memorizing vocabulary with lowered eyes, casually closed the classroom door with her phone. Seeing Bai Lian's return, Wang Su was the first to grow restless. Sister Bai, how come you and Senior Hewen worked on a mathematical model together? Do you two actually know each other? How come you never mentioned it before? With his question, everyone's gaze was fixated on Bai Lian. Especially Song Min, who quietly watched her. He had always doubted her ability to get into Boyuan. Until today, Hewen was someone he looked up to with great admiration. In front of Hewen, even Bai Xueqi, the pride of the Bai family, was just an ordinary person. He never imagined that Bai Lian would actually know Hewen. Bai Lian took a seat between Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Not really acquainted, just online friends. He had a model but couldn't find a collaborator, so he asked me. I see, Wang Su nodded, somewhat understanding. After all, that was Hewen, someone you couldn't just meet if you wanted to. Why would he look for you? Song Min gazed deeply at Bai Lian as he asked. Bai Lian ignored Song Min beside her. Tang Ming, with his legs crossed and his right hand resting on the table, glanced at Song Min. Sister Bai always gets full marks in math. Why do you think he would look for her? Chapter 360. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update, under 1. She scored full marks in mathematics. Song Min's mind exploded instantaneously. He finally found an explanation for the oddity he had always felt. No wonder Bai Lian said she didn't care about the spot back then in Xueqi. No wonder he had seen her at the Boyuan base. The full score in mathematics that had been looming over him since the midterms, almost becoming his shadow. Was it Bai Lian? He knew both Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were from Xueqi No. 1 High School. Finally catching on to something, he pressed his hand against the table and stood up. So the one who scored 150 in mathematics in the last joint exam was her? What about this time's mathematics and the science comprehensive? At the base, he had also interacted with Ning Xiao, who was good at both math and physics, especially physics. Therefore, Song Min had always thought that Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150. Yes, Tang Ming didn't understand why Song Min was reacting so strongly and jumped in shock. He hesitantly began. Of course, the math was Sister Lian, but the first place in science comprehensive was Ning Xiao. Learning that Bai Lian wasn't first in science comprehensive, Song Min let out a huge sigh of relief. However, the next second, he felt the pressure come crashing in like a tide from all directions. 150 points. Her mathematics was that good? He looked up, staring blankly in Bai Lian's direction. Su family. Director Wang had someone deliver the New Year's gifts to the old lady before saying goodbye. Old Madam, President Su, Miss Qi, I have to go abroad tomorrow and am paying an early New Year visit now. The day after tomorrow was Su En's wedding, and he was leaving the country tomorrow. Old Madam Su had no objections to Director Wang's actions. In fact, she even seemed to encourage it, saying with a smile, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Su En nodded at Director Wang without a word. After delivering the gifts, Director Wang left the Su family residence. As he was walking out, he happened to see Su Wenyo's car. Xiaoqin, go to the company tomorrow to check on things, said Director Wang as he got into his car, not even lifting his head to the driver. Find out what's going on with the ZUS, and you, the proposals are revised again and still the same, showing no progress at all. The driver Xiaoqin was honest and simple, not daring to speak up against Director Wang's criticism. He was an employee of the company, not a driver, but today, even on his day off, he had been called in by Director Wang to act as his driver. With a car loan and a mortgage to pay, a son in high school, a wife undergoing chemotherapy, and both sets of parents to support, he dared not speak out against his boss abuse and didn't dare to quit his job. Inside the house, old Madam Su looked at Su En. I told you to bring Bai Lian here before the wedding. Why have there been no developments? The old lady still hadn't given up. She doesn't have time, Su En replied calmly, though he actually hadn't mentioned it to Bai Lian at all. No time. Old Madam Su scoffed. She didn't believe it for a second. Bai Lian didn't have time? But at that moment, she had other things to think about, glancing at Su En. When Wen Yao gets here, you speak to him properly. He's not replying to Shu Yun's messages, and you've seen how upset Shu Yun is getting. As she spoke, she also reached out to pat Shu Yun's hand, saying very kindly, Shu Yun dear, don't worry, Grandma will handle it for you. Shu Yun sat next to old Madam Su. Her eyes were a bit red. Su En, however, remained silent. Almost as soon as old Madam Su finished speaking, Su Wen Yao returned home. Wen Yao, old Madam Su stood up upon seeing that Su En wasn't saying anything. Now that Shu Yun is here, you should apologize to her quickly. What's with all this conflict between young lovers? She laughed, playing the mediator. Shu Yun turned her head away, refusing to look at Su Wen Yao. Every time they argued, Su Wen Yao was the first to give in, whether it was a big matter like today's conflict or a small one, like the tone of his WeChat replies. The Su family and the Qi family originally had something akin to a business marriage. The Su family was wealthy, while the Qi family was influential in the educational sector. Su Wen Yao had never had a girlfriend before Shu Yun, who was both his first and only one. Usually, he tried his best to do whatever Shu Yun asked, but now he was tired. I don't think I'm wrong in this matter, he said frankly. Setting aside the fact that the Ji family had helped Su En in Xueqi before, now that Ji Mulan was to marry Su En, and the Ji family was coming to Zhongjing for the first time, they had to show the proper courtesy. Shu Yun, standing beside old Madam Su, suddenly stood up. Then, without looking back, she ran out of the Su family's main gate. Shu Yun! Shu Yun! Old Madam Su, holding her cane, tried to follow her out, but ultimately couldn't catch up. Su Wen Yao, what on earth are you thinking? Old Madam Su beat her cane forcefully against the floor. Do you know Shuyun came to give you event tickets? Wouldn't she have given them to you if you had said one soft word? What's wrong with a boy sweet-talking a girl a bit? Su Wenyao didn't want to talk. He headed straight upstairs, towards the last room on the hall, and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, and a short-haired girl peeked out stealthily, asking Su Wenyao in a low voice, "Have all the guests downstairs left?" Chapter 361. 139A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. Undersir 2, I'm leaving. That's good, Jiue breathed a sigh of relief, opening the door casually to let Wenyao in. Brother, help me close the door. She slouched back into her chair nonchalantly. With a bag of potato chips, she watched, perfect day. Grandma told me not to come back the day after tomorrow. Boyuan base was far from the Su family, and Jiue had been called back by old lady Su today, who specifically instructed her not to attend the wedding, saying that studying is more important. Wenyao picked up the books from the floor and arranged them properly. So, are you going or not? Of course I'm going, Jiue replied bluntly. I haven't met the sister I've never seen before. Mulan was kind to both her and Wenyao, so Jiue was not averse to this sister. Wenyao paused. Maybe you've already met each other. Jiue turned around. What was the name of that girl from Boyuan base you mentioned last time? Alien. Jiue remembered her name. Wenyao said, your unseen sister is also called Alien. Jiue. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang He had not yet woken up when Shen Qing abruptly pulled off his covers. We're going ice fishing today. He rubbed his eyes and got up. Ji Heng went to wash up and ran into Xiao Jun. He suddenly stopped. Alien, she was exceptionally admitted by Boyuan, right? Xiao Jun had talked with Shen Qing all night the previous evening, and the two had complained about how Ji Heng and Jiang He were both as dull, showing little reaction. Yes. Xiao Jun gave Ji Heng a strange look. Ji Heng grunted and continued to calmly head to the bathroom. Finally, Xiao Jun noticed. Ji Heng was very composed. Due to the issue between Wenyao and Shu Yun, Su En and Mulan came early this morning to bring breakfast for Ji Heng and the others. After setting the breakfast, he received a call from Su Shujie. What's wrong with him? Shen Qing came out with Jiang He, noticing Su En's furrowed brows. She squeezed toothpaste for Jiang He and gestured for him to go brush his teeth in the bathroom. Mulan knew a little about Wenyo's situation, which seemed related to the Ji family, and she also felt a bit agitated. Wenyo's academic issues, it's no use you asking so much about it. Ji Heng looked up. It's related to us? Not exactly. Mulan didn't dare to be perfunctory with Ji Heng. He's having a conflict with that girl from the Qi family. Now it seems to be an issue with a lecture ticket, and the Qi family isn't planning to give one to Wenyao anymore. A lecture ticket that important? Xiao Jun asked in surprise. The bathroom door was open. Jiang He stood on a stool, slowly watching himself brushing his teeth in the mirror, listening to the adults talk. After breakfast, Ji Heng and the others went downstairs to prepare for ice fishing. Su En and Mulan saw them off. At the hotel entrance, Su Shujie hurried over, pausing slightly at the sight of Ji Heng and the others holding fishing rods and gear. Shen Qing didn't know how to greet Su Shujie and sheepishly said, Are you coming ice fishing with us? Su Shujie stopped mid-sentence. No need. She watched the group leave and then turned to Su En with a frown. What exactly is going on with Wenyao? At Boyuan base. Today's lecture was given by Director Huang, a student of academician Ma, well known at Zhongjing University, and the most authoritative of all the professors who came to lecture these days. His main research was in physics. Today's lecture was also related to physics. During the break, Tang Ming saw Jiue sneaking glances at him again. When he looked back at her, she immediately pretended to be reading a book. Tang Ming was somewhat silent as he discreetly spoke to Alien. Alien, why do I feel like that girl is always sneakily looking at you? There were only two girls in the class. Alien and Jiue. It's quite normal, Wang Su, sitting next to Tang Ming, lowered his voice. That Liang Wuyu has looked over several times, not to mention others. While the other students were obediently listening to the lecture, Alien was already capable of collaborating with Yiwan for modeling. Alien was wearing her light blue shirt from before, holding a black pen, her head bowed in earnest scribbling, her eyelashes long and black, slightly drooping, the very image of a diligent student. Her phone lit up. It was Jiang He. She picked it up and glanced at it, then sat up straight, her pale fingers tapping on the screen. After a moment of thought, "Where are you?" "Jiang teacher, at home, alien student. Are there any tickets left for the event?" She was asking about Academician Ma's event tickets. Academician Ma was a leading figure in the quantum field, holding cutting-edge technology in this area. Attending his lectures could optimize one's knowledge structure, enhance one's level of awareness, and broaden horizons. Chapter 362. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao, second update. Under 3, of course, they would also get to know more experts and scholars. "Teacher Jiang, how many do you need?" That meant there were still some left. Bai Lian had originally thought that his 10 tickets wouldn't be enough to go around, so she hadn't asked him for any. But hearing him say this, she was no longer polite. "Bai Lian. 3. Bai Lian. Where are you? I will come to pick them up later." She asked for one each on behalf of Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Su Wenyao. To understand his lecture, one would need a certain academic foundation. Tang Ming might not understand it, but it would be good for him to broaden his horizons. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fulai raised an eyebrow and only replied with 2 words. "Wait." Today there was a lecture by Academician Ma, and Director Huang ended today's class at 11 o'clock. As soon as he left, the students in the class also got up, ready to leave. "Do you know why Professor Huang left so early?" In the front, Ling Ziao and his group were talking. "I heard there's a very important lecture today." Ling Ziao glanced over at Wang Su and Bai Lian, failing to detect any emotion on their faces. He left the room sullenly. Su Jiue, who had been sitting in his place looking repeatedly towards Bai Lian, wanted to approach her but, seeing so many people around her, he didn't dare to come forward. In the end, Bai Lian disappeared at the door. Su Jiue. It was a bit early, but Ning Xiao and the others were still ready to go for a meal first. "You guys go eat," Bai Lian said lazily, holding her backpack and gripping her phone. "I'm going out for a bit." Zhang Fulai had arrived. The others were used to Bai Lian's mysterious comings and goings. Ever since that model came out, not just Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, even Pei Qin started calling her sis. Song Min lagged behind, unusually silent these past few days. After watching Bai Lian walk towards the gate, he held his phone and paused in place, but eventually he still followed her. Bai Lian always walked slowly, so it didn't take long for Song Min to catch up to her. "Bai Lian," he called out to her, a few steps behind. If this was the Bai Lian of the past, upon hearing his voice she would have stopped. But now, Bai Lian didn't even break stride. The sense of disparity was profound. Song Min pursed his lips slightly and quickened his pace, walking in front of Bai Lian to block her path. "Classmate Bai Lian." Bai Lian took a step back. Her down jacket had been taken by Shen Qing for cleaning, and what she wore over her green shirt today was a white, double-layered, embroidered cashmere vest with straight collars and lapels embroidered with plum blossoms and falling petals. A belt in the same color scheme was loosely tied around her waist. Stopped by someone, she simply looked up indifferently, her ink-black eyes sweeping over Song Min. The golden sunlight accentuated her beautiful face, with a look of annoyance. "Are you sick? Is it illegal to beat someone up at the Boyuan base?" "Classmate Bai Lian," Song Min snapped out of it, feeling cold as it was his first time stopping someone. He looked at the Bai Lian who was completely different from his memory. "Your mathematics." Zhang Fulai had just entered the school gates when he saw this irritating scene. The girl stood there coldly, her lazy face covered with a layer of irritation, like a cat basking in the sun but disturbed by someone. "Excuse me, move aside," Zhang Fulai said indifferently. Song Min hadn't finished speaking when he felt a cold breeze behind him, followed by an icy voice that mixed with a scrutiny that was hard to ignore. Despite the path being 2 meters wide, Song Min instinctively stepped to the left to make way. Only then did he see the person who had just spoken, a man dressed in a severe black coat with a casual beige fluffy scarf around his neck. Despite the lack of expression on his face, when his gaze swept over, Song Min felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his insides tightly. It took his breath away. He turned noticeably pale. Ran into a fool." Bai Lian's impatience disappeared as she looked at Zhang Fulai with irritation. Zhang Fulai glanced at Song Min from the corner of his eye and walked away with Bai Lian. "Who is that?" Bai Lian unconsciously replied. "Song Min." Song Min. Zhang Fulai had a good memory. After learning she had a fiancé, he had deliberately inquired about it. And what a coincidence, the fiancé had that name. Song Min. Jiang Fulai held the car keys, his tone mockingly elongated. Ex-fiancé, huh? His voice stretched out long. Bai Lian. A bit of a miscalculation. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Jiang Fulai knew this man was indeed her ex-fiancé. He opened the passenger door. Bai Lian, please get in. Bai Lian silently got into the car. Jiang Fulai took his seat in the driver's seat, leisurely buckling his seatbelt and starting the car. Then, turning his head, he politely asked, Bai Lian, are we heading to Zhongjing University's intersection? Yes. Bai Lian connected to Bluetooth and started to loudly play an English reading. Oh, Bai Lian. Zhongjing University. Su Shujie found Su Wenyao. Everyone from the Qi family is waiting for your response. Calm down and come with me to the Qi family, okay? Su Shujie, dressed in a suit and draped in a coat, pressed her brow. If you don't go this time, how many opportunities will you miss out on? Can you really be content with that? She already knew the whole story. Qi Shuyun was too willful. This time, Su Wenyao was also stubborn, refusing to apologize or reconcile. There were so many industry bigwigs at Academician Moss lecture. Chances were, among them could be Su Wenyao's opportunity. Maybe this was never meant to be mine. Su Wenyao lowered his eyes, falling silent for a while before picking up a book and walking to the cafeteria. Auntie, no more talk, I want go. His phone chimed. He glanced down casually and saw it was from Bai Lian. Location? Bai Lian. Do you have time to meet up? Su Wenyao saw the location, the intersection of Zir Avenue and Cloud Avenue, just 200 meters from the entrance of Zhongjing University. She came to Zhongjing University. Had she finally come around, wanting to take a look around the campus? Su Wenyao, wait for me 10 minutes. Su Wenyao didn't have time to think further. He looked around and saw a shuttle bus coming towards him. Zhongjing University was vast, with dedicated campus buses making rounds. Where are you going? Su Shujie hadn't finished speaking when she saw Su Wenyao boarding the shuttle. Alien is waiting for me outside, I'll show her around the school, Su Wenyao said, and as the bus doors automatically closed, it sped away, leaving behind a bewildered Su Shujie. What in the world was the Ji family doing? One group was out fishing, and now someone wanted to tour Zhongjing University? She was in a mess. Academician Moss lecture was this afternoon, and instead of joining her to visit the Qi family, Su Wenyao was now planning to take Bai Lian for a campus tour? Outside Zhongjing University. Upon coming out, Su Wenyao jogged towards the location Bai Lian had sent him. Strangely, although this intersection was very close to Zhongjing University, Bai Lian had not come over but was waiting there instead. 3 minutes later. He saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against a leafless ginkgo tree, dressed in a white quilted jacket, her head down memorizing words, attracting countless gazes. There were even girls with Zhongjing University culture and creative canvas bags secretly taking photos. Su Wenyao slowed his pace, wondering if tonight he would see a thread on Bai Lian on the Zhongjing University forum. Alien, he approached, handing her a cup of hot milk tea he bought on the road at the school gate, and started gently. Why didn't you go to the school entrance? Bai Lian looked up, not turning off the Bluetooth earphone, and spoke up, just drop something off and go. Drop something off? Was it Ji Heng who asked her to do this? Su Wenyao was taken aback because Suan wouldn't let Bai Lian run errands, and only the Ji family tended to be different from others. Ji Heng always had large pockets made for Bai Lian's clothes. The jacket had 2 pockets as well, and she fished out a ticket from inside, the same one Academician Ma had given her before. Bai Lian handed the event ticket to Su Wenyao, speaking lazily, take this. Chapter 363. 140 Su Wenyao's opportunity. Bai Lian invites President Yu under 1. What? Su Wenyao took the item Bai Lian passed to him in surprise. Due to the conflict, Qi Shuyun hadn't given Su Wenyao a ticket to the event. He had never seen an event ticket before. Su Wenyao looked down curiously. The ticket was 5 centimeters wide, more than 10 centimeters long, overall in a light blue color, with an image of the Zhongjing Science and Technology Museum on the front. He flipped it over, several lines were written on the back. Quantum and Information Era Lecturer. Ma Tongfeng date. January 17th in the afternoon at 2 location. Lecture Hall, basement level 2 of Zhongjing Science and Technology Museum. Quantum and Information Era. Ma Tongfeng. As Su Wenyao read on, He suddenly realized what this was, and a barely visible tremble went through his hand holding the light blue ticket, his fingertips turning a little pale. A lecture by academician Ma. To say that tickets were hard to come by was an understatement. Any random person at the scene would be a big shot in the industry. Su En and Su Shujie had also put some effort into it, but the tickets couldn't be obtained by simply spending money. Otherwise, Su Shujie and the old lady Su wouldn't take turns persuading Su Wenyao to apologize. And now, Bai Lian just gave him one like that? Where did you get this? He raised his head to look at Bai Lian, astounded. Even for someone as calm as him, his mind was in a daze. He was too flustered to know where to start. Someone gave it to me. Bai Lian was still wearing a Bluetooth earpiece. The wind was a bit strong outside. She put her hands in her pockets and said languidly, Zhang Xiaoniao said you wanted to attend academician Ma's lecture. Su Wenyao replied subconsciously, Zhang Xiaoniao. Ah, Bai Lian said too fast and misspoke. She tilted her head. I mean Zhang He, the one you've met. Su Wenyao knew Zhang He. They had gone to the museum together that day. It's just... Looking at the unconcerned face of Bai Lian, so beautiful, Su Wenyao really couldn't fathom how she would nickname someone and call them so earnestly by that nickname. I should go now. Bai Lian nodded slightly to Su Wenyao. There was no parking here, and Zhang Fulai was still waiting for her at that temporary parking spot. She couldn't afford to go back too late. You? Su Wenyao opened his mouth, and Bai Lian looked at him with raised eyebrows, somewhat puzzled, as if asking if there was anything else. No, Su Wenyao paused. Just asking, since you're at the school gate, why not go in and take a look? Well, see. Bai Lian bid him an unhurried farewell and turned to find Zhang Fulai. Behind her, Su Wenyao stood still on the spot. The event ticket in his hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Having grown up in the Su family, Su Wenyao always knew that the relationship between the Su family and everyone else was based on the value of interests. The old lady Su valued the Qi family's connections in the education sector. And how could the Qi family overlook the Su family's money? Qi Shuyun was capricious, but the Qi family was also using the event ticket to test his limit. Living in such an environment, for the first time someone directly told him, if you want to go, I'll give it to you. She was the kind of person who was so relaxed, so easy to spark a liking for. Su Wenyao thought, if she were a general, many people would be willing to follow her into battle. Zier Avenue is a main road with many students, and vehicles can't stop here. Zhang Fulai circled around for a while before parking the car on the side of Cloud Avenue. There are many schools here, and despite it being close to the new year, many Zhongjing students still hadn't gone home. Passing students were all looking at Zhang Fulai's car. But seeing the tightly closed windows, no one dared to approach. Bai Lian opened the passenger door and sat down, buckling her seatbelt unhurriedly. Bai Lian interrupted him. I gave Su Wenyao the ticket to academician Ma's lecture. Zhang Fulai, who could change subjects elegantly, with his eyebrows carrying a cool pride and cool white fingers tapping on the steering wheel, spoke seriously. Well, go eat Zhongjing cuisine for lunch. Okay. The situation was temporarily back to normal. Bai Lian turned the Bluetooth speaker volume down. After lunch, they would still go to the Science and Technology Museum. The museum was located between Chang'an and Xinjiang districts, and Zhang Fulai didn't drive too far, stopping at a private restaurant on the edge of Chang'an district. It was within a small alley, in an ancient building with few people around. Zhang Fulai had ordered the dishes before coming, in a second-floor private room by the window, a small square table next to the window, with a bamboo curtain half rolled up behind it was a transparent glass pane, offering a view of the river below through the glass. Occasionally a small boat would drift by. Bai Lian settled in her seat, pulled up the curtain, and while talking to Zhang Fulai said, I also saved one for Tang Ming. Him. Zhang Fulai poured her a glass of water with elegance and casually said, he could benefit from the learning atmosphere. Bai Lian, lounging back, supported her chin and watched the view outside. That's what I thought too. Chapter 364. 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President Yu under Sir Tu. Meanwhile, on the way back to the classroom after eating, Tang Ming couldn't help sneezing, to which he explained to Ning Xiao, my mom must be thinking of me. Ning Xiao usually wouldn't respond to that kind of remark. Excuse me. Just as they had reached the stairs, Su Jue, wearing thick glasses and with her forehead hanging low, spoke softly to the two of them. Do you know where Bai Lian is? She twisted her fingers together nervously. Her voice was so soft that Tang Ming hadn't heard clearly. but he understood that she was inquiring about Bai Lian. Tang Ming glanced at her. She's out on some business. If you need anything, I can pass on the message. It's nothing, thank you. Su Jiue bowed again and hurriedly left with her head down. Tang Ming was puzzled. He still wanted to say something. His phone beeped, and at the same time, Ning Xiao's lit up. It was a message from Jiang Fulai, containing only the location of a science and technology museum. The two of them exchanged a glance and then turned to leave. Jiang Fulai was signaling them to hurry over. The Science and Technology Museum covered a vast area. The entire building was shaped like a concave streamline, and from high above, the Science and Technology Museum resembled a semicircular blue crystal, glistening brilliantly. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had arrived first, and they decided to look around the exhibition before heading to the lecture hall when it was time. The first floor showcased the evolution of science and technology from the modern era to the present, featuring 3D projections and displays about intelligence and co-creation. The second floor was dedicated to the evolution of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. The third floor focused on the universe and aerospace, where Bai Lian even saw a small satellite. The second basement level. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from Jiangjing University. Due to security reasons, the number of tickets was limited, and many without tickets could only gather at the entrance to watch. They might even encounter a luminary from a certain field. The museum had anticipated such a scenario and had deployed over a dozen security guards to maintain order on the second basement level. The lecture was set to begin at 2 o'clock. Su Wenyao arrived early with tickets to secure a good spot. He handed his ticket to the security check, and the staff member gave him a glance after seeing the blue ticket. It was only 1 o'clock, and there were only a few scattered seats left in the lecture hall. Su Wenyao, carrying a stack of books, found a corner seat, sat down, and began to go through problems with his head bowed. Preparing for the graduate school entrance exam? A voice came from above. Su Wenyao looked up and saw a somewhat bald middle-aged man. He was taken aback. Dean Huang. He recognized him as the dean of the physics college and also the director of Jiangjing University. There was even an introduction to him hanging in the corridor on the first floor of the physics teaching building at Jiangjing University. Yes, Director Huang glanced at the ticket beside Su Wenyao. There are few students who can get a ticket. This. Su Wenyao looked down at his ticket, his voice softening. It was given to me by my sister. Director Huang seemed thoughtful. What's your name? Su Wenyao. Director Huang narrowed his eyes slightly and recited a string of numbers. This is my mobile number. If you encounter any problems in your research, you can ask me. I'm also planning to take on a student this year. So work hard, and I hope to see your name on the list. He patted Su Wenyao on the shoulder. Su Wenyao was dizzy with surprise, as if luck had literally fallen on his head. Thank you, Dean Huang. He memorized the number. At the Qi family. Madame Su was speaking with Lady Qi. Is Shuyan still angry, refusing to come downstairs? As Su Wenyao hadn't shown up, Madame Su had to make a personal visit. Lady Qi sighed. Shuyan has been pampered by us, she lacks manners, please forgive her, old madam. This matter isn't Shuyan's fault, Wenyao has trouble prioritizing. Madame Su had a very poor impression of the Ji family. This Ji Mulan hadn't even married into the Su family and already she had disrupted their feng shui. She put her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. I hope Shuyan can forgive Wenyao. Lady Qi gave a slight smile. Upstairs. Mr. Qi sat in his study, speaking very calmly to Qi Shuyan. Don't worry, Su Wenyao will come. He knew how much the Su family needed this opportunity to integrate into the academic circle. Lectures by academician Ma attracted many people from abroad to fly to Jiangjing specifically. The Su family had been rising rapidly over the last 6 months, directly cooperating with the railway and cultural tourism officials. The Qi family wanted to use this opportunity to sound a warning bell for Su Wenyao, to show that one doesn't just enter this circle by wishing to. Without the Qi family, the Su family really would be helpless. I know, Qi Shuyan said indifferently, sitting aside and sipping her tea. Both were quite composed at the start. As time edged closer to 2 o'clock, Qi Shuyan was becoming visibly restless. Dad. Mr. Qi also frowned. Although he knew of Ji Mulan, he had never considered the Ji family a threat, as they were nothing compared to the Qi family. Chapter 365, 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity, by Lian invites President Yu under 3. He felt that the Su family would know who was truly important to them, and that Su Wenyao would eventually compromise for the sake of the ticket. Just wait a bit longer. Qi father was always able to remain calm. Qi Shuyun had no choice but to sit down again. Ding! The clock in the study struck 2 o'clock exactly, and Su Wenyao still had not arrived, not even a phone call. Dad! Qi Shuyun stood up. Qi father's face also darkened. This ticket was supposed to be an opportunity to get closer to the Su family. Unexpectedly, Su Wenyao was really that stubborn. Downstairs. The time had already passed. The old lady's complexion also grew gloomy. For the sake of that woman, Su En moved out of the Su family's old house. And now Su Wenyao was also missing out on the ticket because of the Ji family. She stood up, looked towards Mrs. Qi and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll give an explanation to Shuyun about this matter." "Old madam, I know you have Shuyun's best interests at heart," Mrs. Qi said with narrowed eyes. "We want to attend the wedding the day after tomorrow. I hope you can understand. Su En's second marriage, and the partner is an unknown person. Though the wedding was grand, some people would go out of respect for Su En, while others couldn't be bothered to pay homage. The Qi family looked down on these social circles, but Mrs. Qi and Qi Shuyun were still planning to go. After all, after Qi Shuyun married into the Su family, Ji Mulan would be her mother-in-law, at least partially. Mrs. Qi also planned to accompany Qi Shuyun to give the Su family some face and to put some pressure on Ji Mulan. However, Mrs. Qi was now very dissatisfied with Su Wenyao's attitude. She decided not to attend the wedding and would not let Qi Shuyun go either. Science and Technology Museum. The lecture by academician Ma was about to conclude. The last part was the question and answer session. Bai Lian arrived late and had no seat, so she stood in the corner with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Zhang Fulai had left after accompanying Bai Lian to the exhibit, as he had put aside a pile of work to find Bai Lian. Accompanying her to dinner was manageable, but attending academician Ma's lecture was unnecessary. There were people in the back rows, and Bai Lian, holding her phone, put on her Bluetooth headset when the Q&A started. Her phone lit up, and she casually swiped to check it. It was Jian Zhongyou. Dean Jian, screenshot. The screenshot showed a conversation with Pu Xiaohan, who said she was in Jiangjing. Dean Jian. A simple question mark, inquiring why she didn't visit him while she was in Jiangjing. Bai Jian. Dean Jian, location. Dean Jian. There's a small student performance the day after tomorrow. Want to come see it? Classical Music Ensemble. He sent the location of Jiangjing Music Academy. He also sent Bai Lian a photo, a group shot of classical instruments at the venue, with over a dozen gushings, and besides these, there were gyukins, flutes, pipas. These instruments, played by students who had practiced for a long time, along with arrangements and direction by the tutors. Just imagining it told you how good it would sound. Jian Zhongyou was arranging music for Yan Lu, and Bai Lian wanted to find an opportunity to thank him. But the day after tomorrow was really not possible, coinciding with Su En's wedding, so she honestly replied that she didn't have time. Dean Jian was speechless. Dean Jian. Today? He was asking her out to meet today. With no classes in the evening, Bai Lian thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The lecture hall was very quiet. After messaging Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, she quietly slipped away from the back. Sitting in the front row, academician Ma, who was listening to other teachers answer questions, watched Bai Lian sneak out early. And he could only sit there powerless. Academician Ma. Jiangjing Music Academy. Upon receiving Bai Lian's address, Jian Zhongyou quickly stood up from his seat, holding his phone as he walked out, excitement faintly visible on his face. People he encountered along the way would nod and smile at him. His mood was obviously very good. When he met two girls in gowns on the road, Jian Zhongyou nodded to them and asked, "Are you participating in the performance the day after tomorrow?" The two girls, not expecting Dean Jian to greet them first, bowed and said, "Yes, Dean Jian." Dean Jian recognized one of them who played The White Robe Journey. He himself was famous for playing that piece, and the Bai Lian he was about to meet could play it too. He then smiled at her. "Good luck." And with hands clasped behind his back, he hummed an unknown tune as he walked out. After he left, the girl in the purple gown excitedly turned to her companion. She had noticed that the last comment from Dean Jian was directed at by Xueqi. "Xueqi, do you know Dean Jian? He actually greeted you. Has he been paying attention to you for long? Does he want to take you on as his last disciple?" At the entrance, Mrs. Song, wearing a coat, walked inside, Hearing the girl's last remark, "Look at this, what's going on?" A last disciple? Chapter 366. 141 went to Jiayu Lake to pick up Ji Heng, afraid to become the most explosive news. Second update, under 1, Bai Qiming had already returned to Beiqing. As Song Min was still at the Boyuan base, Madame Song had not yet gone back. She took the opportunity to celebrate the new year in Jiangjing. Upon learning that Bai Xueqi was selected for the school's gala performance, Madame Song would find time to watch her. Today, with Song Min visiting the Yin family for dinner, Madame Song specially came to pick up Bai Xueqi. Those who could study at the Jiangjing Music Academy all came from impressive family backgrounds. Bai Xueqi's background was relatively modest among these people, and her fellow students were not particularly warm to her. This was the first time Madame Song saw a student actively clinging to Bai Xueqi's arm. Bai Xueqi, stunned, heard this and looked towards Madame Song, steadying herself. "I just happened to run into Dean Jian." "I saw as well," Madame Song sighed. She had seen Dean Jian leaving as she came in, but could not find an opportunity to get to know him. The girl in the purple dress smiled as she exchanged contact information with Bai Xueqi. "When you become Dean Jian's student, don't forget about me, okay?" Having said this, she waved her phone at Bai Xueqi and left. "You, Dean Jian's student?" Madame Song's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Bai Xueqi in astonishment. She had assumed they were discussing Dean Jian's disciples because, after all, Bai Xueqi had failed to secure her previous academic ambitions. "Just now, Dean Jian took the initiative to greet me," Bai Xueqi spoke up, her unsettled heart in these past days now beginning to calm down. Madame Song exhaled, pondering silently. She was to pick up Song Min from the Boyuan base and bring him back to the Yin family. Song Min had been very silent on the way, but since he was always aloof, neither Bai Xueqi nor Madame Song suspected anything. At the Yin family's home, hearing the news about Dean Jian, Mr. Yin also made a special trip back. "Xueqi, that's very impressive," he praised with a smile. Bai Xueqi went upstairs to change clothes. "I will go watch Xueqi's performance the day after tomorrow." Madame Song had been struggling with the Su family and Bai Xueqi. After all, the Su family had now reached heights that the Song family could not. However, important as the Su family was, it did not outweigh Bai Xueqi's position in Madame Song's heart at the moment. Fortunately, she had calmed down and broken off the engagement with Bai Lian at that time. "Mom," Song Min, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. "Bai Lian is also at the Boyuan base." "Oh." Madame Song, as usual, responded indifferently to the mention of Bai Lian's name. After saying this, she realized what Song Min meant. She's at the Boyuan base? How did she get in there? Through the Su family. Madame Song was well aware of Bai Lian's past cheating incident in the humanities class. "As I mentioned last time, the person who got full marks in math, that's her," Song Min said, looking out the window. "Full marks in math?" Madame Song thought it was unbelievable. Bai Lian's notorious reputation for lack of study in Beiqing was well known. When Bai Lian left the Bai family, Madame Song decisively chose Bai Xueqi as a swift solution to the messy situation. Now, with Song Min saying that Bai Lian scored full marks in math, Madame Song's first instinct was that it was impossible. But, Boyuan base. What kind of place is it? If Song Min wasn't certain that Bai Lian had scored full marks, he would never have brought it up to her. "Full marks, that means she scored even higher than you?" Madame Song asked, still stunned. Song Min's expression remained cool as he added, "But she didn't do as well as I did in the comprehensive science section." He was second in comprehensive science, with Ning Xiao in the first place, so Bai Lian definitely wouldn't have scored higher than him. "Well, that's a relief." Madame Song felt a slight ease, like Song Min before. With just over 100 days left until the college entrance examination, work hard and don't be careless next time. Before today, Madame Song might have felt a tinge of regret hearing Bai Lian's score. But now, with Bai Xueqi personally greeted by Dean Jian, Madame Song felt that, in comparison, Bai Xueqi was a more worthy investment. A disciple of Dean Jian, her future in the art world would be like looking down from a mountain peak. She could then be compared to Bai Xueqi, but Madame Song also felt a bit of regret. Full marks in math. Thankfully her comprehensive science was less than perfect, otherwise, she would have felt anguished. And she wondered if Bai Qiming knew about this. The Jiangjing Music Academy was not far from the Science and Technology Museum. Knowing she was at the Science and Technology Museum, Dean Jian sent her an address. It was an old restaurant, also in Chang'an district. Bai Lian started searching for directions on the map. Before she found the route, Assistant Su called. His voice was very respectful. "Miss Bai, do you have time tonight?" "No," Bai Lian explained. "I have an appointment with someone." Assistant Su heard the sound of the museum's loudspeakers. "Are you at the Science and Technology Museum?" "I happen to be nearby. It's just a few minutes' drive." "Where do you need to go?" "I can take you there." Bai Lian looked at the bus, which would take at least an hour to ride. Chapter 367, 141 went to Jiayu Lake to pick up Ji Hang, afraid to become the most explosive news, second update. Understood too, she was afraid to keep Dean Jian waiting for long, so she didn't refuse. On the other end of the phone in the car, Su Shujie, who was sitting in the back seat, was already quite irritable, and now looked at Zu's assistant in shock. "You're taking her?" "Su En's wedding is the day after tomorrow." Su Shujie's usual car had been sent for cleaning and maintenance. Tonight, Su En had gathered the whole family for dinner, and Su Shujie was going too, so she just hitched a ride with Zu's assistant. She hadn't expected that Zu's assistant would actually go out of his way to drop off Bai Lian. "Yes, if you have something to do, you can get off. I'll have someone else pick you up," Zu's assistant politely replied. Su Shujie had never met Bai Lian, though Su En had told her about her many times. She didn't have any impression of Bai Lian, but she knew Zu's assistant. He was Su En's close confidant and rarely showed such politeness to other people, even towards her. His attitude was always proper. Now, he was being so polite to Ji Mulan's daughter? Su Shujie found it inconceivable. She lifted her hand subtly saying, "No need, I'll go too." At that moment, she finally became a bit curious about Bai Lian and wanted to know why Zu's assistant was so polite to her. Within a few minutes, the car arrived at the edge of the Technology Museum. The Technology Museum was a famous spot for checking in Jiangjing, and Su Shujie figured Bai Lian was probably there to check in. Her gaze swept around, and she immediately saw a girl standing by the road, wearing a snow-white layered woolen vest. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, with a few strands swaying in the wind by her ear. She also wore a Bluetooth headset on her ear. Her eyes were cast down, her left hand holding a phone, her right hand casually swiping across the screen. Was she playing a game? The car stopped, and the girl, facing away from the sun, lazily looked up. Her entire face was revealed, and the Technology Museum behind her, shining like a sapphire, instantly became mere background to her presence. Su Shujie had long heard from old Madame Su about Bai Lian. Su En had previously wanted Bai Lian to retake her studies in Jiangjing, and her grades weren't good. Ji Mulan had also spoken briefly about Bai Lian, which led Su Shujie to have a very average impression of her. But seeing her now, she thought that indeed, very few people could resist beauty, and her impression of Bai Lian improved. Zu's assistant quickly got out of the car and very obsequiously opened the passenger door for Bai Lian as she raised her hand. "Miss Bai, please watch your head." His voice was respectful, but he didn't introduce Su Shujie to Bai Lian. After all, even Su En didn't dare to be too presumptuous with Bai Lian, and it wasn't certain yet whether Bai Lian would acknowledge the connection with the Su family, so Zu's assistant didn't dare to introduce her rashly. Su Shujie, who was waiting for an introduction to say a few words to Bai Lian, was speechless. Zu's assistant then returned to the driver's seat. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" Bai Lian fastened her seat belt, without removing her Bluetooth headset, leaned back in her seat, tapped on the address sent by Dean Jian and said casually, "Qingxin Building." There was only one Qingxin building in Jiangjing, exclusive to members. Zu's assistant had been there. Su En sometimes met distinguished guests there, so he wasn't surprised by Bai Lian heading there. But Su Shujie, sitting in the back seat, took another look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, sitting in the passenger seat, was still focused on listening to specialist English terminology, occasionally recalling key points explained by academician Ma. She knew someone in the back seat was watching her. But having been the subject of so much attention, Bai Lian didn't care and just leisurely swiped on her phone screen. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up outside Qingxin Building. Bai Lian unbuckled her seatbelt, got out of the car, and slightly bowed to thank Zu's assistant. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Zu's assistant said something that would make Director Chen want to hit him. "If you need a ride back later, just call me." Okay. Bai Lian closed the passenger door and walked into Qingxin Building. Qingxin building was essentially a private club. It was well heated inside. The front desk receptionist, clad in a delicate cheongsam, saw Bai Lian, came forward with a smile, and greeted her with a bow. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Bai Lian, holding her phone, reported the private room number, Winter 08. Winter 08 was a private room reserved for VIP guests. The receptionist's demeanor became even more respectful. "Are you Miss Bai?" Bai Lian nodded. "Miss Bai, this way please." The front desk led her to the elevator, gently reminding, "Watch your step." Outside. After Bai Lian got out of the car, Xueqi squinted at her retreating figure, pondering with a hint of speculation. Why isn't she eating the reunion dinner tonight? What's she doing here? Who has she arranged to meet with here? Does the Ji family still have acquaintances in Jiangjing? I don't know. Zu's assistant didn't want to divulge too much about Bai Lian, just as his phone rang. It was Xuan calling, his voice laced with a smile. "Could you pick up Uncle Ji and the others? After dinner tonight, have Uncle Ji run through the rehearsal. There was a reunion dinner tonight." "Okay." Zu's assistant hung up the phone, then dialed Ji Xiaojun, glancing at the rearview mirror. "I have to pick up the old Mr. Ji and the others. It might be a bit far." Xueqi knew that Ji Xiaojun and his party were going fishing. Fishing spots in Jiangjing were basically in the suburbs. It would be a 1 or 2 hour drive. Having her patience exhausted accompanying Zu's assistant to the Qingxin building, Xueqi opened the car door and stepped out. "Okay, you go ahead. I'll have someone come to pick me up." Zu's assistant looked at Xueqi with an apologetic glance. Then he continued to call Ji Xiaojun. "Xueqi. So why was Zu's assistant so respectful towards the Ji family?" Xueqi stood there, deep in thought. Su En and Su Wenyao could be said to be polite. But Zu's assistant was a slick operator, an old hand at playing to the crowd. In the car, Ji Xiaojun sent Zu's assistant the address. Zu's assistant opened it, intending to set up navigation. But at the sight of the address, he suddenly felt dazed, rubbed his eyes believing he must have read it wrong. Looking at it again, the map still displayed those 5 characters. Jiayu Lake Back Entrance. The area was indicated as Xinjiang District. Zu's assistant calmly started the car. When he drove onto Zier Avenue, then onto a smaller road, and finally stopped at the back entrance of Jiayu Lake, Zu's assistant looked up at the gate, stunned. So it really was this place. The front half was a popular tourist attraction open to the public, the back half a private spot. Born and raised in Jiangjing, Zu's assistant felt for the first time that he was unsophisticated. Could one actually ice fish here? Zu's assistant got out of the car to message Ji Xiaojun, saying he had arrived. Then he waited quietly at the back entrance for the Ji family to come out. In less than 10 minutes, a lively group emerged from inside. Chief Chen carried a big fish, handing it to Ji Xiaojun with regret. "I have to deliver this fish to the old master. I don't have time today, otherwise, I'd definitely drink a few more with you." Ji Hang blew out a smoke ring, the other hand holding a fishing basket. His eyes squinted. "Well, drink the day after tomorrow." Today, he seemed to be in a very good mood. "Right." Chief Chen's eyes brightened. He remembered Suen's wedding the day after tomorrow. "The day after tomorrow is a joyous occasion. I'll drink my fill with you." At the gate, Zu's assistant's mind was wiped clean in an instant, leaving only 2 thoughts. 1. Chief Chen actually returned to Jiangjing. 2. Chief Chen. He's going to attend Suen's wedding the day after tomorrow. Members of the Chen family were rarely seen across these several districts. The wedding the day after tomorrow. That should be the biggest news in Mingfeng district this year, right? Zu's assistant stood there stunned. Chapter 368. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest under 1 Director Chen was chatting with Ji Hang when Ji Xiaojun thanked Zu's assistant. "Assistant Su, thank you for making the trip." Suan had wanted to properly entertain the Ji family this time. However, he had not found the right opportunity. As their departure was drawing near, it was only Su Wenyao who had taken them to visit a museum once, and today they had specifically asked Assistant Su to pick them up. Assistant Su said earnestly, "Please don't say that. Uncle, the day after tomorrow I'll find someone to drink a few more glasses with you." Director Chen lifted a big fish out of the fishing basket and placed it beside Ji Hang. "You can make a fish head hot pot when you get back." Their catch this afternoon hadn't been plentiful. Most of Director Chen's catch were small fish, which he had released. The 2 big fish were distributed, one for Ji Hang and one to take back to the Chen family. During the New Year period, Director Chen dared not drink too much. He thought to himself that he must find someone to accompany Ji Hang and drink a few extra glasses. After sending Ji Hang off in the car, Director Chen stood on the spot, waving towards the direction of the car, standing tall and straight. Assistant Su, glancing in the rearview mirror, felt very stiff, being seen off by Director Chen for the first time. This sense of oppression was stronger than Su-en pouring him tea. Of course, he had no desire for Su-en to pour him tea. Only when Director Chen was no longer visible in the rearview mirror did Assistant Su let out a sigh of relief. At the entrance of Jiayu Lake, having seen off Ji Hang, Director Chen pulled out his phone and browsed through his contacts, searching for someone. Ming Dongheng could drink, but he was not around. Chen Jingyu could also hold his alcohol, but he was not up to it, and Chen Beixian could drink as well, but who dared to invite her? He scrolled through a list of people. Some could drink but had no connection, so it would be awkward to ask them. Director Chen opened Ji Xian's WeChat. Where is Su-en from? Truth be told, Director Chen had not really heard about the Su family in Jiangjing. In the rush to return to Jiangjing, he hadn't bothered with the affairs of the Su family. After all, he couldn't even find the time to meet Miss Bai. Ji Xiaojun replied quickly. Mingfeng District, Mingfeng District? That was a bit remote. Director Chen truly didn't know many people from Mingfeng District. After much thought, an idea finally struck him. This is good, he can drink. Director Chen scrolled to a name. He had some dealings with this person. Before his assignment to Xiangqing, this person had worked under him for 2 years. Thinking this, he sent a message, inviting him to a wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. Conveniently, this person was also from Mingfeng District. Qingxin Building. The Winter 08 private room was very traditional. On the right side was a low table with tea sets. A barely scentable incense was lit, sending up ethereal curls of smoke. On the left stood an 8-panel screen. Would you like to listen to some music first? The waiter served the snacks and tea and then handed the menu of musical pieces to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced briefly, and tapped a slender finger on one of the pieces. The waiter looked down. Ambush from 10 sides? There was nothing wrong with this piece. Others had requested it too. It was just that the waiter was somewhat surprised. For such a beautiful and gentle young lady to choose such an intense piece. Still, the well-trained waiter left to make arrangements. Bai Lian took off her cloak and lazily sat cross-legged at the low table. She lowered her head, used a teaspoon to put tea leaves into the teapot, while the water nearby was already boiling. Her articulate fingers rested on the handle, pouring the boiling water into the pot. The tea leaves rose and fell 3 times before slowly settling to the bottom. The woman carrying the pipa entered the Winter 08 room and even paused at the entrance. She looked at the girl inside brewing tea and felt as if she had stepped into the boudoir of nobility from another era. Bai Lian slightly turned her head and smiled at the woman, gesturing with one hand in an inviting, please motion. The clear sound of the pipa began to play from behind the screen. After brewing the tea, Bai Lian poured a cup for herself and one for Principal Jian who hadn't arrived yet, then took out her phone to snap a photo. By student. Image. Teacher Jiang. ? Bai Lian sent the photo and then ignored him. All the way, Principal Jian wondered what to say when he met Bai Lian. He knew she was a high school student. They hadn't talked much online, and there was a decades-wide generation gap between them. It wasn't until the waiter opened the door that he saw, through a thin veil of smoke, the girl sitting cross-legged at the low table. Principal Jian. Bai Lian stood up to greet him. The zither music was very zen-like for Principal Jian, and although the technique in Bai Lian's previous video wasn't extraordinary, Principal Jian was someone who had studied the white robe journey to the core. He could hear the sorrowful resonance in it. Making friends through the zither, this sense of musical resonance was something others could not comprehend. Did you brew this tea? Principal Jian sat opposite Bai Lian, looking at the color of the brew with surprise. Bai Lian listened to the pipa indifferently. Yep. It was their first meeting, yet they felt like old friends. Chapter 369, The 142 Vanishing Picker God, Valued Guest Under 2. What are you doing in Jiangjing? Dean Jian asked her. Bai Lian sipped her tea, advanced studies, for the college entrance exam next year. Dean Jian gave her another look, You're planning to take the entrance exam for Zhongjing University, and your teacher isn't saying anything about it? Dean Jian knew she must have a highly skilled teacher, which is why he never considered taking her as a student. He only hoped she would take over the position of the Gujing sect leader, and with it the title of chief. Bai Lian thought for a moment, knowing he must be referring to Mr. Qin Jiu. He doesn't have the time. Because he had to perform at the imperial palace every day, cursing and swearing. Sometimes the consorts of Emperor Jiang would insist that he compose a special piece just for them. As a result, Mr. Qin Jiu had grown so irritable with the Gujing that when Bai Lian now read about the modest gentleman that teacher Qin Jiu was portrayed as in history books, it felt very dissonant. Besides, he might look at a Gujing now and just want to curse. Dean Jian. So you're just as rebellious as your teacher, huh? He took a sip of tea and said mercilessly as the pipa music ended, "Anyway, you want past the Zhongjing University entrance exam." After he spoke, he sneezed. Dean Jian then instructed someone to turn up the heating inside. Bai Lian had her own understanding of the Gujing, having been taught by the historically famous Qin Jiu. Most of her understanding of the instrument was imparted by Qin Jiu, whose insight into the Gujing was unrecorded by history. The more they talked, the more Dean Jian felt he had to get her to the music academy. "You're from Xiangqing, right?" Bai Lian nodded. After some thought, Dean Jian remembered he had recently come across videos of various tourist attractions in Xiangqing. It was winter break, and many college students were passing through to shoot puppet theaters, which had become a cultural phenomenon during the Lunar New Year period. Even Dean Jian had seen the videos. After his meeting with Bai Lian, Dean Jian was ready to send her back. Once in the car, the driver respectfully asked Bai Lian where she wanted to go. "Buyuan Base," Bai Lian said, opening an English reader. Before the chauffeur could respond, it was Dean Jian who was caught off guard. "Where?" "Buyuan Base," Bai Lian replied politely. Dean Jian, who clearly knew what Buyuan Base was at a loss for words. After Bai Lian got out of the car at Buyuan Base, only then did the driver look at her figure in surprise. "Dean Jian, is she really the next chief you picked?" "I'd like to think so, but she's not willing," Dean Jian replied as he took out his cell phone and instructed other people in the institution not to schedule anything for him in the coming months. He was going on vacation. Startled by Dean Jian's words, the driver gasped. Dean Jian was a seasoned official of the National Arts Department and a figurehead of classical music in the country. He had been involved in arranging music for state reception-level events. His skill level was high, but his cultural image was even higher. He represented domestic classical culture, comparable in some ways to the president of Zhongjing University. How many in the music academy were vying to become the favored disciples of Dean Jian? And yet there were those who weren't interested? Yunshao Hotel. Ji Heng delivered the fish to the hotel staff to make a fish head dish and then went on to walk through the handover process for the day after tomorrow with Su En. Ji Mulan's first wedding was an event Ji Heng had not attended. Ji Shayan's wedding hadn't been such a grand affair, and Ji Heng had sat quietly during Ji Shaorong's wedding. The process was quite simple. Su Shujie sat at the table next to them with a laptop, waiting for the food to arrive while working. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing sat beside Ji Mulan, with Shen Qing peeling sunflower seeds and pocketing 2 pieces of fruit, earning a sideway glance from Ji Mulan. Zu's assistant was discussing details with the host. When Su Wenyao arrived, just as the dishes were served, after greeting Ji Xiaojun and the others, he sat down next to Su Shujie. Su Shujie, who had been buried in work, finally lifted her head. She wanted to mention something about the Qi family, but considering the presence of the Ji family members, she held back. After Ji Heng and the others finished the process, they came over to eat. Su En stood up and raised his glass to Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun, speaking earnestly, "Mulan is in my care now, you two can rest assured." The group didn't drink much that evening, just a few light toasts. Su Shujie tried a piece of the fish head and was surprised. "This fish is actually quite good." The just-finished assistant beside her. "How could it not be? It's from Jiayu Lake, caught by Director Chen." After dinner, when Ji Heng and the others were sent back to their rooms, Su Shujie finally turned to Su Wenyao. "Your grandmother threw a tantrum at home because you didn't go to the Qi family this afternoon." "I didn't go." Su Wenyao got up, ready to head back to his room to rest. Novel Kuli 0. WP. com/Wuxia World. Site/chapter 370. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest under 3 the day after tomorrow he also has to receive guests, so he hasn't gone home and has booked a room at the hotel. Brother, you should also manage him, Xueqi sighed. Xuyan is a bit willful, but don't because of G. incur a great loss over a small matter. Do you not know how important that ticket is to him? Xueqi really didn't understand. If it were for some other important affair to have a falling out with the Qi family, that would be one thing. But it was precisely because of the Ji family's affair. In her opinion, 100 Ji families could not compare to the Qi family. Ji Mulan merely stood to the side, unaware of any ticket's significance. But she was also aware that this was a field beyond her reach, and upon hearing Xueqi's meaningful words, paused for a moment, somewhat understanding why recently the old Mrs. Su had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the wedding. Suan pulled out a cigarette. This is not incurring a great loss over a small matter. This isn't considered? Xueqi frowned. Auntie, Su Wenyao interjected, stopping her. He looked at Xueqi. I went to the lecture this afternoon. What? Su Wenyao drew a carefully preserved blue ticket, gave her a glance at it. Academician Moss lecture, I attended it. Suan was also startled by this ticket. Where did you get this? The academic lecture in the science and research community was not one could just decide to attend. Alien gave it to me, Su Wenyao said softly. Xueqi realized who this person was, extremely shocked. Her. How did she get hold of the ticket? When Suen heard it was Bai Lian, he was stunned for a while, then nodded and calmed down. No wonder. Bai Lian always knew many odd and unexpected people. If it were her, then Suen wouldn't find it strange, after all. That was the person even Director Chen would call Miss Bai. Let alone getting hold of tickets, Suen thought. Now that Bai Lian knew that academician Ma, he wouldn't find it strange either. Xueqi felt in the afternoon that Zu's assistant had a very strange attitude towards the Ji family, and now seeing Suen's reaction, she was even more astonished. What on earth are the people from the Ji family? After she went back, she had someone show her Ji Mulan's information again. Graduated from Beijing University, from Xiangqing. She turned it over and over but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Suen's wedding day. It was the last day of courses at Boyuan Base, and Bai Lian and her 2 companions were earnestly listening to a lecture. The day after tomorrow is the Lunar New Year, and Boyuan Base would be on holiday too. The wedding ceremony was at 11:18, and Bai Lian and her group just needed to arrive before 11. During the lecture break, the professor sat above. Tang Ming went to the restroom with Wang Su, and the girl seated in the middle turned back to see the left side of Bai Lian was empty, then slowly approached. Bai Lian, with her chin propped up, was lazily flipping through a review, and upon hearing some noise, she slightly raised her eyes. She raised an eyebrow at Su Jiue, both her eyes and brows tinged with indolence. Hello, I'm Su Jiue. My brother is Su Wenyao. Su Jiue introduced herself in a soft voice. She held up her phone, wanting to add Bai Lian on WeChat. Su Jiue? Bai Lian had known this name for a long time, but only now did she learn that she was actually Su Wenyao's sister. Bai Lian had a rather good impression of Su Jiue, who was quiet and unassuming. The other time, she had even wanted to give Bai Lian the math modeling Liang Wuyu and others had done. Bai Lian took out her phone, scrolled to the QR code, and let Su Jiue add her. Su Jiue left. Excited. Another person was added on her phone. Bai Lian didn't pay much attention until she put down her phone to continue reading the review. Jiue. Ah! Jiue. Sister, you're awesome. Jiue. You can actually do math modeling with Senior He Wen. Jiue. #@ %*. Bai Lian stared at the message for several seconds before slowly, and with some hesitation, tapping on the person's avatar. The latest moment in their circle of friends was from the day before yesterday. Wild boar shocked. JPG, Su Wenyao commented. 6. Bai Lian went back, finally confirming that the person who typed such noisy text was indeed the seemingly quiet Su Jiue. Jiue. Sis, aren't you attending the wedding today? Bai Lian. I'm attending. Jiue. My car is here, let's go together. Bai Lian. I'll go later. Jiue. Okay then. Lian sis, what's wrong with you? Tang Ming, who was talking to Wang Su about something, came back and saw Bai Lian looking at her phone. Her usually calm expression seemed a bit off, so he couldn't help asking. Song Min couldn't help but look over upon hearing Tang Ming's question. Nothing, Bai Lian put down her phone and continued to read her review paper. Tang Ming sat down next to Bai Lian, and Wang Su took a seat next to Tang Ming. He talked to Tang Ming. The math physics god hasn't made any moves for a while now. That stuff's killing a bunch of people. Don't worry, she must be busy, Tang Ming spoke up. Right, she's probably like Senior He-1, spending every day in the lab, Wang Su sighed. Tang Ming. It's also possible she was off brushing up on biology and chemistry, then practicing piano when free. By the way, what's your username on the app? Wang Su took out his phone, opened the app. Let's all follow each other. Everyone mostly used their real names. Wang Su searched for and followed Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Then, after thinking for a bit, he searched for Bai Lian, but found nothing. Not there. Wang Su found it odd. In the Boyuan base publicity office. Jiang Fulai lounged on the sofa, wearing loose-knit clothing and looking completely at ease. In his hand was a black pen, and his lightly draped leg supported several documents. Jiang He was sitting on the side, fiddling with a new Rubik's Cube. Director Chen sat across from Jiang Fulai, extremely uneasy. With Bai Lian not around, he couldn't ignore the pressure emanating from Jiang Fulai. Who in Xinjiang district would believe it? That young Master Jiang was waiting here for someone after class. 10 minutes later, Director Chen could no longer sit still. He got up with some trepidation. Jiang, young Master Jiang. Jiang Fulai stretched out a hand and tossed the document he had finished reading onto the coffee table. Speak. I was thinking of helping Uncle Ji with something. Director Chen stood there. Without thinking, he dragged Ji Heng into it. They're getting married today, surely they must be swamped. If I go, I can help out with the preparations. He had dropped off Jiang He in the morning to find Jiang Fulai and then came together to find Bai Lian. He thought Bai Lian would be there as soon as he arrived. Director Chen had no idea that scam prevention had gotten so serious. Bai Lian was still in class, and they had to wait for about an hour. Jiang He, out of all consideration, who dares to face Jiang Fulai alone for an hour? Go ahead. Jiang Fulai lifted his head momentarily. Director Chen hurriedly left the room. After departing the publicity office, Director Chen took a breath of relief, finally feeling refreshed as he sat in his car and fastened his seatbelt. Before driving off, he made a phone call. Shin Min, have you set off yet? Chapter 371, 143 Wedding Banquet, Unexpected Guest, Part 2. Under one on the other side of the phone, the voice was very respectful. Mr. Chen, I was just about to leave. Fine, I've sent you the address, Director Chen said and then hung up the phone. It's just that he had no spare invitations. Director Chen didn't contact Su En. He only sent a message to Bai Lian to inquire about the invitation. Bai Lian was in class at the moment, and he didn't dare to call her. 1 minute later. Miss Bai. 1. Only after getting a reply did Director Chen start the car and leave. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's group of 3 didn't leave until nearly 10 o'clock. Where are you going? Wang Su was unaware that they intended to leave early. Today is the last day. Something came up, Tang Ming spoke for the other 2, patting Wang Su on the shoulder. We're going to a wedding, remember to send us the recording. Sure, Wang Su nodded vigorously, patting his chest. Today's lecture is on physics, Pei Qin's specialty. I'll make sure he prepares it well for you guys. Thanks. Tang Ming punched his arm. Yu Guang saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao walking away and immediately grabbed his backpack to catch up. Chang'an District was separated from the Yunshao Hotel by Xinjiang District, and if traffic was bad, it could take more than an hour to get there. By the time they went downstairs, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were already waiting in the car. Professor Jiang, upon seeing Jiang Fulai, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao instinctively straightened their backs. Jiang Fulai responded indifferently, then his gaze shifted to Bai Lian. Are you really going back tonight? Yes, Bai Lian had already packed her things, leaning lazily against the chair back, speaking to Jiang Fulai. I have to rush back before the new year, it's a bit hurried. Flying from Jiangjing to Beijing took half a day, and a train from Beijing to Chongqing also took 12 hours. Initially, Su En thought about having the Ji family stay in Jiangjing for the new year. But Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun disagreed. Not to mention them, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming also need to hurry back for the new year, as they had no relatives in Jiangjing. Today, because there were many people, Jiang Fulai had a stretch executive car brought out. Bai Lian sat in one row with him while behind them was a booth seat where Jiang He and Ning Xiao sat, eating fruit. When Bai Lian mentioned going back, Jiang He, who was being fed grapes by Tang Ming, immediately crawled over and leaned behind Jiang Fulai's seat, staring at Bai Lian. He was pushed away by a finger from Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's fingertips rested on a folder, though he hadn't flipped through a single page, only calmly calculating the time. There's no need to rush. But there's not enough time. Wuyuan base also finished today. They had a flight at 9 o'clock tonight to Beijing, and from there they would have to catch an early morning train to Chongqing the following day, arriving only in the evening. Jiang Fulai tapped the folder intermittently, his expression cool, his voice clear and distinct. Leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I just happen to be going back to the lab for a bit. Bai Lian. That really is just right. She leisurely took out her phone to call Su Wanyao. Su Wanyao took a minute to answer the phone. Hello, alien, it's a bit noisy and I didn't hear. Are you there yet? Not yet, Bai Lian said unhurriedly. I have one guest here without an invitation. Could you help me check on it when the time comes? Without an invitation, what's his name? Su Wanyao inquired. Surname Shen, called Shen Min. Su Wanyao wrote down the name on a sticky note. Okay, I got it. Yunshao Hotel. Wedding venue. Ji Mulan was getting married from the hotel, taking around to Su En's new house and then returning to the hotel's wedding venue at this time. The guests were arriving one by one, with Su En and Su Wanyao both outside greeting the guests. Su En had invited all his staff in Jiangjing to the event, plus some friends from the industry, classmates, and relatives, totaling several hundreds of people. Even if the greetings started at 9 o'clock, and he met 3 or 4 people a minute, it would still take 3 hours. The hotel was clearly well-versed in handling such a large event, assigning 20 hosts and dozens of servers, making it seem not too busy. Madame Su arrived not too late either. She arrived at the wedding venue at 10 o'clock, assisted by the Su family butler, sitting majestically in the main seat at the table set up under the stage for the wedding. Ji Mulan was getting her makeup done in the back. She heard that Madame Su had arrived. She went forward to greet her, and surprisingly, she too was nervous. Madame Su, why have you come? She had thought that Madame Su wouldn't come today. The wrinkles on Madame Zu's face were deep, exuding an intimidating presence that made people reluctant to look directly at her. She didn't respond to Ji Mulan, scanning the room instead. Haven't seen the person yet? She had come so early just to wait for Bai Lian. With the day so lively and the setting so grand, Madame Su felt that Bai Lian and her company would arrive very early, which is why she had come in advance. Butler Su swept a glance at Ji Mulan and respectfully bowed. She hasn't come. Ji Mulan had known all along about Madame Zu's attitude and didn't mind. If Madame Su had easily accepted her, she would have suspected something fishy. Madam, people from the Su clan walked around to greet Madame Su, then looked towards Ji Mulan. Congratulations. Madame Su looked at the other party and spoke indifferently. Uncle, please sit here. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a chat. The Su family uncle glanced at the main table and hesitated. This? Madame Su looked down and noticed the groom's and bride's parents' table sign in the middle of the table. She raised her eyes, signaling Butler Su with a glance. Butler Su immediately removed the 2 signs. They were replaced with groom's table. And under this table, the sign for bride's table was set up. Sit, Madame Su said, looking towards the uncle, who now sat down at the groom's table without hesitation and with a smile. There was nothing to hesitate about. If this had been the Qi family, the Su family members would have been cautious. But now, it was the Ji family. Madame Su and the others all knew what kind of person Ji Mulan was. For Ji Mulan's father to want to sit at a table with Madame Su would indeed be a step down. Ji Mulan pressed her lips together, standing aside. Just then, Ji Hang and Ji Xiaojun among others had just arrived at the wedding site. It was said that this was the bride's relative, and Ji Hang was the bride's father. The etiquette lady led Ji Hang to Madame Zu's table, while Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing sat at the table behind. Ji Hang held a smoking pipe. Today, he was wearing a black robe with a character for fortune, looking festive, and his presence was not overshadowed by the Su family members dressed in their fine suits. Madame Su was lowering her head, turning a string of Buddha beads in her right hand, her expression cold and indifferent, not lifting her eyelids. Excuse me, Butler Su said with a smile while turning over the sign on the table towards Ji Hang and the etiquette lady. This is the groom's table. The bride's table is in the back. He indicated the table where Ji Xiaojun sat, speaking politely. But Ji Mulan had not opted for a traditional Chinese wedding. Her hair was only half done, and her complexion was somewhat dark. She wanted to say something to butler Su. She was stopped by Ji Hung. "It's fine." Ji Hung turned and sat down next to Ji Xiaojun, lifting his chin towards Ji Mulan. "Go on with what you're doing, don't mention it to Suen." Ji Xiaojun reminded Ji Hung. "Dad, your phone is ringing." The scene was noisy, so Ji Hung could not hear the ringtone, but Ji Xiaojun saw the light from his phone in his pocket. Ji Hung took out the old man's phone. It was Director Chen. "Hello, Xiaochen." "Uncle Ji," Director Chen was still driving. "I'll be there soon. I didn't come with Miss Bai." "All right." Ji Hung lit his smoking pipe, squinting as he took a puff. "We're all here." Ji Mulan looked at Ji Hung sitting at the second table and then at Madame Zu's attitude. She felt very congested in her heart. "Go back." Shen Qing glanced at Ji Mulan cautiously, knowing full well his own standing. The seating arrangement made by the Ren family for him previously had been even more outrageous than today's. Outside the door, Suen was still greeting guests, and Su Shujie was looking at the guest list beside him. When she flipped to the Qi family, her expression changed slightly, and she whispered into Suen's ear, "Not a single person from the Qi family has come. I haven't seen Xu Yun or Madame Qi." Everyone had seen the hints between Qi Shuyun and Su Wanyao. People thought Qi Shuyun would marry into the Su family. This time, Mr. Qi indeed wouldn't come for Suen's remarriage, but both Shuyun and Madame Qi had said they would be present. After all, it was a big event for Suen. Upon hearing this, Suen greeted the other guests with a calm appearance, while speaking to Su Shujie. "It's probably because of Wanyao." "Should we have Wanyao call Shuyun?" Su Shujie was somewhat worried. "It doesn't matter if Madame Qi doesn't come, but Shuyun's absence." "No need," Suen was firm. "If they don't want to come, then let it be." Seeing Suen so resolute, Su Shujie took out her phone and sent a message to Shuyun. "Shuyun, the wedding is about to start." The other party didn't reply immediately. Su Shujie sighed. Just as she was about to say something, she looked up to see a man in his 40s lingering at the welcome area. She quickly went up to him. "District Chief Shen? How did you come here?" "Hello." District Chief Shen didn't know Su Shujie but had seen Suen and was very polite. "Mr. Su, I didn't realize this is your wedding." "Congratulations." Su Shujie looked at Suen in shock. Wait, Suen had even invited the district chief from Mingfeng district? Had the Su family become stronger behind her back? Suen was also startled by District Chief Shen. He put aside what he was doing. "District Chief Shen, are you here on official business?" His family had no connection to the political world, nor the channels for it. Suen was puzzled too. Right at that moment, Su Wenyao approached, carrying a sticky note for Su Shujie and Suen. "Dad, Alien says there's a guest with the surname Shen called Shen Min, a gentleman. I haven't seen him here. You and Auntie keep an eye out." Su Shujie and Suen hadn't had time to process it yet. "That would be me." Shen Min looked up, giving a slight nod towards Mr. Su. "I don't have official business today. I am here to attend the wedding banquet. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, and for disturbing you, Mr. Su." Chapter 372. 144 Chenju Gao Guangliang Field Under 1. Your visit amidst your busy schedule brightens our wedding banquet for Mulan and me. District Chief Shen, please come in. Suen, who had weathered many events, regained his composure in just a second. He stepped aside and personally escorted Shen Min inside. "I've always wanted to come and see, and today I finally found the opportunity, also to have a drink with the old man." Shen Min was also discreetly sizing up Suen as he spoke. Suen was a major taxpayer in Mingfeng district and knew how to handle situations. Shen Min recognized him naturally. A few months back, during the municipal bidding, he had let slip that Mr. Chen would be visiting Xueqi. At the time, several individual entrepreneurs from Mingfeng district were present. Later, Shen Min didn't follow up, as he was busy with governmental affairs, and the affairs of Xueqi didn't concern him. It was not until Suen returned to Zhongjing and had someone send a generous gift to him that he knew Suen had been to Xueqi. However, Shen Min just laughed it off and didn't inquire further. Today he saw, this Suen was truly a talent. A trip to Xueqi, and he could win over Mr. Chen. Thinking this, the smile on his face grew even warmer as he struck up a brotherly conversation with Suen. "During the public holiday, calling me district chief is too formal. I'm a few years older than you, so you can take advantage by calling me big brother if you like." As the two exchanged words, Xuan understood why District Chief Shen had come here. The word drink made his heart tighten. It was. The appearance of Shen Min at this event was top priority news for the Su family, and someone immediately reported it to old Madame Su. In the banquet hall, old Madame Su sat at the main table with her eyes closed, her fingers moving over her rosewood Buddha beads bead by bead. The butler, looking tense, bent down and whispered in her ear. District Chief Shen has arrived? Old Madame Zu's eyes snapped open, and the movement of her Buddha beads halted. By her side, Uncle Su, upon hearing the name, had yet to react. District Chief Shen? Which District Chief Shen? Madame Su extended her right hand, and the butler quickly placed her walking stick in her grip. Supporting herself with the cane, she stood up and walked out to greet the guest, saying, "It's Shen Min, District Chief Shen." She was also quite shocked. Since Shen Min took office, he had had little to do with the Su family. Although the Su family had sent gifts a few times, out of 10 attempts, only 1 was accepted. The rest were all returned. What stroke of fortune today had brought Shen Min here? She maintained her dignified demeanor but moved briskly, clearly in a very good mood. Halfway there, she saw Su En leading Shen Min in. Madame Su was wearing a black wool coat that day, with no buttons, and had a trim of fox fur sewn by hand all around, from collar to hem. Her eyes were deeply sunken, and they shone with a cold glint. District Chief Shen's face appeared on the local news from time to time. Those who didn't pay attention to such things might not recognize him, but nearly every upper-level member of the Su family had reviewed some lists to prevent offending anyone. District Chief Shen, upon seeing him, both Madame Su and Uncle Su were taken aback, yet their manners were impeccable. An honored guest's arrival is indeed an honor. Shen Min, not knowing Madame Su, gave her a polite nod. Without much conversation, Su En led Shen Min to take a seat. Let's sit inside for a while first. Madame Su took the opportunity to fall one step behind and looked towards Su Shujie, who had followed. She brought her hands together, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. Your brother managed to invite Shen Min over? She naturally did not think it had anything to do with the Ji family. Su Shujie felt a momentary blank in her mind, finally catching on. She looked at Madame Su with some hesitation. It's not brother. District Chief Shen, he seems to be a guest of the Ji family. The old lady thought she had misheard and tapped her walking stick. What? A guest of the Ji family? How could the Ji family know Shen Min? At that moment, the focus wasn't on that. The butler, supporting Madame Zu's other arm, looked alarmed. Old madam, the seating. Quick, follow them. Madame Zu's gaze lifted to see Su En leading Shen Min to the first table, and she hurried forward. Su Shujie also followed, frowning. Seating? What about the seating? The banquet hall of Yunshao Hotel spanned 3 middle floors, 36 to 38, with all 3 levels open and a dedicated banquet elevator leading up. A white crystal aisle for the ceremony stretched down the center. About 50 meters long, with 16 tables on either side, the second and third floors almost mirrored this setup. On the left side, close to the aisle, there were 8 tables. Su En led Shen Min forward, coming to the 2 front tables. The seating had been arranged by the Su side and also been reviewed by Su En. The main table was being occupied by Ji Heng and a few others from old Madame Zu's group. He had intentionally placed Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun at the adjacent second table. Now approaching, he found both the main and next table occupied, turned into a table for the groom's party and a table for the bride's party. Chapter 373. 144 Chen Ju Gao Guangliang Field _2 and Ji Heng was seated at the second table? Seeing Su En speaking and then suddenly falling silent, Shen Min glanced at the table and realized the problem. Table for the groom's guests, table for the bride's guests. Shen Min had attended many weddings, big and small, but this was the first time he had seen such a ludicrous seating arrangement. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not getting involved in their family affairs. Why have you just come in now? Ji Xiaojun saw Su En and stood up to greet him with a smile. Have all the guests been received? Do you need any help from me? No, you just stay with them, Su En replied, struggling to contain his anger, then turned back to his uncle, who had hurried over. How did you arrange these seats? The uncle was taken aback as well. Madame Su, leaning on her cane, came forward and scolded Su En. You're so busy with the wedding you're not being sensible, not putting the right people in charge. Look at this seating arrangement. What does it look like? See who's responsible for today's affair. Get rid of such people from the Su family. She then turned to Shen Min with a smile. District Chief Shen, please take your seat first. Raising her hand, she directed Shen Min to the first table, then gestured to the uncle to switch the seating arrangement, and finally, she said in a gentle tone to Ji Hang, Old Mr. Ji, how could you sit here? Hurry up and help the old gentleman to the main table. The last sentence was addressed to the Su butler. The Su butler quickly stepped forward, while Ji Hang wrapped his pipe and looked up at Suen before waving his hand. No need, I'm quite happy sitting here. You go on with your business, no need to entertain us. He slowly blew out a ring of smoke. He could leave, but to make him go back, that was impossible. Shen Min glanced at the pipe in Ji Hang's hand, putting it together with the various tobaccos that Superintendent Chen had been asking him to find. He realized in almost an instant. He too gave a laugh, took a seat next to Ji Hang, leaving one spot open, and said to Suen, I'm also a guest of the bride's side. I'll just sit at this table. You go ahead with your tasks. I will chat with the others for a bit. He wondered who exactly Alien was. The table for the bride's guests, label on the table was very conspicuous. Madame Su looked stiffly at Shen Min, struggling to find a word to say to him because, with that table for the bride's guests, she had no excuse to sit at the same table. She ended up taking a seat at the foremost table, feeling as uncomfortable as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Without any mood to fiddle with her Buddha beads, the uncle initially had the leisure to consider seating, but now, standing next to Madame Su, he didn't dare to sit down. Madam, what should we do now? His eyes were on the table where the Ji family sat, bewildered. What kind of people were the Ji family? These are Alien's guests. Suen bent down and softly introduced Shen Min to Ji Hang. Suen took a deep breath. Ji Hang obviously didn't take the matter to heart, and from the seat Shen Min left open. He probably knew who would be coming. Are they all fools? Suen muttered to himself as he walked out, addressing Su Shujie and the guest reception manager. Not to mention that District Chief Shen would be arriving today, but even if he wasn't, to turn a main table into a table for the groom's guests, is that proper? A table for the groom's guests indeed made a mockery of the situation. Suen's expression was terribly gloomy. Su Shujie had no idea why Madame Su would suddenly set up a table for the groom's guests. She quickly followed behind Suen, lamenting that old age indeed made it difficult to understand. How would I know about that? Go and watch over her for me, Suen instructed Su Shujie as he sent her inside. There's no need for you outside with the welcoming. At Ji Heng's table. He himself wasn't very talkative, but Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing had more to say. Shen Min managed to coax most of the story out of Shen Qing with just a few words. Ji Heng took out his phone and called Bai Lian. Grandpa, we will leave tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, a voice from the phone end. Bai Lian rested her phone on her ear, her knee bearing a review paper. Sunlight streamed through a crack in the car window onto her documents. She leaned back casually in her seat. We should arrive in Danping City at around 9 o'clock. Danping City was right next to Shangqing. An hour's drive away. They would be home before 12 o'clock. Ji Heng was surprised. Danping City has an airport now? It might. Bai Lian turned her head to look at Zhang Fulai, who was beside her. There was a silence. In the end, no one spoke. Ji Heng didn't ask further. He disconnected the call and continued smoking his cigar. He was a man of few words, and Shen Min couldn't quite figure out his temper, so he kept talking to Ji Xiaojun. Around 10 o'clock, many guests had arrived, including some high-level executives from the Su family. Hearing that District Chief Shen was here, quite a few people made it a point to greet them at this table before going back to their own. As for Mrs. Zu's main table, no one approached it at all. Shen Qing, who sat beside Ji Xiaojun, learned from the conversations that Shen Min was a district chief and whispered in shock to Ji Xiaojun, so Shen Min is a district chief. Another group of people arrived, led by a woman in her 40s, who shook hands with Shen Min and said with a smile, District Chief Shen, I'm from the Ma family. We met at the last bidding. I didn't expect to see you here. This time, the Ma family couldn't be bothered to send someone, so they sent her, and she unexpectedly reaped the benefits. With that, the woman's smile broadened. She continued to greet everyone else at the table. Elder Ji, congratulations. You've traveled from afar, so today you must eat and drink well, and don't let President Su be thrifty on your account. Even Shen Qing was not missed out on. Not everyone at the table had arrived yet, but it was already very lively. It was at this moment that some noise suddenly came from the entrance. The woman at Ji Heng's table couldn't help but look toward the entrance. Suen walked in with a middle-aged man. When Suen saw the place left for Director Chen, He knew Chen would come, and sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, Director Chen arrived, letting Xuan finally relax. "When did you return? Alien didn't tell me you would be coming." Xuan had gone fishing with Director Chen a couple of times, and the two were fairly familiar with each other. "I came back on a whim." Director Chen scanned the room and strode towards Ji Heng's side. "Don't mind me, I'm here to have a drink with Uncle Ji." He said not to mind him, but Xuan dared not take that literally. Walking further inside, the attention from many people shifted toward them. The man beside Xuan had a tanned complexion, his eyebrows were like ink, and he was not given to laughter or excessive talking, nor did he often appear in public, so most people at the scene did not recognize him. However, there were some who did. Like the middle-aged woman still standing by Ji Heng's table. And Mrs. Su at the table behind, who had just settled in for a few minutes before standing up again using a cane, tilted her head to look at Uncle Su beside her. That is. Compared to Shen Min, the person now seemed even more incredible to her. Su Shujia also stood up. Squinting at the man beside Su En, she was momentarily hesitant to speak. Not many people had seen Director Chen, so Su Shujia dared not be sure. Su En approached with Director Chen. At Ji Heng's table, Shin Min finally set down his teacup. He stood up with no more the relaxed look on his face. His body tensed up as he nodded slightly to Director Chen. "Director Chen." His voice was deep. Not loud, but most could hear it clearly. Su Shujia, the elder Mrs. Su, and their group all watched quietly as the man Shin Min addressed as Director Chen. The people who had been mingling around Ji Heng's table swiftly parted to the sides, creating a clear path. "Long time no see." Director Chen merely nodded slightly back at Shen Min in greeting and then went over to the side of the table, looking at Ji Heng with a smile breaking over his taut face. "Uncle Ji, sorry to keep you waiting." As he spoke, he pulled out the empty seat beside Ji Heng and sat down. Ji Heng put down his pipe, turned his head to look at Director Chen, and showed a smile as well. "Xiao Chen, you've come quite early. Alien and the others aren't even here yet." "I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came ahead," said Director Chen, making no mention of the fact that he did not dare wait with Jiang Fulai for Bai Lian. He then greeted Ji Xiaojun, Xin Qing, and the others. Following Ji Heng's lead, the table fell silent, not to mention Mrs. Su and others who wanted to greet them. Shen Min was also taken aback by Ji Heng's casual use of Xiao Chen. For a while, apart from their table, no one else dared to speak. Chapter 374, 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady, second update. _1 Director Chen said a few words to Ji Heng and noticed that everyone else was looking in their direction, so he told Suen to go about his business. "Miss Bai and the others haven't arrived yet, you don't need to worry about me." Director Chen waved his hand. Then turned to chat with Ji Heng. "All right." Compared to others, Suen was much more composed. Given that Bai Lian was in Jiangjing, it seemed somewhat understandable that Director Chen, despite being very busy, hurried back. Suen left the room again. If Shen Min's attendance at Suen's second wedding stirred up a commotion, then Director Chen's arrival turned that commotion into a huge wave. Just a moment ago, Mrs. Su could still manage to sit down. But now, seeing Director Chen sitting with his back to her, she simply couldn't remain seated. She could only stand in her original spot, supported by Su Shujia. With the banquet hall crowded today, the heating not set high, Mrs. Su had already taken off her fox fur coat, leaving just a thin layer of clothing. Yet, she felt her back was soaked through. Su Shujia, her withered hand resting on Su Shujia's wrist. "Is that man really Director Chen? Could it really be that Chen?" Su Shujia also found it unbelievable. But seeing Shen Min's behavior towards Director Chen now, who else could this Director Chen be? But why? Why wasn't there a single piece of information in the materials? However, she seemed to be making connections with all the previous irregularities now. Why the assistant Su was so considerate of the Ji family. Around 10 o'clock, the traffic wasn't as congested as it had been around 8 or 9, but being close to the new year, the roads were still busy. Bai Lian and her group arrived at Yunshao Hotel at 11. At this time, Su Wenyao and Suen were still greeting guests. By now, actually, all the guests had long since arrived, except for Bai Lian. It was clear that Su Wenyao was not so composed about Director Chen's arrival, as the two chatted sporadically by the door. The elevator facing the reception area on the 36th floor dinged and opened. Inside the elevator, Bai Lian stood in front with Jiang Fulai. The hotel was warm, and Bai Lian, who normally didn't mind the cold, had taken off her coat, wearing only a white crossed collar long dress. The collar was a greenish color, embroidered with tiny clusters of gold and white flowers, with a belt of the same color loosely tied at her waist. In her right hand, she held an unread summary, talking to Zhang Fulai while occasionally glancing at the document. Zhang Fulai, half a step behind her, could still see the plain hairpin in her hair. He hadn't taken off his coat, but he carried a dark blue lady's coat in his hand. Today, Bai Lian had brought his computer for him. Before they got into the car, he was still looking at the computer, and he hadn't taken off his glasses either. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he and Bai Lian stepped out together. Zhang Fulai looked up slightly at Xuan and Su Wenyao, who were welcoming guests. Even through his glasses, one couldn't hide the piercing coldness in his eyes. "Alien, you've arrived." Xuan, having never met Zhang Fulai, was reluctant to make eye contact with him and instead spoke to Bai Lian. Zhang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, his slender pale fingers removing his glasses and casually placing them in his coat pocket. His demeanor could also be described as relaxed, with a touch of nonchalance. But Xuan inexplicably felt enormous pressure. "Yes, is it about to start?" Bai Lian checked the time and was relieved she wasn't late. "This is my classmate." She introduced Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, but she didn't introduce Zhang Fulai to Xuan. Xuan didn't dare to ask. He then led Bai Lian and the others inside. The banquet hall, packed with several hundred people, was bustling. Even with the heating turned low, it was enough to make everyone's faces red with warmth. The refreshments on the tables had already been refreshed once, and Bai Lian's arrival drew considerable attention. Not to mention anything else, the mere appearance of Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai was enough to attract onlookers. However, as soon as their gaze met Zhang Fulai's pale, indifferent eyes, they would hastily look away, only to covertly watch them from behind once they had passed by. The second and third floors were still okay. The bustling noise on the first floor gradually quieted down, the noisy children hiccuped, and then fell silent, and the servers holding trays of drinks slowly moved to the side, waiting for Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai to walk to an emptier area. Xuan immediately saw Mrs. Z's table which had not been fully occupied, as well as the surrounding tables where many guests were mingling and greeting each other. From the first time he brought Shen Min in and saw the seating arrangements that infuriated him, until now, Xuan had calmed down, thinking to himself that it was fine to sit at the less prestigious table, conveniently making enough room for Bai Lian and her group. "Alien is here." He straightened his boutonniere and looked up smilingly to greet the people at Ji Hang's table. Ji Hang was seated in the center. To his right was Director Chen, to his left, Ji Xiaojun, while Shen Min sat beside Director Chen. As he looked up and saw Bai Lian following behind Xuan and Zhang Fulai, Shen Min thought he was seeing things. He blinked and looked again. Zhang Fulai was pulling out chairs for Zhang He and Bai Lian, and he casually glanced over towards Shen Min. Chapter 375. 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady, second update. Under to this face, how could he possibly mistake it? Shen Min's hand, holding the teacup, twitched, and the tea sloshed onto the lace tablecloth. He stood up abruptly. How did you come here?" Chief Chen, who was originally talking to Ji Hang, also stood up. Zhang He sat down beside Shin Qing, Bai Lian sat next to Zhang He, and Zhang Fulai took the seat next to Bai Lian with ease. He lazily pulled out a chair, greeted Ji Hang with a nod, and then glanced over at the two men. "Sit." He tapped the table with his hand. Only then did Chief Chen and Shin Min cautiously sit down, with Chief Chen still managing all right, but Shin Min dared not even drink his tea anymore. Zhang Fulai never appeared in public, and his identity was also kept in absolute secrecy. Indeed, not many people recognized him, but Shin Min had seen him when he visited the Chen family. Xuan, observing the demeanor of Chief Chen and Shin Min, speculated that Zhang Fulai's identity was no simple matter, but it did not match any of the people he knew. He composed himself and said to Ji Hang, "The ceremony is about to begin." Ji Hang put down his smoking pipe, straightened his clothes, and followed Xuan backstage. Soon he would be sending Ji Mulan into Xuan's hands. As soon as Ji Hang left, both Chief Chen and Shin Min didn't dare to speak. Tang Ming didn't dare to sit next to Zhang Fulai and let Ning Xiao sit down, while he himself sat next to Shin Min. It was only then that Shen Qing took out 2 fruits from his pocket, handing one to Bai Lian and the other to Zhang He. "What is this?" Bai Lian looked at the small green fruit curiously. It seems to be called a mini kiwi. Xueqi knew Bai Lian probably hadn't eaten it before. I asked the hotel staff and found out. It's very sweet. Zhang He bit into it without looking up. He said nothing. Bai Lian had heard of kiwis, yet she had never tried a mini one. She placed the report on the table, and as she ate, she described the taste of the mini kiwi to Xueqi. Seeing that Bai Lian liked it too, Xueqi finally smiled. On the opposite side, Chief Chen finally found an opportunity to speak with Bai Lian. I heard from Mr. Mao that Yen Lu has been confirmed as the image spokesperson. Will the follow-up sales be able to keep up once the promotion starts? He was talking about the spokesperson for the solid element paste. The solid element paste was originally circulated only within Baekter Street, with its effects quite powerful. The batch produced in cooperation with the Chen family was of normal efficacy. Launched into everyday life, it was too potent for the average person. Bai Lian and Xueqi had readjusted the formula and price for the market release. Baekter Street didn't need advertising, but facing the masses, establishing a solid brand image wouldn't be easy. Choosing Yen Lu as the spokesperson was Xueqi's idea, and although Bai Lian felt that the solid element paste didn't quite match Yen Lu's image, Yen Lu agreed to sign directly with Xueqi once he heard it was her product. A bargain price, yet introducing an unfamiliar medicine to the general public for acceptance was no easy task. Xueqi started with the farmers cultivating medicinal herbs to promote the solid element paste. Yen Lu did not have much fame now, but he still brought in some income. Right, Bai Lian finished the mini kiwi and took the tissue Zhang Fulai handed her, casually wiping her hands, and addressed Chief Chen. Don't worry, there won't be any issues with Yen Lu. I've been to the farmland myself. The soil there is very suitable for growing traditional Chinese herbs. At this moment, Chief Chen realized that Bai Lian had actually surveyed the land for growing medicinal herbs. Of course, he did not know that not only had she done that, but Bai Lian had also taken out $1 million from the funds provided by the Bai family to give to the farmers as the first batch of capital. He was merely curious, not quite understanding how Bai Lian had won over Mr. Mao and his group. He had a slight indication about Yen Lu, but Mr. Mao's group was not so easily influenced. Chief Chen himself also led people, managing dozens under him, and sometimes he was so exhausted from handling them. Whereas Bai Lian seemed hardly to manage at all, yet it seemed everyone was very convincing toward her, and at this moment, Chief Chen had forgotten that he was also one who trusted her. Beside him, Shen Min did not dare utter a word. Hearing Chief Chen address Bai Lian as Miss Bai, and seeing Zhang Fulai passing her a tissue, he no longer dared to lift his head, always fearing he might be ambushed. The host's voice rang out. Welcome the guests and introduce the bride and groom. Accompanied by the music, Ji Heng led Ji Mulan forward. The banquet hall's lights had been turned off, leaving only the dazzling lights of the main stage. Bai Lian, with one hand on the report, slightly turned her body to watch Ji Heng leading Ji Mulan forward. Today, Ji Mulan was dressed in a trailing wedding gown tailored to fit her figure, with a white veil extending to the hem of her dress, her brow bones and nose dusted with gold leaf, reflecting dreamy light under the main stage's bright lamps. Ji Mulan never oppressed herself, and the years had barely left any traces on her face. Chapter 376. 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady, second update. Under the 3 that face made many people in the audience exclaim in surprise. Ji Heng silently placed Ji Mulan's hand into Su En's, who was dressed in a black suit. The scene seemed somewhat touching. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan's face for quite a while before finally turning her head away lazily. Fine. Although that face resembled her mother's, she really did not feel like she was watching her own mother get married. When her mother got married, she wore a phoenix crown and a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, and her wedding procession extended for miles. She had heard that back then, her grandfather had excitedly grabbed her father's hand, thanking him for finally bringing the bride home. The wedding ceremony was lengthy and lively. The sound system was turned up loud, so Bai Lian closed the summary and started talking with Zhang Fulai. The waiters also began to serve the dishes one by one. When Ji Heng returned, Director Chen and Shen Min started drinking with him. All 3 men were heavy drinkers, and they kept on without a break. After the ceremony was over, Suen had to thank the guests along with Ji Mulan. Mrs. Su, who had been anxiously sitting at the main table, finally found an opportunity. Holding a wine glass, she stood up, her face beaming with a smile as she said to Ji Mulan, Mulan, welcome to the Su family. Later, come with us back to the old house for a visit. Ji Mulan had been doing her makeup in the back all this time and didn't quite understand what stance the old lady was taking, which left her a bit confused. "Let's go." Mrs. Su didn't continue to talk to her. Instead, she looked towards the next table and urged Suen to hurry. "Go and say thanks to Elder Chen and the others." "I'll go too," Su Jiue said softly to Su Wenyao as she came over from the relatives' table. She was holding a cup of beverage. Su Wenyao glanced at her, yet he was not surprised. Suen picked up a wine glass and another jug of wine, leading a group of people to Bai Lian's table. Only then did Ji Mulan notice Director Chen. She didn't talk nonsense at such an occasion, with Mrs. Su intently watching Director Chen and Shen Min. After Suen finished speaking, she finally found the chance to say her first words to Director Chen and Shen Min. "Today, I was unaware of the presence of such distinguished guests and may have been neglectful. As an apology, I shall drink 3 cups on my own." Old Mrs. Su filled her cup and bravely drank 3 cups in one go. Only then did her gaze shift towards Bai Lian, who was sitting in a corner. Bai Lian was looking down, fiddling with her phone, and from this angle, one couldn't see Bai Lian's face clearly. But at this moment, Mrs. Su didn't dare to suggest introducing her to the Yu family. Director Chen was shrewd. As soon as he had seen their seats, he chose not to speak. He wore a stern face, with a frosty expression that tightened Mrs. Zu's heart. After finishing the drinks, she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The newlyweds, Su En and Ji Mulan, needed to toast to the guests at this table. Bai Lian didn't drink alcohol, but her cup was also empty of any beverage. Tang Ming reached down to pick up a bottle of juice. "Sis, here." Before he could pass it to Bai Lian, Director Chen took the beverage from his hand, stood up, unscrewed the cap, and from across half the table poured the drink for Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, is this all right?" While unscrewing the cap, he asked her, and Tang Ming wore a WTF expression on his face. "It's fine." Bai Lian pushed her cup onto the rotating glass turntable. Director Chen poured the beverage for Bai Lian, and then cautiously rotated the table a bit, stopping in front of her before sitting back down. The group normally drank their toast and could leave the event early. Now getting a little closer, Bai Lian finished her drink and looked towards Ji Heng. "Grandfather, I'll see you tomorrow morning." She and Ning Xiao among others still had to return to Boyuan base for a seminar. "You're leaving already?" Suen felt somewhat regretful. Bai Lian nodded, studying. Suen consistently knew how hard she worked. Ji Mulan, standing on the side, just watched Bai Lian. "Studying? What is there to study now?" And behind Suen, upon seeing Director Chen carefully pouring a drink for Bai Lian, old Mrs. Zu's face suddenly became extremely stiff. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. A feeling of dizziness quickly overtook her, and her heart suddenly tightened in pain. Next to her, middle-aged women, holding tall glasses, lined up to toast. She looked at Director Chen, then at Bai Lian, and finally, her gaze fell on old Mrs. Su. This old woman, having spent days hunting eagles, she eventually got her eyes pecked by one. She clearly held a royal flush, but this old lady managed to play such a good hand into utter shambles. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Ning Xiao and the others stood up, with Jiang Fulai's presence becoming notably evident as he got to his feet. He was aloof and under the lights, his eyes were cold and captivating, prompting Director Chen to suddenly stand up as well. Su Jiue watched Bai Lian stand up to leave and really wanted to speak with her, but she didn't dare to say anything. In her red toasting outfit, Ji Mulan couldn't speak up at such an event. Standing among the crowd, she tilted her head to ask Su Jiue, her gaze soft. "Jiue, how did you dare to come over and toast today?" Su Jiue, shyly holding her transparent glass, said, "Sister Bai, I dare not talk to her in class, and I wanted to ask her how she studies math." Chapter 377, 146 Chen Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number under 1. Su Jiue stood at the back of the crowd, speaking softly because she dared to speak to Ji Mulan due to their decent relationship. The noise of the crowd was loud, but Ji Mulan heard everything she needed to. "Is she in your class?" Ji Mulan had always thought Bai Lian had come to Zhongjing for tourism. She paused slightly. "Do you still need her to teach you math?" The incident with Bai Lian in her first year of high school was something Ji Mulan couldn't forget. Ji Mulan's voice was somewhat loud, not as gentle as usual. Su Jiue cautiously glanced at her and said, "Yes, she's at Boyuan base." "Boyuan base?" The middle-aged woman looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Her expression held a trace of astonishment. Although grades didn't mean everything, they did set the upper limit of a top streamer's capabilities. Everyone from Boyuan Base had potential and was no mediocrity. How could Mrs. Su push such a person out of the door? Ji Mulan didn't know about Boyuan Base. But in front of so many people, she wouldn't show any signs of ignorance and simply smiled faintly. Jiue, I didn't mean to be harsh on you. Ji Mulan patted Su Ziyu's back. Since she couldn't talk to anyone else, she turned to Shen Qing who was sitting and said, "This is Jiue. She's in an affiliated high school, second in the country." As she introduced Su Jiue, she spoke of her as polite, obedient, hardworking, and the second in the nation. For her own daughter, whom she was constantly dissatisfied with and found difficult to sit with, Ji Mulan spoke of Su Jiue, to whom she had no blood relation, with pride and satisfaction in her eyes. She wished so much that this well-behaved, outstanding girl was her daughter. If Bai Lian had such a personality, Ji Mulan might kill her primary persona to make her into such an obedient, excellent doll as well. Being second in the nation was indeed something anyone could be proud of. Shen Qing was also shocked, but Ji Mulan's words were even more stifling. She looked at Ji Mulan perfunctorily and said, "Ah yes. Miss Bai, let me see you out." Director Chen got up, putting down his glass. He went to send off Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Shen Min couldn't bring himself to speak and followed quietly behind Director Chen. His address of Miss Bai was heard by everyone. Jiang Fulai also followed Bai Lian. He was always a step or two behind her and didn't move forward. His back was against the bright lights of the hall, the tall figure casting a cold, pale shadow. Because there were quite a few people, his usually cold and indifferent face took on a languid ferocity, arrogantly beautiful. His every feature was exquisite, and yet few dared to look him in the eye. The noisy crowd parted a meter around him as if by force. It was indeed very effective. Bai Lian was very pleased. Suan kept several paces away from Bai Lian, and only when he had seen Bai Lian and her companions into the elevator did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wenyao trailed behind Su En. Looking at the closing doors of the elevator, Suan turned to glance at him and asked, "Do you know her?" "It's hard to say," Su Wenyao pondered, "but then again, it seems unlikely." The two dropped the subject and walked inside. As soon as Bai Lian and her company left, Director Chen's expression returned to one of sternness. Sitting next to Shen Qing, still in the high chair and dressed as a little gentleman in a suit and bow tie, was Jiang He. He hadn't left with Jiang Fulai, swinging his legs. He had specifically gone home the previous night to pack his blanket and clothes to accompany Bai Lian to Xiangqing. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Boyuan Base. Meanwhile, Tang Ming took Ning Xiao to explore an old street in Shermen district. He scratched his head. "Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs for your family? You haven't really used the scholarship the school gave you. My family keeps asking me in the group chat to bring back specialties." Ning Xiao bought a bright red ornament as a souvenir. "That's it for you?" Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao. "Aren't you going to buy anything else?" "Genius, we can't be this heartless." Tang Ming's family had many relatives, including younger sisters, cousins, and nephews. His phone was filled with a long list of items to buy. Ning Xiao was annoyed by his chatter and said indifferently, "My family is dead. Only my grandmother is left." "So, one was enough." Tang Ming's voice stopped abruptly. He watched Ning Xiao leave the street corner, then stood there and slapped himself hard. It was the 28th of the year, and the street was bustling with activity. Just 2 blocks away was the Chen family's private museum. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked to the main road to wait for the bus. A black SUV approached from the end of the road. Behind the wheel was a woman wearing glasses and a military coat. She had her hair tied into a high ponytail, her lips a fierce red, irritably honking the horn trying to clear the pedestrians who were running the red light. The passenger side was adorned with a large bunch of sunflowers. There weren't many cars on this road, and with the ancient street opposite drawing a large crowd, only one traffic officer was left trying to direct traffic but could hardly stop those in a rush to cross the street. Chapter 378. 146 Chen Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number _2 at last, the crowds had dispersed. The woman finally hit the accelerator and drove past. Her speed reduced slightly when she saw a few standouts among the people waiting at the bus stop. 2 young men who were heads and shoulders above the rest. The car behind carefully honked its horn. Only then did the SUV continue forward, eventually stopping at the Chen family private museum. Today was the museum's last day open to the public. Many people with reservations were queuing for entry. The woman pulled the key out, stepped down from the vehicle in her leather boots, put on her sunglasses, and walked straight inside through a side door. She arrived reeking of blood, causing people in the queue to keep silent. After she entered, the people started whispering among themselves, "What's going on? There are people who don't have to queue up? Yeah, everyone should be equal." Someone even pulled out their phone. The ticket checker lazily looked up. Who needs to queue up to get into their own house? The person sheepishly put away their phone. The graveyard in the back courtyard. Chen Beixian removed her sunglasses. Her face was exceptionally striking, her figure tall and elegant, and despite her appearance, it was hard to discern her age. She put the sunglasses back in her pocket and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense. "Great ancestors, you first blessed me by helping me buy a cake, then with a passing grade in math, and later, you helped me get into military school." She began to murmur a litany of things, then reverently planted the 3 sticks of incense. I promise this is really the last time I'll ask you. It's been 11 years. Could you please help me find that damned scumbag? I want to chop him up by myself." 1 minute later. "Not saying anything means you agree, right? Okay, thank you, great ancestors, thank you." Meanwhile, in the classroom at Boyuan Base, Bai Lian sneezed. Zhang Fulai sat beside her, scrolling through his computer with one hand while offering her coat with the other. "Don't try to be cool." Bai Lian was still in that plain white dress, unblemished, and barely looked up. "I'm fine. I'm not you. Do you need me to prescribe you something?" Zhang Fulai, hearing her words, took back the coat. "I haven't looked at the report submitted by He Wen and the others yet." But Bai Lian reached out and grasped his left wrist, taking his pulse. Zhang Fulai's pulse felt strange. Bai Lian leaned on the table, pressing on his pulse with the tip of her finger, her brows slightly creased. Zhang Fulai, however, looked down at her pale fingertips, thinking slowly to himself that she really wasn't cold, after all. "No hope?" Zhang Fulai asked, seeing her frown persist. Bai Lian. Why could she talk about herself like this? She let go, pulled a piece of paper from the side, and started pondering. Zhang Fulai silently retracted his hand and opened a document. "It's been like this since I was 8. I wilt easily when it gets cold." He described himself like a wilting vegetable. Multitasking, he replied to a message. "Plagiarism check." "Okay teacher, want to cause a security breach if I use their website for the plagiarism check." Zhang Fulai. "With the garbage you've written, there's no need to worry." After replying, he sent over his suggestions for revisions. Then came a message from the headmaster of Ma Institute. Ma Institute's headmaster. "Is her file sealed?" Zhang Fulai. Principal Ma. "That's good then." After asking, Principal Ma started to speak off-topic. "Do you have any thoughts about this year's betting pool?" He was referring to the college entrance examination betting pool. This year it's just Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu, with Liang Wuyu better in science, whereas Su Jiyue is better in Chinese and English. The final exam in Jiangjing this time had easy English, so Liang Wuyu had a big advantage. Every year during the college entrance exams, academic circles enjoy this all the more. Zhang Fulai didn't reply to Principal Ma. Principal Ma stared at the chat page for a long time before turning to throw his own money into the pool. Principal Ma. "When is she leaving?" Zhang Fulai. Smile. Principal Ma. "Why are you suddenly so accommodating?" Principal Ma stared at the smiley emoji. He always found it very friendly, but today, seeing Zhang Fulai send it, he somehow felt that the smile seemed a bit mocking and a bit cold. So Principal Ma sent to Bai Lian, "Smile." Bai Jian, "Smile." That was normal. Principal Ma asked Bai Lian, "When are you leaving?" For Bai Lian, the parting would be 160 days before the college entrance examinations, and perhaps 280 days before she might return to school. Principal Ma felt a sense of loss. Bai Lian. "Tomorrow morning at 6. It might be early for others, but not for Principal Ma who liked shopping. Afternoon. The Jiangjing Music Academy's performance ended, and Bai Xueqi returned to the Yin family. She and Song Min were also packing up, getting ready to go back to Beijing. At that moment, Bai Xueqi was video calling with Bai Qiming. Madame Song, draped in a shawl, sat gracefully beside Bai Xueqi and said to Bai Qiming on the screen with a smile, "Xueqi is here with us, you can rest assured." On the other end of the phone, before Bai Qiming could speak, An uncle from the Bai family clan squeezed into the frame, beaming with joy. I heard the principal of Jian has a good impression of Xueqi, is that true? Yes, Madame Song nodded, her eyes and brows smiling. I saw that too. Blessings of our ancestors. The blessings of our ancestors. The Bai uncle folded his hands in prayer. Xueqi can make it back in time, right? I'll prepare some extra offerings for the ancestral worship. You and your brother will be the main focus this time. Ancestral worship was a major event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming asked Bai Xueqi, "You're on the 9 o'clock flight tonight, right? You'll just make it in time for tomorrow's ancestral worship." Madame Song glanced at Bai Qiming on the phone, pausing for a moment as she remembered Bai Lian. For the ancestral worship, maybe we should let Alien. Bai Lian was at the Boyuan base this time. I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. Bai Qiming cut off Madame Song's words with a darkened face. Although Bai Qiming took Bai Xueqi and Bai Xiaoke back home, he never remarried. However, he did not expect Ji Mulan to marry so quickly, and to someone from Zhongjing at that. At this moment, Bai Qiming had no desire to hear any news about Bai Lian. Next to them, the Bai family uncle did not speak up for Bai Lian. Instead, he reminded Madame Song with a smile, "You might not be aware, but Bai Lian has already been driven out of the clan by us." "Is that so?" Madame Song saw that Bai Xueqi seemed upset, so she smiled, stood up, and said, "I won't disturb your family conversation." She walked downstairs. Just then, she saw Yin family's head coming in from outside, and Madame Song asked in surprise, "Big brother, how come you're back now?" The Yin family head hurried over to Madame Song without changing his shoes and asked, "How did it go? You went to the Su family banquet. Did you see anyone there? Did you get the phone number of someone from the Chen family?" Chapter 379. 147 Ji Hang has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. Undersir 1 Mrs. Song tightened her shawl. "What call?" she asked in surprise as she came down and poured a glass of water for President Yin. "Big brother, drink some water and take your time." President Yin held the cup but didn't drink, just stared at her. "A call from the Chen family." "You mean, that Chen family?" Mrs. Song's heart missed a beat. Others might not know, but Mrs. Song did. Xinjiang district was small, and inside, all places were public or leased land. Only a few families could live there, and the Chen family was one of them. President Yin nodded. Clenching his teacup, his voice carried a tinge of jealousy. "It's about the Su family's wedding banquet. It's all the buzz in our circle. I found out only after asking around that the Chen family was present today. Didn't you also receive an invitation?" He remembered that Mrs. Song came to Zhongjing for the wedding as well. "There are many who want to contact that person from the Chen family." President Yin looked at Mrs. Song full of hope. "What about you?" "The Chen family?" Mrs. Song's mind was as if in a haze. "They truly managed to invite someone from the Chen family?" "Chen family? Does Ji Mulan really have such good fortune?" "Are you?" Seeing her expression, President Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Song looked up blankly. "Big brother, the wedding clashes with Xueqi's performance. I discussed it with Amin the day before yesterday and decided not to attend the Su family's wedding banquet, choosing instead to watch Xueqi perform." "What? You?" President Yin stood up, looking down at Mrs. Song, wanting to scold yet not knowing where to start. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how rare this opportunity is?" How could Mrs. Song not know how precious the opportunity was? She sat there, regretting so deeply it felt like her insides were knotted. If she hadn't received the invitation from the Su family, it would have been one thing, but to have it and miss the event was where Mrs. Song's deepest regrets and struggles lay. Even another 10 years might not yield an opportunity like today for the Yin family. The next day, just before 5 in the morning, Shen Qing got Jiang He out of bed and draped a coat over him. Jiang He, whose eyes were still not open, simply moved his hands following Shen Qing's actions. "You'll be given airplane meals on the flight later," Shen Qing told him, her own anticipation for the airplane food evident. Ji Xiaojun was hurrying them from outside. The Su family was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Ji Hang, seeing that Jiang He's eyes were still closed, said to Ji Xiaojun, "You wait for them, I'll go down first." He couldn't keep the Su family waiting. Ji Hang took the elevator down. The hotel was quiet at this hour, with almost no waiting required for the lifts, and within minutes the elevator arrived. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were two people, an old man with a white beard, and a middle-aged man by his side. The two were frowning and speaking to each other. Jiheng hadn't made out who they were. When he saw there were people in the elevator, he stepped to the side to let them out first, holding a bag in his right hand and a smoking pipe in his left. The old man with the white beard stepped out. Jiheng, passing by him to enter the elevator, noticed the old man suddenly stop, turning shakily to look back, his lips trembling as he pointed at the person inside the elevator. "You! Moo!" Jiheng continued walking without pausing, frowning at the white-bearded old man, and pressed the button for the first floor. "Wait, wait!" The old man reached out to stop the closing elevator doors, panting heavily. But the elevator doors still closed. Beside the white-bearded man, the middle-aged man supported him. "Dad, what's wrong?" He helped the old man to sit, and took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, feeding him a pill. Meanwhile, the display next to the elevator had already changed to L1. Downstairs. Xuan was waiting just at the staircase entrance when the elevator doors opened. He came to take the parcel from Jiheng's hands. "Why didn't you wait for me to come get you upstairs?" "It's not much," Jiheng replied, lighting up his big cigarette. He took a drag, his head bowed in silence. Xuan looked at Jiheng in surprise. Although Jiheng had a taste for tobacco, he never smoked in public places, usually only in his hotel room with the window open. What was up with him today? Despite feeling it was strange, Xuan didn't ask. All the Su family members were waiting in the hotel lobby. Hearing that the Ji family would be leaving at 5 in the morning, the old Madam Su insisted on sending them off, and had been waiting in the lobby since 4 o'clock. It's strange indeed, the Su family's butler supported her. "I checked today's flight schedule. The plane leaves at 9:30 a.m. Even 8 would have been early enough. This family really knows how to trouble people." The butler frowned. The Su family had originally booked a flight for the Ji family the previous night, but they didn't leave, only mentioning they would depart early the following day. Chapter 380. 147 Jiheng has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch, under 2. "They can leave whenever they want to," Mrs. Su said, pressing her brow. "Did you say that Bai Lian is really at Boyuan base?" The butler nodded. "Yes, I've heard she's very good at math." "That's unexpected," Mrs. Su nodded. "No wonder. Xuan has always wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. It would be good to acknowledge her, but," Mrs. Su glanced at the butler, "Ziyue was raised by me since she was little. Even if Bai Lian comes back, her treatment can't be better than Ziyu's." She knew that Xuan had kept a room for Bai Lian. "Rest assured," the butler bowed his head. "Who doesn't know that Miss Ziyue was nurtured by you? Although Bai Lian's grades are good, they aren't higher than Miss Ziyu's." The airport. Mr. Qi and Qi Shuyun were also waiting early at the entrance. "Mrs. Su, Mr. Su," Mr. Qi said with a smile as he approached them. "Wen Yao, we finally got to see you, Mr. Ji. Hello." Mr. Qi was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and shook hands with Jiheng, his gaze discreetly moving over Jiheng, Ji Xiaojun, and Shen Qing. Shen Qing dared not meet his eyes and sheepishly retreated behind Ji Xiaojun. After the incident with the Chen family yesterday, the Qi family visited the Su family that very afternoon. In Zhongjing, who doesn't know how to judge the winds of change? The district mayor Shen, the Chen family, either of them was someone the Qi family couldn't afford to tread upon. After shaking hands with Jiheng, Mr. Qi couldn't understand why, even though Jiheng looked stable, he didn't seem like someone from the Chen family's circle. What was the reason? Qi Shuyun was wearing a black coat and knee-high boots. Her sunglasses were clipped to her lapel. She glanced at Su Wenyao, then turned her head away. The Qi family regretted it in their hearts. The original ticket was a good opportunity to get closer to the Su family, but it ended up becoming a grudge between the two families. "Shuyun, don't be temperamental," Mr. Qi thought, looking at Qi Shuyun with a warning glance. Qi Shuyun then looked up and greeted everyone from the Ji family. Bai Lian, along with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, waited for Jiheng at the security checkpoint. "Look, alien is over there." Xuan spotted Bai Lian from afar. He introduced her to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi was also seeing Bai Lian for the first time. Both he and Qi Shuyun involuntarily looked in her direction. Because she was going to Shangqing, Bai Lian was wearing the golden silk horse-face dress she wore for the speech that day. Standing at the security checkpoint, her hair lazily entwined with a wooden hairpin, her eyes and brows holding a defiant pride. She truly embodied the vigor of youth. The white Bluetooth earpiece in her ear was a bit conspicuous though. She's very pretty. Qi Shuyun glanced over. That's her, huh? Mr. Qi stood at the back of the crowd. With the pride of a scholar. He didn't interact much with the other members of the Ji family, but he could tell that the aura emanating from Bai Lian was indeed unique. He lowered his head and asked Mrs. Su, "Is this the Miss Bai they were talking about?" Mrs. Su nodded almost imperceptibly. "Just her alone?" Mr. Qi looked up again, scanning around Bai Lian, not seeing anyone like Director Chen. "Don't know, has he not arrived yet?" Mrs. Su was also surprised. She had expected Director Chen to come see Bai Lian off, but there was no sign of him here. Su En, however, didn't think as much as the two. He quickened his pace to the front. "Alien, good morning, have you eaten yet?" In his hands, he carried Ji Hang's package and pushed Jiang He's big box of cabbage. "Well, eat later," Bai Lian said while reading. She looked up at Su En. Her gaze swept past the line of people from the Su and Qi families, and in the end, she only nodded slightly to Su Wanyao. Bai Lian didn't mask her dislike for someone at all. Mrs. Su had never seen someone so brazen and reckless. Her smile was somewhat strained. "You two know where it is. Take my grandfather and the others to rest first," Bai Lian said nonchalantly, turning her head to speak to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Both had flown in on young Master Zhang's plane before. Although they had only walked through the airport once and the routes were complicated, for Ning Xiao, who had the library memory method, it was no trouble. Tang Ming went to take the things from Shen Qing and Su En's hands. When he saw Jiang He's box, he paused for a moment, thinking that this box should probably be left to the cool guy Ning Xiao. The package from Ji Hung was taken by Tang Ming. Ning Xiao looked at the cabbage box Tang Ming left behind. Jiang He looked up blankly at Ning Xiao and blinked slowly. Ning Xiao. He silently picked up the box and headed to security. Ji Xiaojun, who had intended to switch boxes with Ning Xiao, silently withdrew his hand. "Aren't you going?" Suen watched them go through security, then turned to look at Bai Lian, who was still standing there. Bai Lian leisurely scrolled through her reading. When she encountered a new word, she would stop and tap to view the definition. "No, I'm waiting for someone. He's coming to see me off."